Chapter 559. Massacring the entire Zhao clan, Chu Yang, had only killed Zhao Ba and a few others. Even the Coiling Dragon Martial Arts Institute didn't say that he had massacred the entire Zhao clan when they pursued the matter. It was so shocking and clumsy that it made people laugh. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Saint Child burning heaven. Have you heard of this saying? Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but fear a pig-like teammate. He directly pointed at the Saint Child burning heaven. You are a pig-like teammate. This accusation is even more ridiculous and stupid than the previous one. Afterwards, Chu Yang kept on cursing like a string of pearls. Are you a moron? You can easily find out the truth of me massacring the Zhao clan. Only you would dare to say it. Did you forget to take your medicine today? I already reminded you to do your homework before coming out to make a fool of yourself. But my words are still warm, and you come out to make a fool of yourself. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Aren't you afraid of my aesthetic fatigue and disgust? It's not your fault that you are stupid. It's the problem of the heavens. But you still came out to show your stupidity. Isn't that right, Saint Child burning heaven? A pig-like teammate. You're a moron. You forgot to take your medicine. You're an idiot, and you're still showing off your stupidity. Everyone's nerves were still tense at first, but after hearing Chu Yang's scolding, they relaxed. Everyone felt that this serious matter had become somewhat improper. Everyone was speechless. In any case, that was how they felt. As for their opinion, there was no need to look anymore. They already believed Chu Yang's words, because the Saint Child burning heaven's actions were truly too laughable. He only used his mouth to convict. No one was a fool who couldn't see that he was taking things out of context. He only used one paragraph to frame Chu Yang and wanted to put Chu Yang to death. If he couldn't even take out the cause and effect of the entire matter, how could he gain the trust of others? The Saint Child burning heaven was scolded until his face turned red, purple, and then green. His face was full of various colors. When the Saint Child burning heaven couldn't get off the stage, the presiding elder immediately came to rescue him. Chu Yang, how dare you? Is this the place for you to spout filth? The presiding elder immediately shouted, Zhao Yunlong, disciple is here. Zhao Yunlong trembled as he stood up. The situation had actually turned out like this. The judgment elder and burning heaven's holy son were rendered speechless by Chu Yang's rebuttal. Earlier, you said that your entire Zhao family was killed by Chu Yang. Is that true? Elder, this matter is absolutely true. This disciple is not lying at all. Zhao Yunlong was ready to throw caution to the wind. His speech became smoother as he knelt down with a putong sound. Elder, please seek justice for my Zhao family and the 1,000 or so innocent souls. This disciple will definitely repay you in his next life. Tears flowed down his cheeks. Every word was filled with blood and tears. Those who heard him were moved. Chu Yang, what else do you have to say? Yaya, the presiding elder pressured again. Lil Guai finally couldn't endure it any longer. On Chu Yang's shoulder, it directly pointed at the presiding elder in the judgment hall and criticized him with righteous indignation. Everyone immediately went into an uproar. Even a little beast can see that this is incomparably preposterous. Can't the presiding elder see it? Chu Yang killed the entire Zhao clan. Did he just say that he was going to kill the entire Zhao clan? What about the cause and effect? Did Chu Yang go and kill people for no reason? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The ancients didn't deceive me. Today, I clearly saw the faces of our 5 elements sex elder and holy son. Indeed, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. If everything Chu Yang said was just sophistry, wouldn't it all be found out after an investigation? What about the investigation? Is there nothing? This is truly preposterous. Outside the judgment hall, the disciples of the 5 elements sect buzzed and clamored. When the burning heaven holy son, Zhao Yunlong, and Indiho heard this, their expressions immediately changed. They felt like they had become the target of public criticism, and thousands of people cursed and thousands of people spurned them. The presiding elder's mood was 10,000 times worse. Lil Guai had caused him to completely lose face and pressure. From today onwards, He was only a butcher and no longer the presiding elder of the Five Elements sect. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he be so impudent here? Chapter 560. Xiao Guai. Chuyang was both shocked and furious. The corners of his eyes were about to tear apart. He struggled to rush out of the Judgment Elder's domain to save Xiao Guai, but the surrounding space suddenly froze, and he couldn't move. Under the effect of the domain, Chuyang was like amber. Evil creature, you still want to escape? A shout shook the entire Judgment Peak. Chuyang wanted to save Xiao Guai, but he was accused of escaping. Not only that, the Judgment Elder's methods were very ruthless. Endless pressure from the domain attacked from all directions, constantly squeezing Chuyang. Blood flowed out from his eyes, ears, and nose. All the bones in his body cracked, and he didn't know how many were broken. But he didn't kill Chuyang in order to prevent Chuyang from causing trouble, so he crippled Chuyang first. After all, Chuyang's strength was indeed extraordinary. Who knew what kind of power he could explode with in a life and death situation? Chuyang, in the name of the presiding elder, I now pronounce your sentence. The presiding elder severely injured Chuyang. Then, he released the restrictive spell and cut the Gordian knot. He immediately pronounced the verdict. His voice seemed to come down from the 9 heavens, reverberating throughout the entire Judgment Peak. At this moment, the heaven and earth seemed to be frozen, and everyone present was also speechless, as if they were also frozen in ice. Chuyang, you have killed many people and slaughtered the Coiling Dragon Zhao clan. You have committed a heinous crime and are unpardonable. You slandered the saint, spoke rudely, and insulted the elders. You are punished for several crimes. I, as the Judgment Elder, represent the Five Elements sect to clean up the sect, cripple your cultivation, and execute you on the spot as a warning to others. The completely cold voice seemed to have floated down from another world. It was rude and overbearing, and it completely sentenced Chuyang to death. Ha ha! Chuyang looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with endless anger. Streaks of blood crawled out from his eyes, and they were filled with bone-deep hatred. He stood up with difficulty. This is the Judgment Elder of the Five Elements sect? This is the fairness and justice of the Five Elements sect? These are the rules and commandments of the Five Elements sect. Chuyang first pointed at the burning heaven holy sun, then pointed at the presiding elder in the judgment hall. He gritted his teeth and said, Little Guai, if anything happens, I swear that all of you will die, and the 2 of you will have to kneel in front of its tombstone for all eternity. As soon as these words were spoken, it was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Everyone was shaken to the point where their nerves went numb. Under such circumstances, Chuyang still went crazy. Not to mention the burning sky holy sun, just the presiding elder. The presiding elder had a revered status and great authority. He had the power to decide the life and death of the disciples of the sect. All the disciples were extremely respectful in front of the presiding elder. Since the establishment of the Five Elements sect, there had never been a disciple who dared to say that they wanted to kill the presiding elder. They even wanted him to kneel and apologize. Hiss! The people of the Five Elements sect who were paying attention to this trial, whether they were in the open or in the dark, could not help but suck in a long breath of cold air. At the moment of life and death, Chuyang was so fearless. Just his courage alone was not something that ordinary people could compare to. No wonder the burning heaven holy sun and the others could not kill him time and time again. He does have the qualifications. Let's not talk about cultivation first. Just this courage alone is enough to make people admire him. If he can survive, I'm afraid that even the Five Elements Divine Son will not be his opponent in the future. He is loyal, courageous, and courageous. Just for a little beast, he is so angry. How dare you? With a loud roar, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Waves of terrifying pressure rushed out of the judgment hall, like thousands of soldiers and horses, as if they were going to slaughter the world. Buzz! The entire Judgment Peak seemed to be unable to withstand this tyrannical pressure and began to tremble. At the entrance of the judgment hall, an old man with messy hair like a lion's mane and a wide mouth appeared in front of everyone like a god from the nine heavens. This was the presiding elder. He was tall like a mountain at this moment. Standing there, he seemed to be an insurmountable gap between the heavens and the earth. His eyes were piercingly cold. Wherever his gaze landed, it would be as if the place had fallen into a bitter cold and was covered in ice and snow. I have been in charge of the presiding elder for more than 30 years. I have cleaned up the sect and killed more than 1,000 traitors. Right or wrong, I have my own judgment. Do I need you to teach me? You're just a little core disciple. You have committed unpardonable crimes. Even now, you still do not repent and dare to speak disrespectfully. Adding crimes on top of crimes, die. Boom. Chapter 561. The sky was filled with lightning, and the huge lightning palm pressed down. Seeing that Chu Yang was about to be suppressed by the palm and turned into dust, the world was deathly silent. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel a little suffocated, and fear appeared in their eyes. The trial elder was in charge of the rules of the Five Elements sect. His reputation was forged by his cold and ruthless methods and the blood of countless disciples. Today, this kind of reputation was greatly provoked. If he took a step back, it would definitely collapse, but if he took a step forward, his reputation might be even greater. He didn't have much choice. Boom! At this moment, a strange change occurred. A copious amount of energy gushed into Chu Yang's body from under his feet. Suddenly, his whole body bloomed with endless rays of light. Then, a thunderous rumbling sound spread from his body. Everyone saw Chu Yang in the midst of the thunder and lightning. He casually raised his hand and calmly went up to meet the attack. When the two came into contact, the trial elder's huge thunder and lightning palm fell down. Then it strangely burst like a bubble. Rumble. In an instant, the lightning was dazzling and the sound of thunder rumbled. The light and sound were released endlessly, drowning everything in the world and covering all senses. It was as if there was a huge sun of thunder rising there, and nothing could be seen. All of this was short-lived, and the result came out very quickly. Chu Yang's figure quickly appeared in front of everyone again. Chu Yang didn't die. Ka ka ka. From there, the sound of bones connecting could be heard. Chu Yang was healing his injuries. At the same time, at this moment, something rose up from the bottom of the mountain. Everyone looked over, and to their surprise, it was the five-colored little beast that was slapped down by the trial elder. At this moment, the five-colored little beast was wrapped in five-colored light. It could be seen that there were streaks of lightning energy entering Lil Guai's body from the trial peak. This was the space below the trial formation. The lightning pool's lightning energy, the aura of life force. The heavenly tribulation liquid was plundered clean by Chu Yang not long ago. Now, it couldn't give birth to such a divine object, but the lightning energy contained in it was all plundered by Chu Yang. Burning Heaven's holy son pig, Judgment Elder old dog, do you really think you've won? Chu Yang's ice-cold voice rang out. Although it was not loud, it resounded in every single one of the people's nerves. Within this ice-cold voice, they could see monstrous anger and killing intent. It was as if there was a demon that had not been killed yet, revealing its ferocity and horror. At this moment, the heavens and earth were silent once more. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chu Yang without blinking. What happened? How did Chu Yang do it? How did he create such a miracle? No one knew. Even the presiding elder and the others did not understand. Chu Yang's magical power, which was similar to a regeneration technique, and the powerful self-healing ability of his body were fully displayed in front of everyone at this time. After a burst of bone-connecting sounds, his body burst out with a bloody light, and his injuries were healed completely. His whole body floated up from the stairs out of thin air, and an extremely simple array formation appeared under his feet. There were only 6 array seals in the array. 5 of them formed a cycle, and in the end, they became the control center. This was the outline of the trial formation. Ever since Chu Yang stepped into the Divine Command Peak, he had attempted to control the trial formation. Now, Everything was finally under his control. The formation was him, and he was the formation. Earlier, he had also borrowed the power of the trial formation to block the presiding elder's attack. You should rejoice. Lil Guai's injuries are very heavy, but he's not dead. Chu Yang's ice-cold voice rang out once more. His voice was much weaker than the furious and oppressive voice of the presiding elder, but it made people tremble even more. It was like the voice of the god of death. Not bad. I spent quite a bit of time earlier, but now, please tell me, how do you want to die? Chu Yang's tone suddenly became serious as he said the last sentence. Then, with a loud bang, huge ripples spread out from his body. Rumble. The heavens shook and the earth shook. Above the firmament, a thunderbolt struck down brazenly like a huge axe and mysteriously hovered above Chu Yang's head. It didn't seem like the usual thunderbolts that flashed and disappeared. Instead, it seemed like a divine weapon that had stopped there. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Chu Yang's body flickered with lightning, and his entire body was wrapped in thunder. A blurry piece of paper appeared in his hand, and after that, the power of thunder surged in crazily, turning into a sword of thunder, which Chu Yang grasped. Chapter 562. What? At the entrance of the judgment hall, the presiding elder and the burning sky, Saint's son finally couldn't contain the uneasiness and fear in their hearts. Their bodies trembled as a bone-piercing chill seeped through their bodies. Their entire bodies were ice-cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Just as Chu Yang was about to be killed by them, Chu Yang suddenly appeared in front of them like a beggar, transforming into a celestial emperor, bringing with him endless divine might. Until now, they still didn't understand what was going on, let alone what had happened. As for what Chu Yang had done, they had no way of knowing. The unknown made them even more terrified. You guys are very surprised, right? This time, Chu Yang wasn't as cold as before. The corner of his mouth even curled into a smile. Scare. Everyone was so shocked that they retreated a dozen steps. The scene was chaotic. You guys should be surprised. I'll give you time to carefully feel this kind of horror. His words were even more mocking as he coldly looked at the burning sky Saint's son and the presiding elder. Don't worry, I guarantee that you'll regret it even after you become ghosts. You're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly and impudently. Playing tricks in front of me, Dai. It was unknown whether the presiding elder was frightened or ignorant. He angrily rebuked and attacked again, shaking heaven and earth. However, he suddenly let out a miserable shriek. Lines of lightning appeared on his body, binding him layer by layer. In the end, they formed a large net that trapped his entire body. It was as if he was going to be cut into pieces as his flesh was pulled out piece by piece. Cracking sounds also came from his body. In just an instant, who knew how many bones in his body were broken? Blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. His face was distorted and terrifying. He was howling miserably like a malicious spirit that was being fried in a pot of oil. His voice was very mournful. Presiding elder, let me give you a friendly reminder. This is no longer your domain but mine, so please cooperate and make a fearful expression. Otherwise, I'll be unhappy. After a pause, Chu Yang's cold, bloodshot eyes looked at the presiding elder. He asked with a clear voice, Now, I'll use your own methods against you. Presiding elder, please tell me how you feel. The trial elder was completely terrified. He hurriedly tried to release his domain. He succeeded and couldn't help but feel a burst of ecstasy. He immediately said angrily, Evil creature, you're celebrating too early. You don't have the qualifications to cut me into 1,000 pieces. Boom! His entire domain was released and instantly enveloped Chu Yang. However, at this moment, the entire judgment peak shook and an even larger light barrier appeared, enveloping his domain. Immediately, his domain was petrified and completely solidified. The presiding elder was completely petrified. At this time, Chu Yang laughed again. Elder of the judgment, you seem to be very happy just now, right? Now, you've suddenly fallen from heaven to hell. The feeling must be very profound. Does it feel wonderful? Impossible. This is impossible. The trial elder roared and struggled, but his domain couldn't move at all. It was like an eggshell, completely useless. Elder of the Judgment, you like to bully people with your cultivation level, right? Then I'll cripple you first, and at the same time, let me see how powerful your domain is. Chu Yang raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in the void. Then, a series of crisp cracking sounds were heard. The Elder of Judgment's domain was like a glass cover. Numerous cracks appeared on its surface. Then, it completely collapsed. Ah! The trial elder also cried out. From his body, there were a few explosive sounds, and his entire body was like a cracked porcelain, as if it would shatter into a pile with a light touch. His aura also fell like a fall off a cliff. 5th level of the Soul Wheel Realm. 4th level of the Soul Wheel Realm. 3rd level of the Soul Wheel Realm. In the end, he fell through the Soul Wheel Realm and fell to the 8th level of the Ascending Soul Realm. Only then did the fall of his cultivation level stop. The trial elder was crippled by Chu Yang. The soul wheel in his body was like an egg, and all of them were crushed. The entire place was silent. The trial elder that everyone in the 5-element sect feared was crippled just like that. And this was just the beginning. The more teasing Chu Yang was now, the more furious he was. He was now extremely fierce. If someone came out to suppress Chu Yang later, he might betray the 5-element sect and kill everyone. If that's the case. Chapter 563. The so-called domain is nothing much. Am I right, presiding elder? There was no sound in the surroundings. The reversal was too sudden. Not only did Chu Yang not die, but he also crippled the presiding elder. Until now, no one on the scene knew how Chu Yang suddenly possessed such incomparably powerful strength. No one was able to shake him. The presiding elder's face was ashen. Winner takes all. He had lost. He had completely lost. Even if he didn't die today, he wouldn't be able to control the presiding elder anymore. Great Adjudication Array. You are controlling the Great Adjudication Array. All of a sudden, the deathly gray eyes of the presiding elder blossomed with life. He cried out in alarm, and his pupils began to tremble. His hair stood on end, and he was completely horrified. Chu Yang had actually mastered the Judgment Peak's Great Formation. If the Great Adjudication Array was fully activated, not to mention the ordinary disciples of the 5-element sect, even the sect leader of the 5-element sect would be powerless to resist if he fell into the Great Adjudication Array. He could only accept the judgment. After all, the Great Adjudication Hall existed to restrain the sect leader of the 5-element sect. The presiding elder didn't have the authority to touch such an array. There was only one person who could control it, and that was the presiding elder. But now, the Great Adjudication Array that could judge the sect leader of the 5-element sect was actually controlled by Chu Yang. Chu Yang actually controlled the Great Adjudication Array. How was this possible? The presiding elder couldn't believe it. He had thought of this before, but he overturned it because it was impossible. However, the reality was as such. Chu Yang could only control him if he controlled the Great Adjudication Array. He could crush his domain and cripple his soul reincarnation realm cultivation with a raise of his hand. Presiding elder, you are indeed very wise. You even managed to discover this. Chu Yang laughed mockingly. However, I'm sorry, presiding elder, I took a little too long, which caused you to release all your arrogance. I would like to express my sincerest apology to you. It was true. Chu Yang actually controlled the Great Adjudication Array. How is this possible? The Great Adjudication Array was the array that could judge the sect leader of the 5-element sect. How could Chu Yang control it? It was so shocking that it was like a fantasy story. This was absolutely impossible. Therefore, when all the elders of the trial court cried out in alarm, the crowd simply couldn't believe it. The burning sky holy sun's eyes bulged out like a dead fish. He trembled as if his entire body was twitching. How could he have imagined that Chu Yang would have such means to be able to control the Great Adjudication Array? Even the divine sons did not have such abilities, but Chu Yang did. His intuition wasn't wrong. Chu Yang was indeed very shocking and dangerous. However, his intuition wasn't good enough. He wasn't able to detect all of Chu Yang's terrors. At this time, Zhao Yunlong was already in despair, and Dihe was already lying limp on the ground. Huh. Chu Yang glanced at the four people's frightened faces and laughed out loud. You're capable, you're mighty, you're evil. I invite you to continue. His loud laughter made everyone hold their breaths. Judgment Elder, my fist is the strongest now. I represent the moon to judge you. Do you have any objections? Chu Yang began to play a game of cat and mouse. Chu Yang, you have committed a crime. You have disrupted the Five Elements sect. The sect leader will definitely not allow you to be so arrogant. The presiding elder roared angrily. Chu Yang disdainfully said something that no one understood. Why don't you just say that your father is Li Gang? So what if he was the sect leader of the Five Elements sect? If the Five Elements sect wanted to kill him, he would still kill the sect leader of the Five Elements sect. Chapter 564. Wong. After a buzzing sound, the rumbling of thunder resounded throughout the entire Five Elements sect. In an instant, pressure from all directions pressed down on the Judgment Elder, the burning Heaven Holy Sun, and Zhao Yunlong, forcing them to kneel. And Dihe did not fall into this category. He had already gone limp and was kneeling on the ground. Ah! The Trial Elder and Burning Heaven's Holy Sun both roared furiously. They struggled and resisted with all their might, and the bones in their bodies made cracking sounds. Humph! Chu Yang coldly harumphed. I'm now representing the moon to judge all of you. Since you dare to resist, I'll break all of your legs. With a single thought, the power of the grand array bombarded the legs of the three elders. In an instant, the three elders' calves exploded, and bone fragments flew everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. The three of them immediately knelt down in front of Chu Yang. They were extremely humiliated and filled with hatred. They had actually fallen into such a situation. Hate, right? That's right. If you don't hate, how can I be happy? Chu Yang sneered. I've seen your unwillingness. I'm also very satisfied. It's exactly the same as my appearance just now. I thought that you would be different from me. You've really disappointed me. Everyone was speechless. Chu Yang had really gone too far, but they found that they couldn't bring themselves to hate him. They just wanted to laugh. It was as if Chu Yang had a special trait that could instantly turn serious, bloody, and cruel matters into jokes. But if you really treat it as a joke, then you'll really become a joke. Who could not hear the monstrous anger hidden in Chu Yang's words at this moment? Such anger was due to the presiding elder. Their methods were too despicable and too crude. You could fabricate a crime, and at best you could come up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, and so on. However, did the presiding elders present evidence and reason? None. He didn't say that he could convince Chu Yang and convince the onlookers. He didn't even straighten out the ins and outs of Chu Yang's crime. Although the Burning Sky Saint Child and the others were arguing that Chu Yang had committed an extremely heinous crime, to the point that it was extremely shocking, he could only take out a ghost soul pearl and use his mouth as evidence. How could he convince others? In the name of the moon, the trial begins now. Ever since I was young, I've dealt with all of you little fish cleanly and efficiently. Chu Yang looked at Ndihu and said, Ndihu, in the name of the moon, I hereby pronounce a judgment on you. The karma of my murder is the karma that you planted. You sent 3 groups of people here, and I want their lives. Therefore, it is only right that I take your life. Do you have any objections? Ndihu's pupils suddenly dilated, but before he could speak, Chu Yang had already slapped him to death in the name of the moon. Zhao Yunlong, the coiling dragon martial institution, was besieged by the Zhao clan and the Azure Dragon School. They had sought help from the Five Element sect, but there was no response. It was all because of you. The Zhao clan being massacred immediately changed into another version from Chu Yang's mouth. Everyone seemed to have come into contact with the inside story and the truth all of a sudden. Unfortunately, Chu Yang had no intention of explaining in detail. Ha! With a crisp sound, he once again used the name of the moon to slap Zhao Yunlong to death. A stubborn person. The moon is too lazy to listen to you. In the eyes of the moon, you're already a death sentence. After killing 2 people in a row, the Burning Sky Saint Sun and the Judgment Elder were next. According to the moon's rhythm, the 2 of them should also have the same ending. As expected, Burning Sky Saint Sun. Chu Yang began his judgment on the Burning Sky Saint Sun. Burning Sky Saint Sun, the Soul Devourer clan's moon, is rather round. You have betrayed them and colluded with the Soul Devourer clan. Death penalty number 1. You have taken out of context and colluded with the Judgment Elder. You have wantonly trampled on the fairness, justice, and freedom of the 5 Elements sect. Death penalty number 2. Since you are a pig, using the moon's name to kill a pig like you will bring shame to the moon. In addition, a pig like you has a grudge with my brother Xiaofei. Your death sentence will be carried out by my brother Xiaofei. I sentence you to death with a reprieve. As he spoke, Chu Yang saw that the Burning Sky Saint Sun's 2 arms were intact. Brother Xiaofei was clearly at a disadvantage. He raised his hand and formed a blade with his true essence and directly cut off one of the Burning Sky Saint Sun's arms. This way, you won't be able to mock my brother Xiaofei. Although you are a pig and haven't even eaten the soil of the East Continent, you can still mock me. But now you can't. You are also missing a pig trotter. Finally, it was the Judgment Elder's turn. Everyone held their breath. Judgment Elder, you only have one crime. Your table manners are too ugly. Chu Yang was too lazy to list out the Judgment Elder's crimes. With such an outrageous reason of your table manners are too ugly, he was about to slap the Judgment Elder to death. But at this time, Chu Yang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that someone was fighting with him for control of the Judgment Array. Why aren't you stopping? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The light barrier formed by the Judgment Array shook. A deep and furious voice transmitted into Chu Yang's heart. Which old thing? Right now, he didn't trust anyone in the 5 Elements sect. The person who jumped out must have astonishing strength and was definitely unfavorable to him. Chapter 565. Whoosh. As soon as the voice entered Chu Yang's heart, it rumbled in his heart. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. A hunchbacked old man appeared out of thin air and inserted himself between Chu Yang and the Judging Elder. The old man's eyebrows were white, but his eyes were shining brightly at this moment. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared fiercely at Chu Yang. It was as if a fierce tiger was staring at its prey. This old man was obviously not affected by the Great Adjudication Formation because he had control over the other half of the formation. Judging Elder. When the Judging Elder saw the hunchbacked old man, his face immediately lit up with joy. He immediately said, "Elder, this man is unforgivable. He has committed a heinous crime and refused to be judged. Now, he is rebelling against his superiors and causing chaos in the 5 Elements sect. Elder, please kill him immediately and clean up the mess." Judging Elder. Everyone looked at the hunchbacked old man in astonishment. The so-called Judging Elder was elusive. Most of the people in the 5 Elements sect did not recognize this so-called Judging Elder. At this moment, when the Judgment Elder appeared, everyone was extremely surprised. Their gazes all landed on the hunchbacked old man. Judging Elder. Chu Yang squinted his eyes, and his heart shook violently. Such a big shot had finally appeared. The restrictions of the 5 Elements sect's power seemed a little complicated. Both the Supreme Elder and the Judging Elder had the power to restrict the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect. However, the Judging Elder had the power to restrict the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect. At the same time, not only did the Supreme Elder have the power to restrict the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect, but he also had the power to restrict the Judging Elder. The sect leader of the 5 Elements sect and the Judging Elder were the supervisors of each other, while the Supreme Elder was the judge of both sides. As for the person who restricted the Supreme Elder, it was the Golden Elder. This was the power structure of the highest level in the 5 Elements sect. Logically speaking, It was impossible for the judging elder to be on the same side as the Five Elements sect. However, Chu Yang was two-faced. He had already determined that the judging elder would definitely stand on the side of the judging elder. Hey, old man, it's one thing for you to appear so rashly, but shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Chu Yang said carelessly. If you don't tell me your name, how can I prostrate myself and worship you? Chu Yang was the definition of lawless. The presiding elder had already called him the presiding elder, so why would he still need to introduce himself? This was a complete mockery. Also, did Chu Yang have the slightest intention of prostrating and worshiping him? Everyone was speechless for a moment, and they were full of admiration for Chu Yang. They had seen bold people, but they had never seen someone as bold as Chu Yang. The disciplinary elder was on equal footing with the sovereign, but Chu Yang actually dared to ridicule the disciplinary elder. Great! When the presiding elder heard that Chu Yang was mocking the judiciary elder, he was overjoyed. In his heart, he sneered, how reckless. He even dares to mock the judiciary elder. Oomph. The judiciary elder snorted, but it wasn't directed at Chu Yang, but at the presiding elder. With this snort, the presiding elder felt as if he was hit by a heavy hammer. He staggered backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. The joy on his face instantly turned into horror and fear. Do I need you to teach me what to do? The judiciary elder was very dignified. He didn't show any anger. Elder, I know my mistake. The presiding elder quickly admitted his mistake. He was also a junior in front of the judiciary elder. This didn't mean that the judiciary elder had a good impression of Chu Yang. It was possible that the judiciary elder was doing this for the Five Elements sect disciples to see. Anyway, that was what Chu Yang thought. You're so capable. You even dare to touch the judiciary grand array. As expected, Chu Yang was rebuked. While Chu Yang and the judiciary elder were arguing, they were secretly fighting for the right to control the judiciary grand array. The result was already decided. Because Chu Yang had the right to control part of the sect guarding grand array, the judiciary elder couldn't do anything to Chu Yang for the time being. Isn't this all thanks to you? You've managed the judgment hall so well. I admire and respect you to the extreme. Judgment elder, please accept my kneel. Of course, Chu Yang didn't kneel. The judiciary elder couldn't help but squint his eyes. He couldn't help but size up Chu Yang. He thought to himself, this brat is so daring. He knows that I'm the judiciary elder. Not only did he mock me, he even dared to laugh. He doesn't take me seriously at all. Chapter 566. The same page was the core of the entire array, and it wasn't under anyone's control. The fact that Chu Yang was able to obtain the approval of the five-colored Saint Page shocked the judiciary elder. Because of the Saint Page, he judged that Chu Yang wasn't a troublemaker of the Five Elements sect. However, since Chu Yang was so arrogant, no matter how he looked at it, he still needed to teach him a lesson. Where's the promised knee? The moment the judiciary elder opened his mouth, the situation suddenly changed, causing everyone's eyes to drop to the ground. The judiciary elder had also instantly fallen into despair. It was obvious that the judiciary elder was standing on Chu Yang's side. Chu Yang laughed. It seemed that the judiciary elder was standing on his side, but he didn't believe it easily. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Who knows what kind of trick this old thing is playing? Later, when he shed tears of gratitude, he would be played like a monkey. At that time, he wouldn't even know where to cry. Sui Yunfu, Long Feast, and the others didn't appear when Chu Yang was in danger. Right now, he was filled with malicious thoughts towards the entire Five Elements sect. In his eyes, anyone could be someone who wanted his life. The judiciary elder in front of him was no exception. He definitely wouldn't let anyone control his life. Old mister, the delivery of my knee is a little slow. Please wait patiently. It will be delivered in a few days. If you have any questions, please send a letter to the sect master. I won't explain any further. Chu Yang was truly speaking nonsense in front of the judiciary elder, treating his knee as a delivery. The judiciary elder's eyes swept across the unconscious little guy in Chu Yang's embrace, and his pupils instantly shrank. A burst of anger erupted from him. and his deep voice instantly became incomparably cold. It was as if it came from the depths of hell, causing everyone to feel as if they were in the depths of hell. I have an urgent need for your knee. I hope that you can deliver it immediately. Otherwise, I will be very unhappy. Do you understand what I mean? At this moment, Chu Yang's heart trembled. The hunchbacked old man in front of him was unfathomable. At the very least, his cultivation was at the spirit realm. Please forgive me, old sir. The whole process is very complicated in terms of quality, appearance, packaging, and so on. In addition, there is a distance to send, so it will take some time. Please wait patiently, old sir. After that, Chu Yang continued, I am very happy to serve you, sir. Please comment on my service. If you are satisfied, please reply A. If not, please reply B. Chu Yang's appearance as a customer service worker stunned everyone. You can play like this? With such an open mind, everyone finally understood Chu Yang's eccentricity. The adjudicating elder was different. He could hear too much distrust from Chu Yang's words. He could clearly sense that Chu Yang was constantly on guard and even had the urge to run away at any time. What is it that made the young genius acknowledged by the Saint Page so distrustful of his own sect? The adjudicating elder was shocked. He had been in seclusion all this time and did not know what had happened in the five-element sect recently. What if I'm still not satisfied? You can complain. To whom? To the heavens and earth. Chu Yang replied with a grin, causing the adjudicating elder to narrow his eyes. At the same time, Chu Yang's action of wanting to run away became even more obvious. This made everyone feel that he was uneasy when facing the adjudicating elder. You mean to say that only the heavens and earth can control you? Oomph. Chapter 567. Old Mister, I won't cry until I see the coffin. If you have the ability, you can show it to me. Just a second ago, Chu Yang was speaking with a stiff neck, but suddenly he wanted to escape. He wanted to make a whoosh sound, but the judiciary elder's body didn't leave his original position. Instead, he moved slightly. In an instant, Chu Yang felt as if he was surrounded by walls. Once he made a whoosh sound, he would be bounced back. What a terrifying old man. Even though I have half of the control of the judiciary formation, I am not enough for him. Chu Yang shuddered with fear and trepidation. Then he caught everyone off guard and directly knelt down with a thud. The onlookers were stunned. Chu Yang was really ruthless. Didn't you say that you would only be here in 2 days? The judiciary elder narrowed his eyes and said, Old Mister, you are elegant and wise. After I heard about you, I really admire you. Hence, I can travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Was Chu Yang really good at lying? Then, did you see the coffin? I saw it. Are you saying that this old man is about to die? Old Mister, you have great abilities and boundless magic power. Your lifespan is as long as the heavens. The judiciary elder's eyes were cold. He pointed at Zhao Yunlong and Indihu's corpses and said, Tell me, what did you do just now? Chu Yang's reply was very straightforward. I just didn't want to die. Are you sure you didn't do anything wrong? I don't know. Chu Yang said, I didn't let down the heavens and earth. I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door in the middle of the night. Okay, I will believe you for now. He believed him just like that. That was too casual and careless. The onlookers were stunned again. This old man and young man were really amazing. The adjudicating elder had already pointed at little Guai, who was in a coma due to the serious injuries in Chu Yang's arms. He said in a cold voice, Tell me, who injured it? Little Guai. Little Guai's identity was probably extraordinary. Chu Yang immediately realized this problem. He was thinking so much that Xiao Guai was almost slapped to death. His voice couldn't help but turn cold. He pointed at the presiding elder and said, Old Mister, then you'll have to ask the presiding elder of the Five-Element sect. I think his explanation will be much more interesting than mine. Oh, the sentencing elder seemed to have subconsciously responded. Immediately after, without any warning, he suddenly attacked. With a paw sound, the sentencing elder was directly sent flying. Elder. The presiding elder was so terrified that he knelt on the ground. The adjudicating elder didn't even look at him. He raised his hand and tapped out with a finger. Instantly, a burst of dense vitality entered Xiao Guai's body. Immediately, Chu Yang clearly sensed that the injuries in little Guai's body were healing at a visible speed. Little Guai woke up after a while. At this moment, Chu Yang finally let down his guard against the Judiciary Elder. "Many thanks, Judiciary Elder." "Umph." The adjudicating elder snorted coldly and said, "Now you finally know that I'm the adjudicating elder. I don't need to introduce myself." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I just want to know what it means to have a thunderous reputation. You're the most suitable one." "Yeah." Xiao Guai's voice interrupted the two. He followed Chu Yang and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the adjudicating elder to express his gratitude. Xiao Guai looked sincere, honest, and very cute. The adjudicating elder couldn't help but laugh. "Little guy," the adjudicating elder smiled and said, "Come to Grandpa. Let Grandpa see if your injuries are completely healed." "Yeah." Xiao Guai was very respectful. The adjudicating elder hugged Xiao Guai and stroked its silk-like five-colored hair. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at Chu Yang. "You did well. Earth, fire, wind, drill, 5 elements, thunderous hand, and the others are all very powerful. However, there's still a lot of room for improvement. The same goes for the 5 elements. However, your name is a little too lame." Chu Yang's face turned red. Then he was horrified. This is simply an old monster. He can even see and know this. "You're too ridiculous. The 5 elements chaotic steps derived from the 5 element circulation steps is the best. With this step, this little guy will have a way to deal with danger when he cultivates it to the extreme." Chapter 568. Now you know how to be afraid. Chu Yang immediately started to flatter and flatter the adjudicating elder. However, it was useless. He was grabbed by the adjudicating elder and kneaded into a ball. "Kid, didn't you want to run away since just now? If you don't run away now, I won't be able to let you go." "Damn, what is this old monster trying to do?" When Chu Yang was grabbed by the adjudicating elder, he had a feeling that he was going to fly away. He started to flatter the adjudicating elder again. "Please don't joke around. The 5-element sect is not a sheep pen, and I am not Grey Wolf. Let's talk nicely. Don't call me Grey Wolf. Besides, even if I am Grey Wolf, I am a successful Grey Wolf. The sheep in the 5-element sect are all meat in my pot." "Grey Wolf." The adjudicating elder laughed. He naturally didn't understand Chu Yang's joke at all. However, he felt that Chu Yang's description was accurate. The 5-element sect was really a flock of sheep to Chu Yang. Even the adjudicating elder was going to be killed by him. How could there be such an arrogant and demonic disciple? We can't let this kid cause trouble in the sect anymore. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Chu Yang was being targeted in the 5-element sect. How could the adjudicating elder not see it? He originally planned to let Chu Yang go outside to lie low until the wind blew over. Now, he found another reason to do so. "Grey Wolf, don't be too discouraged. You have to be strong. I have faith in you." Chu Yang was speechless. Grey Wolf was the strongest. "Do I need you to tell me that? Go away." After the adjudicating elder said something that didn't match his status, Chu Yang was thrown out like a small stone. At the same time, Xiao Guai was also sent out. "Ah, I will definitely come back." Chu Yang could only let out the sound of Grey Wolf being sent flying. He completely turned into a black dot in the distance and then disappeared without a trace. All of the 5-element sect's disciples who were present were stunned, and a large number of them burst into laughter. Such an inconceivable result. This meant that Chu Yang had killed Inda Hu and Zhao Yunlong, cut off one of the Burning Sky's Saint Child's arms, and crippled the Judgment Elder's soul reincarnation realm cultivation. Chu Yang would not be pursued, and he would not be held responsible. As a result, Chu Yang would not be held accountable. This meant that the Elder of Judgment and the Holy Son of Burning Heaven would be out of luck. While everyone was waiting for the Judgment Elder to deal with the Judgment Elder and the Burning Heaven Holy Son, a furious roar shook the heavens and earth. "Who wants to kill my brother?" The sound of the sonic boom arrived first, followed by a violent wind. Then, an elegant young man with 6 fingers appeared in front of everyone like a bolt of lightning. Who else could it be but the Saint Child? In the Five Elements sect, apart from the musical sage, who would directly call Chu Yang their younger brother. However, when the zither-tuned Saint Child arrived and saw the 2 corpses, as well as the burning sky Saint Child who had lost an arm, as well as the dispirited elder of the Judgment Hall, she couldn't help but be stunned. Who wants to kill my brother? Another furious roar was heard, followed by a sonic boom. The Silver Wolf, Chao Ju, the violent Saint Child, and Jean Duo quickly arrived. After they arrived, they had the same reaction as the zither-tuned Saint Child, but their expressions were much more lively. The Silver Wolf's eyes widened. This senior brother of mine is really abnormal. Even this can't kill him. It seems that I will definitely have to live under his shadow in the future. I was worried for nothing. The corner of Chao Ju's mouth also twitched. He looked at the burning sky, Saint Child, and the Judgment Elder in disbelief and muttered, "Are these 2 trash? You!" The burning sky Saint Child was furious. Chao Ju's eyes widened. "What about you? Junior brother, Chu cut off one of your arms. Do you believe that I won't twist off your head and kick it like a ball?" Chapter 569. Boom! Divine Command Peak Master Sui Yunfu, Sloppy King Long Fij, Du Guanghua, Chao Ju's father, and the others all arrived at the same time. Behind them, Song Yongyin, Lu Tianrui, and the others also arrived. In an instant, all 15 peak masters of the 5 outer peaks of the 5 Elements sect appeared. Disciple greets the Judgment Elder. Disciple greets the Judgment Elder. Whether it was Sui Yunfu or Song Yongyin, they couldn't help but be stunned when they arrived. It was obvious that the result had surprised them. They immediately noticed the Judiciary Elder and hurriedly bowed to him. "Oh, you're all out of breath. Are you all here to laugh at the Judgment Hall? You all came at the right time." The Judgment Elder noticed that Sui Yunfu and the others' auras were fluctuating. Although they weren't out of breath, they had used up a lot of energy. "We dare not." Sui Yunfu and the others immediately explained, "Elder, the Emperor Island has appeared. We just came back from investigating." Emperor Island. The Judgment Elder was obviously shocked. It was obvious that this so-called Emperor Island was extraordinary. To talk about the Emperor Island, one had to talk about a person first. It was the former ruler of the Eastern Wilderness, the Great Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. The Great Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness had ruled the Eastern Wilderness for 10,000 years. He was a supreme figure, and the Emperor Island was where the Great Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness died. Some people said that the Emperor Island was the tomb of the Great Emperor, while others said that the Eastern Wilderness suppressed some kind of unknown terror on the Emperor Island. There are many different theories, and these are the 2 most reliable theories. However, one thing was certain. The Emperor Island had the inheritance left behind by the Great Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. The 5 Elements sect cared more about the Emperor Island than anyone else because the Great Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness was the Grandmaster of the 5 Elements sect. The inheritance left behind by the Emperor Island was closely related to the 5 Elements sect. This time, the news of the Emperor Island's appearance alarmed the Grand Elder, Elder Gold, and the 5 Elements sect master. They immediately gathered all the forces of the 5 Elements sect and headed to the Emperor Island. This was also the reason why Sui Yunfu and the others didn't appear when Chu Yang was being judged. Chao Ju, the Saint Child of Violence, the Saint Child of Music, and the 5 Elements Divine Child naturally had to go as well. This was because entering the Emperor Island had a cultivation level restriction. They were the true main force. Every time the Emperor Island appeared, the situation would be different. Sometimes there would be no restrictions and anyone could enter, but sometimes the restrictions would be extremely strict. Every time the Emperor Island appeared, there would be a storm of blood. The 5 Elements sect, the Soul Devourer clan, the Longhu sect, the 7 Stars sect, the 1,000 Devils sect, and the 4 nations would all fight until rivers of blood flowed. Taking advantage of the situation, your methods are not bad. This was naturally a compliment. The adjudicating elder was naturally praising the person who had attacked Chu Yang. He was old and experienced, and had experienced all kinds of hardships. With one look, he could tell that the peak masters of the 15 peaks had a clear stance. If the moderator, Chu Yang, was present, it would not be easy to kill Chu Yang. No one dared to answer him. "Elder, I wonder where that vile creature is." The adjudicating elder glanced at Sui Yunfu. "I'll throw him away." "Throw it away." Sui Yunfu was stunned, and the other peak masters also looked at each other. "Elder, is this all the doing of that vile creature?" Sui Yunfu once again braced himself and asked, "What do you think?" The adjudicating elders in different tone sized up Sui Yunfu, causing Sui Yunfu's nerves to suddenly tighten. "Elder, what's going on?" The adjudicating elder's aura was weak, and he had directly fallen from the soul reincarnation realm. The Burning Sky Saint had one of his arms cut off, and someone had died on the spot. Sui Yunfu really did not know how Chu Yang had done it. What exactly happened? "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask?" Sui Yunfu choked, but many of the 5-element sect's disciples present knew that the adjudicating elder was speaking the truth. He did not understand the specifics of what had happened at all, and he just threw Chu Yang out in an extremely casual and willful manner. Dang, dang, dang. From the 5-elements hall, streams of 5-colored sound waves were transmitted, and soon after, the sound of a bell resounded throughout the entire 5-element sect. All the 5-elements sect disciples present could not help but be shocked. This was the sound of the bell to gather all the peak masters and elders of the 5-elements sect for a meeting. The adjudicating elder laughed. "Is this bell very appropriate? I happen to have something to say." Swoosh! He took the lead and rushed to the 5-elements hall. Then, Sui Yunfu and the others immediately rushed over, and the 5-elements sect disciples immediately began to discuss. "Do you guys think that they're going to discuss how to deal with Chu Yang?" "Not necessarily. Maybe it's because of the Emperor Island. I think it's a combination of both. Neither of them is a small matter." Chapter 570. The 5-elements palace was like a 5-colored cloud floating in the air. Clouds and mist swirled around it, and 5-colored rays of light bloomed from time to time. It was like a 5-colored peacock spreading its tail, showing a magnificent picture, as if it was a wonderful scene between heaven and earth. The scene inside couldn't be seen clearly. Vaguely, it seemed to be a paradise on earth. Mortals couldn't reach it, and it was magnificent and sacred. It seemed that only immortals could see the paradise there. At this moment, in the 5-elements palace, a middle-aged man in a cyan robe was sitting on the main seat. He was 9 feet tall, with a 2-foot-long beard. He had a leopard head and round eyes, but his lips were painted with rouge, and his skin was delicate. He looked dignified without being angry. His appearance was definitely not handsome, but he was definitely not ugly either. It was as if he had vividly portrayed a burly man with a hint of finesse in his rough appearance. This was Jun Tiancho, the suzerain of the 5-elements sect. At this moment, he sat there like a tiger crouching and a dragon coiling. He didn't show any aura, but he was very intimidating. Opposite Jun Tiancho was the sentencing elder. On his left were the 15 peak masters of the 5-elements sect, and on his right were the guardian elders of the guardian halls of the 5-elements sect. However, 2 people were missing. One was the guardian elder of the fire element peak, who was cut in half by Chu Yang's saber, and the other was the sentencing elder of the sentencing hall. The highest elder and the gold elder didn't participate. They didn't involve themselves in the unusual affairs of the 5-elements sect. "Everyone is here. Let's start." The judgment elder was the first to speak. "Everyone present, a very disgraceful thing happened in the judgment hall today. I'm not happy about it. Now, I will solemnly remind everyone, every disciple of the 5-elements sect is a treasure of the 5-elements sect. You can't kill them as you please. I hope everyone present can understand what I mean." The sentencing elder gave everyone such a warning at the beginning, which almost made the atmosphere freeze. What did the sentencing elder mean? Was he warning everyone, including the suzerain? Sui Yunfu, Long Feast, and Du Guangbo were very surprised. They didn't expect the sentencing elder to be so protective of Chu Yang. "Elder, Are you talking about Five Elements Sect's disciple, Chuyang? Amidst the silence, the peak master of water element peak, Lu Tianrui, stepped forward and said, although Chuyang is extremely talented and has amazing comprehension ability, he is arrogant and unruly. He considers everyone else beneath him, and he has a vicious heart. His attacks are often extremely ruthless. He pointed at the two empty seats on the elders' seats and said again, the Fire Element Peak's guardian elder was killed by this kid with a single slash. Today, the Judgment Elder was seriously injured and his cultivation was reversed. This kid's nature is really worrying. The Adjudicating Elder did not speak. He had already lowered his eyes. Lu Tianrui, watch your words. You have no right to judge Chuyang's character. Are you criticizing the Supreme Elder and the Golden Elder for not being able to see through people? Lu Tianrui, if you have any doubts about the Grand Elder and Elder Gold, you can go and tell them. As soon as Sui Yunfu and the other two spoke, Lu Tianrui felt like he was beaten to death. He couldn't say anything and was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, there was nothing he could do. Chuyang was the Supreme Elder and the Golden Elder's disciple. He really couldn't bear to be accused of such a big crime. Enough. The suzerain of Five Elements sect, Jun Tianshou's voice was thunderous. Although it was just a casual remark, his voice was extremely loud. The entire Five Elements hall was filled with his voice. He interrupted the infighting between the two sides and said, the matters of the younger generation should be dealt with by the younger generation themselves. This is a competition between the juniors. None of you should interfere in the future to avoid being laughed at. Chapter 571. Emperor Island was indeed a big deal. After Jun Tianshou spoke, after a short silence, someone frowned and said, I wonder if there are any restrictions on entering Emperor Island this time. According to our observation this time, the restriction has already appeared. I'm afraid that only cultivators below the soul reincarnation realm can enter Emperor Island. That's very likely. We should prepare well, Yi Futian said. Actually, we have an advantage. Chao Ju's father, Chao Rong, immediately attracted everyone's attention when he opened his mouth. He said, everyone, don't tell me you've forgotten about Chuyang. Song Yongyin, Lu Tianrui, and the others' expressions suddenly changed. Chuyang can't be described as a peerless monster. He's only at the 7th level of the Chi Soul Realm, but he can kill a 9th level Ascending Soul Realm expert. If he enters Emperor Island, who can be his match? As soon as Chao Rong finished speaking, the place fell silent again. His point of view made Song Yongyin, Lu Tianrui, and the others' expressions turn even uglier. Once again, Chuyang became the center of attention. He became an important and even indispensable figure. All right, Chuyang will be one of the members going to Emperor Island this time. Jun Tianshou intervened and made the decision again. There were many points of concern in the subsequent meetings. The Soul Devourer clan, the Longhu sect, the Seven Stars sect, the Four Nations, and the Thousand Devils sect were all analyzed and compared with the Five Elements sect to determine their strengths. There were also alliances between the major forces and so on. There were many things discussed, and many decisions and arrangements were made in the end. Chuyang didn't know anything about this. He hadn't been thrown far away by the Judgment Elder. He was still in the Five Elements sect. However, he soon left the Five Elements sect. He ran all the way. After he was dozens of miles away from the Five Elements sect, he found a place to recuperate. Although he had a powerful self-healing ability and all the injuries on his body had long been healed, he was very cautious. He didn't want to leave any hidden dangers behind. After carefully examining his body once, he finally settled down. At this time, the feeling of leaving the Five Elements sect surged in his heart. Chuyang was a little absent-minded. He had only been in the Five Elements sect for 3 months at most, but these 3 short months felt incomparably long to him. Imperceptibly, he had changed tremendously. When he'd first entered the Five Elements sect, he'd been extremely wary of those in the 8th or 9th tier of the Chi Soul Realm, let alone those in the Ascending Soul Realm, let alone the Holy Sons. But now, Those in the Chi Soul realm were no longer within his consideration. Those in the 8th or 9th tier of the ascending soul realm could be killed with a single slash. Now he was standing directly opposite the 5 elements divine child and challenging him. 3 months ago, he would never have thought of this. I only have half a year's time, but I need to at least step into the first level of the soul wheel realm to have the confidence to defeat the 5 elements godchild. Chu Yang immediately frowned. He was now only in the 7th tier of the Chi Soul realm. The 8th and 9th tier of the Chi Soul realm had 2 levels, the 9th tier of the Ascending Soul realm had 9 levels, and the first level of the Soul Wheel realm had a total of 12 minor levels. He only had half a year's time, which meant that he had to at least advance by 1 level in half a month. Such an advancement speed was simply unheard of. Third transformation of the Ascending Soul realm. Chu Yang's frown deepened. Third transformation of the Origin Martial realm, third transformation of the Chi Soul realm, and then the third transformation of the Ascending Soul realm. He naturally hoped to achieve it, but to achieve the third transformation of the Ascending Soul realm, the accumulation, resources, and time required were not the same concept. There will be a way when the time comes. I can't care so much. The most important thing now is to find the treasures of the light and darkness element and cultivate the light and darkness innate physiques. Chu Yang went through his mind. He needed treasures, so there weren't many places he could go. He could only go to places where resources were concentrated, such as the Wei Nation's imperial city, the Wei capital, the Wei capital, the Wei capital, Shua. Chapter 572. After flying for half a day, Chu Yang did not know how far he had flown, but he felt that the mountains and the wilderness were gradually receding behind him. There were more and more people in front of him. Soon, villages and towns were spread out like stars in the sky. It was like a picture spread out in front of him. He did not want to be too ostentatious, so he directly flew over. He immediately landed in the middle of a mountain forest and then started to recover his mental strength. His flying speed was extremely fast, and his consumption of true essence was also extremely high. While flying, he used his true essence while using his martial spirit to absorb the essence of heaven and earth to replenish his true essence. Although the speed of replenishing true essence could keep up with the speed of consumption, constantly using his martial spirit would consume his mental strength. He was mentally tired. Chu Yang made hand seals and started to set up a formation. Many formation seals flew out with him as the center. They spread out in an orderly manner in the open space of the mountain forest and then formed a formation. It shone brightly and then disappeared. His figure also completely disappeared. This was only a small use of the formation. Chu Yang's true and false true essence naturally played an important role. True and false. It formed a visual deception. Lotus seal, spiritual pearl seal, lion seal, Aquarius seal. To recover his mental strength, he naturally chose these spiritual seals in the Mahamayuri scripture. Once the lotus seal was formed, a swaying green lotus appeared in Chu Yang's mental world. Its roots penetrated into the mud and absorbed the rich nutrients of the mud. It quickly grew and bloomed into a pure and holy white lotus. The mental fatigue was like darkness. The spiritual pearl seal was like a big sun. The sun rose from the east, causing the night to recede and the day to come. The fatigue was like antelopes. If there were too many antelopes, the grass would be destroyed and the ecology would be unbalanced. The lion seal was a group of lions coming to suppress the antelopes and restore the ecological balance. In just a moment, Chu Yang was full of energy. I need to find a means of transportation. Otherwise, if I meet an enemy on the way, I won't be able to fight with full health. If I lose and die because of this, it will be a joke. A ball of light appeared in Chu Yang's hand. Gold, silver, black, blue, multicolored. The colors were constantly changing. This was the origin of gold. After obtaining the star divine gold from the silver fox, the two merged, and the origin of gold changed a lot. The change in color was only one of the changes. The golden immortal body had become more solid and tenacious. In fact, Chu Yang didn't have the time to carefully feel the various mysteries within. Now, he wanted to use the golden origin to create a flying boat and then set up a formation. With the crystal stone as the power source, it could be used as a means of transportation. However, he was afraid that it would consume a lot of spirit crystals. The Grand Elder has a method to cultivate the mind. Don't tell me that the Golden Elder's lineage doesn't. If not, how could the Golden Elder's bloodline contend against the Grand Elder's bloodline? This wasn't much of an inspiration. Chu Yang was just comparing the two to each other. He had a question in his mind, and then he began to research it. Naturally, this was not a waste of time. If he could obtain the Golden Elder's spiritual cultivation method, he would have an additional layer of spiritual accumulation. Once this accumulation reached a certain level, he would be able to naturally break through the barrier between heaven and man and become a level 4 array master. How does the Golden Elder's bloodline cultivate the mind power? The Peacock Bright Monarch has 8 arms and can form many seals such as the Lotus Seal. The Golden Immortal Body also has 8 arms and holds 8 weapons in each hand. Could it be that visualizing the 8 weapons is the Golden Elder's spiritual cultivation method? The Golden Origin was extremely shocking. It could actually manifest in the mind and transform into a golden celestial being and various weapons to injure the divine soul. Chu Yang had already understood this when he fought with the Harp Sound Saint, but he didn't know the spiritual cultivation method to improve the mind power. Knife, spear, sword, halberd. Well, Chu Yang's glabella was glistening yellow, which made him look very noble. However, he frowned. It's really useless. If the spiritual cultivation method is as simple as visualizing the weapons in the hands of the Golden 8 Arms, then the spiritual cultivation method is too weak. But what about the foundation? Does the Golden Elder's bloodline not have a spiritual cultivation method? Chapter 573. Devil Chi. Chu Yang was startled in his heart. He immediately withdrew from his practice and sensed this fluctuation. According to the strength of the fluctuation and its approximate direction, he released his divine perception and quickly covered the area. Now, Chu Yang's divine perception was so powerful that it could detect extremely far away. Soon, a scene appeared in his mind. In the forest about 1,000 meters away from him, there were 2 fierce-looking middle-aged men chasing and intercepting 3 young men who were about 23 or 24 years old. Chu Yang felt the devil chi that little 6 mentioned from the 2 fierce-looking middle-aged men. Cold, evil, dark, devouring, bloody, and so on. There was only a gloomy aura and nothing else. How could this be? The so-called devil chi was somewhat different from what Chu Yang had imagined. The devils in Chu Yang's mind were not necessarily evil. There was no distinction between righteous and evil cultivation methods. There was only a distinction between good and evil in people's hearts. If one practiced righteous cultivation methods but did evil things, it was the devil path. If one practiced devil path cultivation methods but did righteous things, it was the righteous path. If one practiced devil path cultivation methods, it was not necessarily evil. It was like having a weapon in one's hand. It did not necessarily mean that one would kill people. It should be because the 2 people in front of me are not the devils in my imagination. They're the devils that I despise the most. That's why their devil chi is so unbearable. When Chu Yang thought of this, he could not help but laugh. In his imagination, there were so few devils who were not afraid of anything. How could he meet such people casually? Devils were not necessarily fierce, cruel, murderous, and irrational. They only knew how to kill and had no humanity. The demon in his heart could be wild and violent, but it was also the type that did not take orders from anyone. It only took orders from himself. It was lawless and disregarded all Taos, all laws, and all principles. It disregarded all shackles of the world. It was unrestrained and unrestrained. This was the devil in his mind. These thoughts surged in his mind. Chu Yang felt that the fool martial spirit suddenly jumped, as if a fool had just woken up from a dream. He felt that the world had changed, but it was only for a moment. Chu Yang was bewildered. The full martial spirit's strange reaction shocked him, but he didn't know the reason. He faintly felt that the full martial spirit was related to the devil. He didn't have time to think too deeply about it. He could sense that the three used were already very dangerous. The three of us are Jinyuan City's Sun Clan's disciples. If you want to attack us, you better think twice. Among the three young men, a handsome young man with fair skin bellowed furiously. As for the other two people, one was an extremely beautiful woman with a graceful figure, while the other was a burly young man with a simple and honest face. The three of them tried their best to deal with the attacks of the two middle-aged men. Trash of the Thousand Devil sect. Once my father finds out, he will definitely exterminate you two trash, the handsome young man said angrily. If the two of you leave, our Sun family will not seek revenge over such a small matter. However, if we die, my Sun family will definitely investigate this matter to the end. That graceful woman also angrily threatened. Only the honest young man didn't say a word. Jinyuan City was a city adjacent to the Wei capital of the Wei Kingdom. Chuyang knew about it because Jin Duo had warned him in advance. He had specifically warned Chuyang that he mustn't pit his own brothers against others. Jin Duo was from Jinyuan City's marquee mansion. He was Jin Japan, and he had a younger brother, Jin Duo. Thousand Devil Sect. Chuyang was slightly surprised when he heard these three words. This was the first time he had met someone from the Thousand Devil Sect. So what if it's the Sun family? What can the Sun family do if we kill you? You actually used a mere Sun family to threaten us. It's simply ridiculous. The Sun family is just a small family in Jinyuan City. I think they're scared silly. Chapter 574. Originally, the three from the Sun family could barely hold on, but when the two middle-aged men from the Thousand Devil sect stopped holding back, the three of them were in great danger. I should have listened to Sure too. The beautiful woman's face turned pale. If she had fallen into the hands of the Thousand Devil sect, she would have been severely humiliated before she was killed. At this moment, she was terrified and regretful. These three were all disciples of the Sun family in Jinyuan City. They were all in the 7th or 8th layer of the Chi Soul realm. The woman was called Sun Lele, the honest-looking man was called Sun Sure, and the other was called Sun Yangon. When the three of them came out to train and passed by a place where the Thousand Devil Sect's disciples might be hiding, Sun Sure was very worried. Lele, let's be careful and take a detour. Otherwise, we'll be in danger if the demons of the Thousand Devil Sect target us. You idiot, Sun Yangon, the other companion, said angrily. Take a detour? Are you kidding? We're here to train, so why should we be afraid of the Thousand Devil Sect? Sure too, Yangon is right. We're here to train, so we can't be afraid of anything. Also, the detour is too far. Sun Lele was not afraid of the Thousand Devil Sect and did not want to take a detour. Unfortunately, they only knew how powerful the Thousand Devil Sect was now. Pooh! Sun Lele's true essence transformed into ribbons and blocked the flying swords, but the impact still made her spit out a mouthful of blood. Lele! Sun Zishur was extremely anxious. He fiercely gritted his teeth, and his face suddenly flushed red. Then his aura suddenly skyrocketed. With a rumble, true essence surged out, condensing into 9 large black stones that whistled towards the two middle-aged men. Hurry up and leave, all of you. Sun Tzu Sure angrily roared again and again. It was as if one man could hold back 10,000 men. He suddenly rushed forward and blocked Sun Lele and Sun Yangon behind him. Sure, too, Sun Lele's expression changed. She could see that Sun Sure had used a forbidden technique. This was almost destroying his martial arts foundation. Even if he did not die, his future achievements would be limited. Go! Sun Sure was crazy. Why aren't you leaving? Sun Yangon did not hesitate. He turned into a cloud of smoke and immediately fled. Sun Lele gritted her teeth and followed him. When the two middle-aged men saw this, they only sneered. It was truly delusional to think that they could escape so easily. However, when they were about to move, whoosh, whoosh, 2 flying daggers appeared out of thin air. They were as fast as lightning. They directly pierced through the middle of the 2 middle-aged men's eyebrows and pierced through their heads. How is this possible? How? The 2 middle-aged men's eyes were wide open before they died. The shock in their eyes froze, and they were filled with disbelief. Everyone in the Thousand Demons sect wanted to beat them up. They were extremely careful in their actions, and every time they fought, they would be extremely careful and vigilant of their surroundings. However, just now, they had sensed the slightest fluctuation of true essence. These 2 flying daggers were even stranger. Previously, they had not been able to see them at all. By the time they noticed them, it was already too late. Blood splattered everywhere, mixed with a hint of white. Bang, bang. The 2 middle-aged men fell stiffly to the ground, no longer breathing. Kill, kill, kill. The simple and honest man's grandson seemed to have gone mad. He was still trying his best to control the 9 black stones, but he suddenly froze and looked at everything in front of him in astonishment. Why were the 2 devils of the Thousand Devils sect lying on the ground? They're dead. How did they die? This. Sun Zi was in disbelief. Sun Yangon, who was running away in a hurry, glanced behind him. Although he had already escaped far away, with his vision, he could still clearly see the situation there. The 2 devils of the Thousand Devil sect had fallen to the ground dead. There was still blood flowing on the ground. Lele, Sun Yangon said, there's no need to run. The 2 bastards of the Thousand Devil sect are already dead. Sun Lele could not help but stop. He turned his head and was also stunned. There was only a lonely and simple figure left at the place where the battle had been. Let's go and take a look. Sun Lele followed cautiously. They quickly flew back to the place where the battle had been. They could not help but look at Sun Zi, who was standing there in a daze, with a puzzled expression. Sun Yangon directly asked, Stone, what's going on? Are you guys okay? Suddenly, the 3 of them seemed to hear a small beast asking if they were okay. They could not help but be shocked. Chapter 575. It was this little beast that spoke to them just now. Whoosh! The young man waved his hand, and 2 rays of light shot out. Then, he skillfully took the storage rings of the 2 people from the Thousand Devil sect. Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. The honest Sun Tzu sure knelt down heavily with a bang and kowtowed repeatedly to express his gratitude. Don't think too much. I'm just here to rob. If you want kowtow, I won't stop you. Chuyang couldn't help but look at this simple and honest man. He had a very good impression of this simple and honest guy. At the critical moment of life and death, he was willing to stand up and face death by himself while his companions ran for their lives. At least, Chuyang couldn't hate such a person. However, there was nothing he could do about the illness left behind by the man's forbidden technique. This is a righteous person. What a pity. Chuyang regretted watching from the side for so long. Xiao Guai had already urged him. However, he didn't expect the honest man to have such a trick up his sleeve. Thank you for saving our lives, brother. Sun Yangon also expressed his gratitude. The 3 of us are disciples of the Sun family of Jinyuan City. This is Sun Tzu Shi, and the one beside him is Sun Lele. I'm Sun Yangon. May I know who you are? Sure too. Sun Lele pulled Sun Tzu Shi up from the ground. She still had lingering fears after escaping death. At the same time, she looked at Chuyang. She was curious and respectful of the young man in front of her. Chuyang hesitated for a while and didn't reveal his identity as a disciple of the 5 Elements sect. My name is Chuyang. I came out from the Coiling Dragon Town to see the world and coincidentally met the 3 of you in Jinyuan City. What kind of place is Coiling Dragon Town? Why haven't I heard of it before? Sun Yangon was suspicious. He secretly sized up Chuyang and was shocked. Chuyang's aura was extremely restrained. He couldn't see through Chuyang's cultivation. Brother Chu is also going to Jinyuan City? He didn't show it and said happily, the 3 of us are Jinyuan City's landlords. If Brother Chu doesn't mind, why don't we go together? At that time, the 3 of us can play host to you. Sun Zishur and the woman, Sun Lele, were also looking forward to it. Since he was unfamiliar with the place, it was good to have someone who was familiar with the situation. Chuyang thought for a moment and agreed. Okay. Among the three of them, Sun Yangon wanted to curry favor with Chuyang and was extremely enthusiastic. Among the three, Sun Yangon was also the most talkative and adept at flattery. It was just that his flattery was too obvious, which made Chuyang somewhat displeased. Sun Leilei's appearance was not bad, and he was worthy of the word eye candy. Although Sun Zishur was not good with words, he was the only one among the three that Chuyang was willing to make friends with. The three of them chatted and laughed as they traveled. When they talked about how Sun Zishur had used a taboo technique and destroyed his foundation, Sun Leilei couldn't stop weeping. Sun Zi didn't seem to care at all. It's fine. It's good enough that you're still alive. It's just a single use of a forbidden technique. That's nothing. Damned thousand demon sect, Sun Yangon said through gritted teeth. When I step into the ascending soul tier, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Don't talk nonsense. Sun Zishur glanced at him. Sun Yangon immediately looked up and sighed. Our Sun family is really too weak. Otherwise, how could it be like this? The two demons didn't have any scruples at all. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Chuyang eagerly. Brother Chuyang, your strength is amazing. Killing those two demons of the thousand demon sect was like killing chickens. I'm sure Brother Chu has a lot of extraordinary cultivation techniques, some of which are nothing at all. Brother Chu, why don't you give us one or two cultivation techniques to increase our strength so that we won't be a burden to you? Just one or two, I don't ask for much. Sun Yangon stared at Chuyang with anticipation in his eyes. Chuyang frowned slightly and thought to himself, am I that close to you? One or two cultivation techniques. Sun Yongan's flattery made Chuyang feel inferior. He was shameless, but now he also admitted defeat. You see, I seem to have a lot of cultivation techniques. Chuyang spread out his hands and smiled bitterly. Brother Sun, don't misunderstand. I just came from a small place, not some rich family. Sun Yangon smiled embarrassedly, but he was already cursing in his heart. You're really stingy. Last time, I flattered the young Marquis of the Rongwa Marquis Mansion, and he casually gave me a true origin skill. I flattered this Chuyang for so long, but there was no benefit at all. Seeing how powerful he is, and that he even has a spirit beast, I thought he was amazing. It seems that he's just so. He cursed in his heart for a while, but he still couldn't take it. In his heart, he belittled Chuyang again. This Chuyang, it seems that he's just a country bumpkin from some corner of the world. Chuyang was too lazy to pay attention to Sun Yangon. Brother Chu, Sun Zishur felt Chuyang's displeasure, but he didn't dare to say anything. He only pointed ahead and said, Brother Chu, look, that's Jinyuan City. Jinyuan City. Chuyang looked over and saw a huge city on the endless land in front of him. It seemed as if a sun had risen from the horizon. He could faintly feel the oppressive feeling coming from that huge city, even though he was dozens of miles away from it at this moment. Jinyuan City is so extraordinary. Chuyang's eyes suddenly lit up with joy. It shouldn't be hard to find a light and darkness attribute treasure in such a city. Chapter 576. The distant Jinyuan City was like a towering giant. It also seemed like an ancient city that had existed since ancient times. The closer he got to the city, the more he could feel it. When he was only a few dozen li away from the city, Chuyang could clearly feel the surging heaven and earth yuan qi gathering in the city, forming a huge pressure and deterrent force. The pressure that Chuyang felt earlier was because of this. The entire Jinyuan City is a great array. It should be at least a grade 5 array. Chuyang thought to himself, Brother Chu, you have to be careful. Flying in the sky above Jinyuan City is absolutely forbidden. If you dare to fly over Jinyuan City, you have to be careful. Sun Yangon pretended to be kind and reminded Chuyang. However, there was a mischievous look on his face. He really thought that Chuyang was a country bumpkin. Ever since Sun Yangon failed to ask Chuyang for the cultivation technique, not only did he lose his enthusiasm, but his tone also became weird. He kept insinuating Chuyang. Chuyang pretended that he didn't hear him and increased his speed. Soon, the city gate of Jinyuan City appeared in front of Chuyang. It was like the mouth of a giant beast. This was the east gate of Jinyuan City. It was 100 zhang wide and 50 zhang tall. One could imagine how majestic the walls of Jinyuan City were. Soon, the three Sun brothers and Chuyang entered Jinyuan City. After returning to Jinyuan City, Sun Lele was like a fish back in water. He introduced everything about Jinyuan City to Chuyang. Jinyuan City is 1,321 li long and 910 li wide. It is divided into the east, south, north, and west city. There are two marquee mansions, the Marquis of Rong Nation and the Marquis of Rich Nation. There are also 9 great clans. Chuyang listened carefully. The Marquis of Rong Nation and the Marquis of Rich Nation were located in the north and south city, respectively. They were the 2 giants of Jinyuan City. They were also the supreme existences. These 2 areas were also the safest places in Jinyuan City. Many rogue cultivators gathered there, and there were even some old fellows living in seclusion there, living a peaceful life. At the same time, these 2 places were also places that some big merchants liked to live in. Not only was it safe, but it was also a symbol of status that was close to the 2 marquises' manors. Those who couldn't live in these 2 places were considered inferior. Wealthy Marquis Mansion. As Chuyang listened to Sun Lele's chatter, he had a general understanding of the rich country Marquis Mansion. The rich country Marquis Mansion was terrifyingly powerful. Looks like Fan Jindoduo's identity is extraordinary. Chuyang could not help but laugh in his heart. When he was in the 5-element sect, he did not notice it. Brother Chu, don't think that the northern and southern districts are the most intimidating. In fact, the western district of Jinyuan City is the most bustling and prosperous district, especially the Treasure Exchange Square in the western district. Why don't we go and take a look? Sun Yangon became enthusiastic again, but his expression was a little cynical. It seemed like he wanted to bring Chuyang, this country bumpkin, to see the world and broaden his horizons. That's right. There are thousands of martial artists setting up stalls in the Treasure Exchange Square. Sun Lele immediately introduced the Treasure Exchange Square again. The Treasure Exchange Square was a place specially for martial artists to exchange their treasures. Chuyang frowned. He could not tolerate Sun Yongan's behavior. However, after glancing at Sun Yangon, he did not flare up. Although Jinyuan City was very big, the 4 of them moved very quickly. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a huge square appeared in front of them. Chapter 577. Third uncle, this is Chuyang. Sun Lele said in a crisp voice, the 3 of us owe him our lives. Oh, the one-eyed middle-aged man was surprised and shocked. He immediately said, little brother, you are really grateful. Why don't you come with us? I can also entertain you to thank you for your help this time. No need. Chuyang shook his head. Sun Lele and Sun Zisher looked at Chuyang and wanted to persuade him. Let's say goodbye here. Chuyang really didn't like Sun Yangon. He might explode later. Although he also wanted to walk around the Treasure Exchange Square, he didn't want to be with Sun Yangon. He clasped his fist and said goodbye. This gathering is fate. We will meet again in the future. Okay. Sun Zisher nodded. Sun Yongan's mouth curled up. He only smiled at Chuyang, but didn't say much. His smile was obviously perfunctory. Chuyang didn't care. He left directly and soon arrived at the rich country Marquis Mansion. What a mansion! What a gorgeous mansion! What a domineering mansion! Chuyang looked at the mansion in the distance and felt that the mansion was very unique. It was a huge gold ingot, but the whole body was silver. When he looked closer, he felt that the whole mansion was made of silver. The details of the building were definitely not exquisite. The entire building was rough and huge, vividly displaying the grandeur, heroism, and nouveau riche. The 2 stone lions in front of the door were vivid and lifelike, looking disdainfully at the surroundings with a hint of mockery. There were rows of armored soldiers in front of the door. They were very serious. Their aura was dense and evil. They were like killing gods. Obviously, they were an iron-blooded army. With an iron-blooded army as guards, Chu Yang could only say that it was domineering. With such an army present, the pedestrians on the surrounding streets unconsciously distanced themselves from this mansion and didn't dare to approach it. This made Chu Yang appear extremely lonely and conspicuous. "Who are you?" One of the guards at the entrance of the Marquis mansion immediately shouted. Chu Yang understood that once someone came within 10 zhang of the mansion, the Marquis mansion would be able to kill them directly. "This majestic general, I am Chu Yang. I am here to see Second Fatty Jean. Please go in and report." Chu Yang cupped his fists. His tone was originally very polite, but the 3 words Fatty Jean erased everything, making him seem frivolous and arrogant. However, Jean Doduo emphasized that he had to be called Fatty Jean. What? When the surrounding soldiers heard Chu Yang's name, they were all shocked. They all took a step back and stared at Chu Yang with all their might. It was as if they wanted to see who he was, and also as if they wanted to imprint him in their minds, afraid that they would forget him. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and kneel." The leader of the armored soldiers roared in a panic. Then, his armor clanged incessantly. Then, the 2 rows of armored soldiers uniformly knelt down in front of Chu Yang. "Greetings to the heaven-gifted martial prodigy Chu Yang. Greetings to the invincible, omnipotent, extraordinarily handsome, extraordinarily magical, and boundless magical power Chu Yang." The nearby pedestrians saw this scene and were all shocked. They couldn't help but stop and stare at Chu Yang with their eyes wide open. Chu Yang's expression slightly froze. He was already so famous and powerful. How could he not know? "Heroes, please rise, rise. I'm a coward, don't scare me." The soldiers immediately looked at Chu Yang in unison. It seemed that the rumors were true. This Chu Yang seemed to be a master who would not even pay for his own life. No wonder the second young master had specifically warned them to be extremely careful when they saw this swindler. At this time, an armored soldier rushed into the mansion in a hurry to make a report. "Ha ha!" Not long after, a hearty laugh immediately sounded. With a shio sound, Chu Yang felt as if a huge boulder was rolling down from the top of a mountain, crushing down on him. Big, round, fat. It was definitely a huge meatball. Second Fatty Jean was so fat that it surpassed the sky. He was even fatter than Jean Duo. He was wearing gold and silver, just like a golden ball. Chapter 578. Chu Yang was speechless. How could he change his attitude so quickly? "Evildoer, I gave you face and asked you to show your true form, but you actually dare to hesitate. Eat my fist." Boom! Second Fatty Jean leaped up from the ground like a ball. He jumped down from the sky and fiercely threw a punch at Chu Yang. The fat on his body was like a mountain range gathering in one place. It was as if the fat on his body was pulled out from his body, and he suddenly became like Jean Duo, a burly man. His fist turned into a meatball and smashed down like a huge rock. This was a test of his true form. Boom! Chu Yang's body also exploded with a powerful aura. He threw a punch, and the air above his arm formed the image of an undulating mountain range. Boom! The two collided like 2 mountains crashing into each other. A deafening sound like the mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. A strong wind blew, and a dazzling light completely covered the area. Ha! It is indeed the great evildoer Chu, the great Chu. Amidst the loud laughter, a burly man was sent flying from the light with a punch. He landed on the ground and staggered back more than 10 meters before he could stop himself. Hiss! When the light dissipated and the soldiers saw the scene in front of them, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Chu Yang did not move at all. The ground where he stood was not damaged at all. It must be known that in front of such a huge force, the ground was like a piece of tofu. However, in the face of such a huge force, the tofu was completely unharmed. On the other hand, every step Second Fatty Jean took back created a huge hole in the ground. It was as if a spider web had been torn open. Such amazing control. It would be fine if he did not move at all after such a collision, but the ground under his feet is completely undamaged. The soldiers were extremely shocked. This kind of strength was too shocking. As for second Fatty Jin's strength, they naturally knew that there were very few people in Jinyuan City who could compare to him. However, this Chuyang in front of them was even more ridiculous. This kneel is really not undeserved. If I accidentally offended such a person, I reckon I'll have to bear the consequences. Huh. Second Fatty Jin returned to his meatball form. Clearly, he liked this form. Great evildoer Chu. I'm evil enough, right? Second Fatty Jin was extremely proud of himself. He was naturally sure that it was Chu Yang without a doubt. Not many people knew the 100,000 mountain of flesh technique. Chu Yang smiled and then commented, "When you were young, you must have been cheated and had a shadow in your heart. May I ask how big the shadow is?" Bullshit. Bullshit. You're the one who's been tricked into having a shadow in your heart. Second Fatty Jin bounced up like a ball. Monster Chu, I'm warning you. If you slander me again, I'll cancel tonight's Happy Pavilion event. Cancel it immediately. Don't even think about having 1,000 times tonight. My apologies. Chu Yang laughed. Recently, I don't like beauties but treasures. Where can I find glowing treasures or pitch-black treasures? Bah! Second Fatty Jin said angrily. If you don't want a beauty, then I'll give you one. He turned his head and ordered, "Men, go to the Happy Pavilion." An extremely luxurious carriage rushed over and stopped in front of the mansion. A group of orioles and swallows immediately appeared, each more beautiful than a flower. Without any explanation, Chu Yang was pulled into the carriage and left with a rumbling sound. Chapter 579. Are you usually so immoral? Chu Yang felt indignant. He didn't have anyone by his side. Second Fatty Jin grinned and said, "You're envious. That's exactly what I want." Along the way, Second Fatty Jin and Chu Yang became more familiar with each other. Their conversation was originally very casual, but now it was even more casual. As for the Merry House, it was the best place to enjoy in Jinyuan City. It was also located in the west side of the city. The Merry House covered an area of 100 miles. It was a mountain in the city. The entire mountain was hollow, and there were countless treasures inside. They sold spirit beasts, slaves, and all kinds of gambling battles. In short, the Merry House had everything you could think of. Not only was it a gentle place, but it was also a place to squander money. Behind the Merry House was the Wei Kingdom's imperial family. There was a Merry House in every county's capital, and it made a lot of money for the Wei Kingdom. Of course, Jinyuan City's Merry House was also a supporter of the Marquis household. To be more precise, the Merry House was built by Second Fatty Jin's ancestors. However, it was now taken over by the Wei Kingdom's royal family. "Young master, we're here." A voice came from outside, and the carriage stopped quickly. The 13 beauties in the carriage didn't get off. Instead, the carriage rumbled away. Second Fatty Jin and Chu Yang got off the carriage. They were very proud. They pointed at the incomparably huge building in front of them and said, "Monster Chu, this is the Merry House." Chu Yang swept a glance at this place, and his pupils involuntarily shrank. He immediately sensed the Great Formation here. The Great Formation here was actually connected to the Great Formation of the entire Jinyuan City. Because of the existence of this Great Formation, the heaven and earth energy in this place was incomparably rich. "Young Marquis, please, please." Instantly, a tall and sturdy man ran over. His surging aura shocked Chu Yang. Although the man in front of him was restraining his aura, Chu Yang could instantly confirm that he was in the 9th layer of the Ascending Soul Realm. A 9th layer Ascending Soul Realm cultivator as a receptionist. Second Fatty Jin nodded casually. "This is..." The man looked at Chu Yang. "This is my good friend Chu Yang. If you see him in the future, you better be more polite." "Don't say I didn't warn you," Second Fatty Jin said directly. The big man hurriedly nodded and smiled. "Young Master Chu Yang, please forgive me in the future." He was extremely polite. Then, he led the way in front. Chu Yang swept his gaze around and discovered that there were many people enjoying themselves in the Merry House. However, Most of them were not welcomed by attendants. Even if there were occasionally attendants, their cultivation bases were at most in the Chi Soul realm. Only second Fatty Jean had a 9th-level ascending soul realm warrior come out to greet him. Chuyang followed second Fatty Jean inside. Walking along the wide and beautiful corridor, it didn't take long for them to enter a magnificent hall. On the left side of the hall stood a row of beautiful women, either humans or demons, while on the right side stood attendants. "Welcome, young Marquis, young Master Chu." All of them bowed respectfully, their sleeves drooping to the ground. "Wow, it's not the slightest bit inferior to the women in my previous life," Chuyang exclaimed. There were already many guests sitting in the hall. Among them, there were 4 people that Chuyang was familiar with. Sun Yangon, Sun Zishur, and Sun Lele were also brought to the merry house by their uncle. "The 3 of you went out to train and survived. Today, I'm bringing you to the merry house to relax." Sun Lele's face was already red. The one-eyed man naturally saw it. "Lele, don't think that this is just a place to enjoy yourself. Today, I've paid a great price to bring you here. My goal is to let you see and make friends with some important people. Third uncle, don't worry." Sun Yangon was the most excited and also the most adapted. He was already prepared to curry favor with some important people. In addition, there was no need to mention the delicious food. There were also some beautiful demons dancing in the hall. There were even heavenly beauties playing the zither. Where else could they find such a place? Chapter 580. At the entrance of the hall, there was a row of beauties and the same number of attendants. They were neatly divided into 2 rows, waiting for something. "An important person has arrived," the one-eyed middle-aged man said. "I'm afraid this person's identity is extraordinary." Sun Zishur echoed. "He must be extremely powerful. It's too grand." Sun Lele exclaimed. When they came in, no one came to welcome them. They were even afraid that they were here to cause trouble, so they were strictly checked. "Wow, what kind of important person are we going to welcome?" Sun Yong'an's eyes lit up. If he could curry favor with such an important person, wouldn't he soar to the sky? Suddenly, "Welcome, young Marquis, young Master Ji." A voice echoed in the hall. "Young Marquis?" The one-eyed middle-aged man's third uncle whispered. "This young Marquis is either the young Marquis of Rong Nation or the young Marquis of Fu Nation. There's nothing to be suspicious about. But who is this young Master Chu? I have to take a good look at this young Master Chu." Sun Yangon opened his eyes wide and looked carefully. Many people in the hall were looking at the entrance of the corridor in the distance. They saw a young man who was as fat as a meatball walk in. Beside him was a slender young man with a small beast standing on his shoulder. Chuyang, Sun Yangon, Sun Lele, and Sun Zishur were all shocked. Wasn't the so-called young master, Chu, the same Chu Yang who had saved them before? Wasn't the little beast on his shoulder the same one who had asked them if they were injured? For a moment, Sun Yangon and the others felt extremely complicated. Young Master Chu Yang is actually so powerful. Sun Lele whispered to herself, almost sleep-talking. To be honest, she was grateful to Chu Yang before, but she didn't pay much attention to him. It's not surprising. Sun Zishur was the most indifferent, but he was also very shocked. Chu Yang was too low-key. Sun Yong'an's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. Previously, when they had traveled together with Chu Yang to Jinyuan City, Sun Yangon had come to the conclusion that Chu Yang was just SOSO. That was why he had stopped flattering Chu Yang. He didn't even bother to put on a disguise. Naturally, he understood that Chu Yang must have seen the disdain he showed. He must be very disgusted with him. Previously, when Chu Yang hated him, he didn't care. But now, not to mention regret, he had missed the opportunity to befriend such a noble person like Chu Yang. It would be difficult for him to restore his relationship with Chu Yang. If Chu Yang wanted to make things difficult for him, he would probably beg for death. A dignified young master who can be on par with the young marquis of the wealthy country actually lied and said that he was a country bumpkin. He even pretended to be so good. Are you very proud of yourself? Sun Yong'an's heart was filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll let you be arrogant for now. If I meet a noble, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Suddenly, he was frightened. He remembered that he had kindly reminded Chu Yang that he couldn't fly in the sky above Jinyuan City. He also remembered that he had dragged Chu Yang to the treasure trading square to see the world. While the three of them were feeling very complicated, their third uncle, who was beside them, spoke. This is the Chu Yang that we met at the treasure trading square. He is young Master Chu? The one-eyed middle-aged man was very surprised. Then, he regretted it. He had never thought that Chu Yang would have such an identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so perfunctorily before. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. Young Master Chu is so low-key despite his identity. Such a person is easy to get along with. But I actually missed the opportunity to befriend such a person. What a pity, what a pity. The more the one-eyed middle-aged man was surprised, the more regretful he felt. Sun Yong'an's expression became more unsightly, and his heart was filled with hatred. Chapter 581. Such a grand welcome, such enthusiasm, and such a smile. Just like in his previous life, it could be seen that the merry pavilion had spent a lot of effort. Monster Chu Yang is indeed extraordinary. Second Fatty Jean led Chu Yang inside and naturally saw Chu Yang's appearance. Facing such a scene, Chu Yang was not too surprised. His expression was very casual, as if this was a common occurrence. On the other hand, the little beast on his shoulder rolled its transparent eyes. It was very curious about everything in front of it. The two quickly walked past Sun Yong'an and the others. Sun Yong'an and the others could not enter any further. In the blink of an eye, they had walked a few li. These few li of corridors were inlaid with huge pearls. The pearls' light illuminated the entire corridor, making it magnificent and luxurious to the extreme. Suddenly, a pink-clothed girl came from afar. She bent her slender waist and walked with light steps, revealing her white wrists under a light muslin. Her eyes were clear and bright like spring water, tender and delicate like jade, tender and beautiful like a flower. Her fingers were like chopped green onions. Her mouth was like a vermilion pill. Every frown and smile moved the heart and soul. Her smile was innately charming. Step by step she walked over, swaying her butt. Chu Yang suddenly felt a fragrance assailing his nostrils and immediately fell into a pink state. Just as it was about to become blurry, his genius, martial spirit shook, and he immediately broke free. This girl's charm is very strong. If I did not have a powerful martial spirit, I would have lost my mind. Chu Yang couldn't help but carefully size up this woman again. Her purple strapless long skirt was lightly draped with purple muslin, exposing her shoulders. Inside the purple muslin, there was a brilliant purple flower on the light purple silk. Her snow-white, jade-like skin was as white as a freshly peeled egg. Her long hair hung down to her waist and draped over her shoulders. Her long eyelashes were drooping, making her look a little melancholy. Her charm made her melancholy look even more pitiful. Her tall and small nose was breathing rhythmically, and her thin, bright pink lips were curled into a beautiful arc. Her body was also emitting a fragrance. This pink-clothed girl looked at Chu Yang with slight surprise, then smiled and said, "This must be young Master Chu. It seems like this is your first time here. Missy, this is the thigh that I have to hug in the future. The great monster Chu. This is the first time my boss has come to Jinyuan City. So far, no one in Yameri Pavilion has caught my boss's eye." Second Fatty Jean beamed. "Missy, you have to work hard. Also, my boss was not bewitched by you at all. Missy, are you going to devote yourself to him?" "Boss." Missy was a little surprised when she heard this. Then she smiled and said, "Young Marquis, I'm afraid that your big brother won't like me and will think that I'm a withered flower." Second Fatty Jean nodded in agreement. "That's very possible. Missy, you're at my level, so it's very possible that boss won't take a liking to you." She was stunned and rolled her eyes at Second Fatty Jean. He was just being modest. After that, she opened her mouth and said, "Young Marquis, is it the same old place?" "Of course, but the level has to be raised. Otherwise, It would seem that this lackey is not doing his best. Also, prepare 1,000 girls. When second Fatty Jean said 1,000 girls, Missy did not take it to heart. Instead, she observed and sized up Chu Yang again and again. When she realized that she could not see through Chu Yang's cultivation level, she was even more surprised and led the way in front. Chapter 582. In the center of the hall, there were dozens of dancing women. There were also dozens of musicians playing all kinds of musical instruments. Young Marquis, young Master Chu, please. Missy stopped in her tracks and pushed open the door. Inside was a serene and elegant room that was more than 200 square meters. Missy, there's good food and drink. You have to be more attentive than usual. It's best if you serve me personally. Second Fatty Jean finally revealed a knowing smile. Young Marquis, don't worry. She immediately left. Only Chu Yang and Second Fatty Jean were left in the serene and elegant room. Second Fatty. Chu Yang lazily reclined on the soft chair and said, "Where's the glowing and pitch-black treasure?" He didn't have time to enjoy it right now. TCH. Second Fatty Jean rolled his eyes and said with disdain, "I say, Monster Chu, do you really need me to teach you how to write it? Haste makes waste. There's food, drink, and girls. What else are you not satisfied with? Eat well and play well. The auction and gambling battles will be more interesting later." After a pause, Second Fatty Jean judged Chu Yang. "Monster Chu, your life is simply too boring. Auction and gambling battles?" Chu Yang was speechless. He was indeed a bit too impatient. Second Fatty Jean naturally wouldn't bring him here for no reason. If he was too impatient, everyone would know what he was impatient for, and the price would naturally be very high. As for the auction, the money he obtained from robbing the burning sky, Saint Sun, and the 5 elements divine sun should be enough for him to do so. He immediately relaxed and enjoyed himself to his heart's content. Suddenly, he felt that his state of mind had changed. Leaving the 5 elements sect and arriving at Jinyuan City, everything flashed before his eyes. This was completely different from when he was in the 5 elements sect, where he was constantly facing danger and desperately cultivating. He felt as if he had suddenly returned from the city to the countryside, going from a fast pace to a slow pace. Amidst the sounds and sounds of the merry pavilion, he was completely relaxed. His heart suddenly calmed down, and all kinds of thoughts appeared in his mind. Cultivating the heart in the secular world. People said, the secular world is filled with different forms of life. One's heart becomes 10,000 hearts, and the heart reflects the secular world. Chu Yang was in a hurry to break through the 8th or 9th level of the Chi Soul stage. He was in a hurry to break through the barrier of the heavens and become a 4th level array master. He had a request. Every request was bitter. If you cling to something, that thing will hurt you. If you cling to someone, that person will hurt you. The more you ask for it, the more you can't get it. Everything felt like a dream. It was all just wishful thinking. It was better to let it go. Chu Yang's state of mind calmed down and indulged himself in plate after plate of rare delicacies and fine wine. The instant he temporarily let go of his obsession, his state of mind was like a small boat that rose and fell in the sea of bitterness, and also like a pure heart that rose and fell in the muddy world of the mortal world. The small boat was never swallowed up, and the pure heart of a child was never tainted. On the other hand, the barrier of the heavens was being attacked by impermanence, all kinds of sins, and all kinds of karma. It was also being tainted by the mortal world. If the heavens had feelings, they would grow old. If the heavens had feelings, they would no longer be the heavens. If the barrier of heaven was tainted by the mortal world, it would no longer be a barrier of heaven, but a barrier of the mortal world. It seemed that it could break through at any time, but Chu Yang did not do so. To be more precise, he seemed to have forgotten about this matter. He seemed to have truly let go of his obsession. Chu Yang suddenly sang at the top of his voice, mistakenly entering the Wu Mountain, unable to sleep at night, finding the clouds to cover my eyes. The ancients said that the path of Shu was difficult, but they didn't know that the wood was even more difficult. The green bamboo bent with the wind, breaking continuously in the storm. When the clouds were light and the wind was light, it would be firm and leisurely again, facing the dead water and the rotten fish beach. Fortunately, there are always fish to accompany, changing the clear and virtuous nostrils. Only the moonlight can be seen in the bottom of the eyes. Drinking 3,000 cups of turbid wine, lying drunk in the East Sea, secretly sharpening the sword, cutting down the everlasting pine trees of the South Mountain, refining the blazing flames to burn the blue sky. Chapter 583. What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Chu Yang suddenly recited a poem. It looked as if he was full of talent and had a very knowledgeable appearance. It was so high-end and high-class. Second Fatty Jean was very unhappy when he saw Lil Guai, whose claws were covered in oil and whose belly was round like a ball, staring straight at Chu Yang. He couldn't help but feel confused. Could it be that a demon has appeared on the great monster Chu's body? Fatty too squinted his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes, which were covered by his fat, were revealed. His eyes were as big as copper bells. He also felt that the aura on Chu Yang's body had become very mysterious. No way, this is really like seeing a ghost. Lord Fatty just casually let out a smelly fart, and this turtle bastard had an epiphany after smelling it. Fatty too couldn't help but curse in his heart. Lord Fatty smells my own farts all day. How come I've never had an epiphany before? What especially irritated him was that when Chu Yang was having an epiphany, he was extremely lazy and leisurely. That kind of laziness and leisure had reached the extreme, making others envious and jealous. In any case, Fatty too wanted to immediately punch Chu Yang. Exclamation point. Fatty too couldn't help but curse in his heart. He really is a monster. He's even more ridiculous and scary than Fatty too described him. It's not an epiphany. Fatty too, you don't need to keep quiet. That will make you look very tasteless. Fatty too was scared by Chu Yang's lazy words. His eyes almost fell out of their sockets as he looked at Chu Yang as if he had seen a ghost. Great monster Chu. I took it seriously. Do as you wish. Chu Yang smiled. However, you have to be careful. I also welcome it. It's rare to see a fatty like you being so careful. My Lord Fatty is sincerely doing this for your own good, but I'm being mocked. Fatty too was angry. He stood up and shouted towards the door, "Go call Zhou Baoshui over." Fatty too, can you speak a bit louder? Could it be that your anger is only this much? Chu Yang's leisurely appearance, the way he spoke freely and distracted without affecting anything, really made second Fatty Jean feel suffocated. Is there any justice in this world? I don't believe it. He roared again. Hurry up, I'm going to flip out. Not long after, a white-clothed, white-haired old man arrived. He bowed to second Fatty Jean and said with a smile, Young Marquis, what orders do you have for me? Do you know the rules? This is my boss. Second Fatty Jean pointed at Chu Yang. This is my boss. In the future, when you see the two of us, you have to greet my boss first, then me. The white-robed elder was taken aback for a moment before he said, Young Marquis, I am truly sorry. This is young Master Chu's first time here, and this show has not been thorough enough. Saying this, the old man bowed to Chu Yang and said, This old man is the manager of the Merry Pavilion, Zhou San. Greetings to young Master Chu. Chu Yang did not neglect and hurriedly cupped his hands in return. Old mister, you are too kind. Don't listen to this fatty's nonsense. From the beginning to the end, the mysterious aura on Chu Yang's body did not disappear. This made second Fatty Jean mutter in his heart. Is it really not the least bit useful? Is this thing even human? He was depressed, but continued to ask, Zhou Baoshui, are there any earth attribute treasures in this auction? Second Fatty Jean cultivated the 100,000 mountain flesh secret art, so he naturally needed earth attribute treasures. Replying to young Marquis, of course there are, and there are quite a few. Are there any fire and metal attribute treasures? Fire breeds earth, earth breeds metal. The two were related, so second Fatty Jean naturally needed them. Of course there are. Then are there any light and dark attribute treasures? Saying this, second Fatty Jean looked at Chu Yang. Of course there are. The old man said, Young Marquis, the Merry Pavilion's auction does not have everything, but there are many types of treasures. Young Marquis can rest assured. When it came to light and dark attribute treasures, Chu Yang's mysterious aura did not fluctuate in the slightest. Second Fatty Jean was convinced and said gloomily, I say, great monster Chu Yang, you are amazing. Chapter 584. The old man Zhou San retreated from the private room, moving cautiously along the way. Not long after, he flashed into a hidden space. Inside, there was smoke and mist, and a fragrance assailed his nostrils. It seemed to be a woman's boudoir. There was no one inside, but a voice came out of nowhere. How is that Chu Yang? Zhou San respectfully knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Unfathomable. I can't see how deep he is. Oh, it was hard to tell whether the voice was male or female, but it clearly revealed a trace of surprise. You have such a high opinion of him. My strength is shallow and my eyesight is limited. I shouldn't have been able to see many of Chu Yang's shocking aspects, so I've underestimated his judgment. He recalled again. Second Fatty Jean had actually joked about Chu Yang's epiphany. His heart couldn't help but fiercely jump, and he immediately recounted everything he had seen and heard. Just now, I was specially called by the young Marquis. First, it was to ask about the treasures in the auction, and second, the young Marquis wanted to use me to interfere with Chu Yang's epiphany. The latter was his main goal. Interfere with Chu Yang's epiphany. The person in the dark couldn't help but cry out in surprise. A martial practitioner's epiphany was extremely precious, and he had actually joked about it. Such an inconceivable matter was truly unheard of. Are you sure? He still couldn't believe it. Zhou San said with extreme certainty. I'm extremely sure. There's nothing false about it. The young Marquis exclaimed in front of me and said that Chu Yang wasn't human. Was that Chu Yang's epiphany disturbed? No. Zhou San's voice was thick with shock. This is also what this old servant is most shocked about. Chu Yang was in an epiphany, but he was able to talk and laugh with others without being affected in the slightest. The mysterious aura that came from his epiphany didn't have the slightest trace of fluctuation from beginning to end. It was like an unending river that would never be cut off. It was unbelievable. The person in the dark couldn't help but fall silent. After a while, he slowly said, Is there anything else? The young Marquis words seemed to only care about earth, fire, and metal-type treasures, but I found that he actually cared more about light and dark-type treasures. I understand. You may leave. Yes. The old man left on Wednesday, and shortly after, the girl who had charmed Chu Yang, appeared. Beside her was a person whose face was covered. Because of the deliberate concealment, it was impossible to tell whether the person was male or female. Do you believe me now? Why try to charm him? It was completely useless. At most, he seemed to be stunned by me. Misty frowned and said, Assassinate Chu Yang. This mission cannot be accepted. Even if I can't accept it, I must accept it. The masked man coldly said, This is a mission entrusted to us by the Soul Devourer clan. Once we kill Chu Yang and expose this matter, the relationship between the Five Elements sect and the Soul Devourer clan will worsen. They might even fight to the death and start a war. This is what His Majesty hopes to see the most. This Majesty was the Emperor of the Wei nation, the King of Wei. The King of Wei had great ambitions. He wanted to first unify the other three nations, then destroy the Five Elements sect, the Soul Devourer clan, the Longhu sect, and the Seven Stars sect. Finally, he wanted to unify the entire Eastern Wilderness and achieve a hegemony like the Eastern Wilderness. Therefore, he tried his best to weaken the strength of the Five Elements sect, the Soul Devourer clan, and the other three sects, causing them to fight among themselves. In these past few years, the Soul Devourer clan had been extremely overbearing and the relationship between the four sects had become very bad. What if the assassination fails and we can't kill Chuyang? Chapter 585. The Merry Pavilion wasn't just a simple money-making tool. It was also a place where King Wei collected information and monitored the four sections. It was also an assassination organization that carried out assassinations and many other missions. Chuyang was assassinated at the Merry Pavilion, and the Merry Pavilion couldn't escape responsibility. Reputation was a small matter, but if the Merry Pavilion was suspected of being the mastermind, the matter couldn't be resolved. Once the secret of the Merry Pavilion was exposed, the Wei Kingdom and King Wei would become the public enemy of the four sections. There was such a possibility, and the masked man didn't say anything. The Soul Devourer clan wants to kill Chuyang. Even if we don't make a move, they will definitely make a move. Missy spoke again. You are just worried that if we don't make a move, we won't be able to find evidence and get hold of the Soul Devourer clan's weakness. But have you ever thought that the Soul Devourer clan didn't think of this? How could they let us succeed? I even suspect that they already know our identities. Your thoughts are exactly what they are thinking. The masked man's body couldn't help but tremble. If he assassinated Chuyang, the Soul Devourer clan would act like a mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This would cause the Five Elements sect and the Wei Kingdom to become enemies. What would the consequences be? Third Princess, please reconsider this matter. Missy suddenly became respectful and knelt down. She also revealed the masked man's identity. It was the princess of the Wei Kingdom. If Third Princess insists, please ask the Crown Prince or King Wei for instructions. After a moment of silence, the Wei Kingdom's Third Princess said leisurely, I want to kill Chuyang and sow discord between the Five Elements sect and the Soul Devourer clan. What I am most worried about now is that if Chuyang is so monstrous, the Emperor Island's inheritance might fall into his hands. Missy couldn't help but frown. The Eastern Wilderness's great emperor had a close relationship with the Five Elements sect. This was indeed very likely, and this might be the reason why the Soul Devourer clan wanted to kill Chuyang. Let's check out this Chuyang's background first. Previously, we didn't pay any attention to this Chuyang, so we don't know anything about him. The Soul Devourer clan suddenly found us and asked us to accept this mission. They gave us very vague information about Chuyang. They only said that he was a peerless freak, but they didn't say anything about how freakish he was. The Third Princess of the Wei Kingdom clearly agreed with this judgment and immediately said, Are you saying to let the Marquis of Rong Nation go and investigate? The Marquis of Rong Nation and the Marquis of Fu Nation were both able to earn money for the King of Wei. In the end, they were conferred the title of Marquis. However, the two of them were competitors and had a bad relationship. Their descendants had always been at odds with each other. Not bad. The Third Princess of Wei Kingdom nodded. That's all for now. When the Wei Kingdom's Third Princess was paying attention to Chuyang, Chuyang was oblivious. In the elegant room, Second Fatty Jean said with a smile, I say, Great Freak Chu, I have a fake friend who has an incomplete cultivation technique. Can you take a look? Chuyang smiled. He knew that this was probably because of the 100,000 mountain meat technique. He smiled. You think I have this ability? You're a great freak Chu, not a human. If you don't have this ability, who does? It seemed like she was praising Chuyang, but it was more like she was scolding him. I really admire your eyesight. Nonsense. Second Fatty Jean was extremely proud. Great freak Chu, if you don't have this ability, how can I fawn over you? Don't you know what kind of person I am? You are a pile of meat. So you agree. Which eye of yours saw that I agreed? My eyes of fat saw when you despised them. Chuyang looked at the fat around Second Fatty Jean and said, Although what you said makes sense, please note that I have never despised a pig for being fat. So what I despise is not the fat on your body, but you. Apu. Second Fatty Jean cursed. Great freak Chu, you're the pig. Chapter 586. Not long after, the person that second Fatty Jean said was the richest hypocrite appeared in front of Chu Yang. He wore a white scholar's robe and held an elegant fan in his hand. His appearance was beautiful, his face was white, and his eyes were like lightning under a rock. He was 7 feet 8 inches tall, and his figure was very elegant, making people sigh in admiration. He looked solemn and straightforward. This was a handsome man. His words and actions were appropriate, and his actions were very elegant. Greetings, Brother Jean. The first thing he did was greet second Fatty Jean in a very polite manner. This made second Fatty Jean very unhappy. The fat on his eyes suddenly tore open as he glared at him. Liu Haoran, do you believe that I won't beat you? If you want to beat me, you should at least give me a reason. As he spoke, he also bowed to Chu Yang in a very formal manner, making Chu Yang feel very uncomfortable. I am Liu Haoran. Greetings, Brother Chu. I really admire you for being so formal all day. Anyways, I can't do it, although I am very envious of your upbringing. Ha! When Chu Yang spoke, second Fatty Jean couldn't help but burst out laughing. Liu Haoran was very gentle and elegant. He cupped his hands and smiled. Brother Chu is the same as Brother Jean. Both of you are very straightforward and unrestrained. You really make people envious. Hypocrite, stop being so serious. Second Fatty Jean really couldn't stand Liu Haoran's extremely polite and harmonious appearance. He roared, hurry up and take out your broken hand seal. Let this inhuman person see it. Liu Haoran was already used to second Fatty Jean's behavior, so he didn't mind. He took out an incomplete book and handed it to Chu Yang with both hands. I'll have to trouble Brother Chu. His words were clear and unhurried. This was a person that you couldn't easily find fault with. It was also very hard to dislike him. Chu Yang smiled, took the incomplete book, and flipped through it. There was a detailed description of the overturning heaven seal. It was said to come from an ancient myth. At the beginning of the world was not stable. Mountains, rivers, lakes, the sun, the moon, and the stars had not yet been born. The creatures that were born at the beginning of the world were extremely powerful. With a flip of their hands, they could turn the entire world upside down. The sky was below and the earth was above. Turbid chi poured down in torrents while clear chi rushed down from the sky. The two collided, recreating the chaos. Later generations created the overturning heaven seal according to this legend. In the incomplete version, the key to the sky-throwing seal was a celestial visualization diagram. Only celestials had the ability to turn the world upside down. However, this celestial being visualization diagram was severely damaged. Phew, second Fatty, do you really think that I'm omnipotent? You want me to recreate the celestial being visualization diagram again? As Chu Yang spoke, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. When Chu Yang was trying to visualize a celestial being, the golden origin suddenly poured into his spiritual world. Soon after, a golden celestial being appeared. He raised his hand and flipped it over. Rumble. His entire spiritual world was turned upside down. The sky was below and the earth was above. The earth, mountains, lakes, sun, moon, and stars all poured down. Although the world existed, everything was destroyed and returned to chaos. At this moment, Chu Yang's spiritual world seemed to have been destroyed and died. He suddenly lost all of his vitality and aura. Yaya, Lil Guai was the first to notice. What's going on? Second Fatty Jean and Liu Haoran were also shocked. However, in an instant, they noticed that there was a hazy chaos between Chu Yang's eyebrows. Soon after, a ray of light seemed to appear. Chu Yang's vitality and aura immediately recovered. It was weak, but it gradually grew stronger, and then it became extremely strong. A powerful spiritual energy rushed out. In a short moment, Chu Yang only felt that he had experienced the destruction of the world and then returned to chaos. After that, the chaos gave birth to everything, and he came back to life. Chapter 587. Rumble. After the sky-throwing seal, the Golden Deva demonstrated another seal technique. When the seal was completed, He raised his hand and collapsed the sky. Heaven and earth were destroyed again. This time, his spiritual power was not destroyed, but like the golden deva who was seriously injured by the collapse of the sky, he suddenly became weak and dispirited. The golden deva recovered from his injuries, and his spiritual power recovered and soared again. In the spiritual world, a big hole was opened in the sky. The golden deva performed another seal technique and raised his hand to mend the sky. Sky-throwing seal, sky-throwing seal, sky-repairing seal. This was the spiritual cultivation method of the Golden Elder's lineage, and it was also a peerless seal technique. Slaughter seal. After that, in the spiritual world, the Golden Deva slaughtered thousands of creatures. He slapped out with his big hand, and thousands of golden rays flickered. 3-inch-long sabers, swords, halberds, spears, wheels, trigrams, and other weapons were condensed by golden light. They were chaotic and misty, as if they were divine weapons born from chaos. Thousands of them gathered together, forming a sea of golden weapons and a golden storm. The momentum was so great that it slaughtered thousands of creatures. Everything came to an abrupt end. It seemed that the Golden Deva had angered heaven and earth one after another because he had slaughtered all living beings and was finally destroyed by heaven and earth. This is the inheritance of the golden origin. Chuyang knew very well. He had thought hard before, but he never thought that the inheritance was hidden in the golden origin. The Deva in the incomplete book was not on the same level as the Golden Deva in Chu Yang's consciousness. The gap between the two was huge. Therefore, it was easy to complete the incomplete celestial visualization painting in the incomplete book. Pop! Chuyang pointed his finger in the void. His finger was the pen, his spiritual energy was the ink, and the void was the paper. According to the severely damaged lines of the incomplete book, he restored the celestial visualization painting. It was easy. It was as if Chuyang had seen a real dragon and then painted a flood dragon that was almost the same as a real dragon. Buzz. After the celestial visualization painting was completely outlined by Chuyang in the void, a burst of dazzling light suddenly burst out. The void trembled and buzzed, as if the Deva had not just been constructed, but had crossed the void and appeared in front of him. Sky-flipping seal. With a thought from Chuyang, the celestial in the void flipped his hand. Instantly, a divine mountain appeared, toppling over. When the divine mountain collapsed, the sky collapsed, and the stars fell. It was a world-ending disaster. The room began to tremble and shake. Fatty Jean and Lu Haoran felt as if the entire room was about to be flipped over. They felt as if their entire bodies were about to be flipped upside down. Their feet and heads were plunged straight into the ground. In their perception, the world had really flipped over and covered them. The cataclysmic seal in the incomplete book was actually completely different from the one in the Golden Inheritance. The ability of the celestial being he visualized was limited. He was unable to overturn the sky, but he could overturn a mountain and overturn a mountain. Therefore, rather than calling it the sky-flipping seal, it was better to call it the mountain-flipping seal. However, its power was equally astonishing. When the sky-flipping seal was unleashed, it could overturn a divine mountain, collapse the sky, and sink the earth. Therefore, to use the sky-flipping seal, one would need the mountain martial spirit or the mountain martial spirit's visualization diagram. Fatty Jean couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. From the time Chuyang deduced the sky-flipping seal to the time it was fully displayed, it took less than a quarter of an hour. Chuyang had already deduced the entire sky-flipping seal, and even displayed it to perfection. Is this something that a capable person can do? He was really doubtful. The sky-flipping seal had been in the mind of a hypocrite for who knows how long. Not to mention perfection, the hypocrite had been studying it for so many years, but he hadn't been able to figure out anything. Lu Haoran's expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, and his eyes wouldn't blink even if a deer appeared on the left. His cultivation was extremely good. He didn't panic in the face of trouble. and remained calm, as if there was nothing in the world that could make him pale with fright. However, at this moment, he was also dumbstruck, and his face turned pale with fright. This. He was actually speechless. In the end, Lu Howard's cultivation was extremely high. He immediately calmed down and thought to himself, "This Chu Yang is so extraordinary. Perhaps there really is going to be a good show at the Merry Pavilion." In Fatty Jin's words, he was the richest hypocrite. How could the richest hypocrite not know about the news? Chapter 588. In just a few minutes, Chu Yang had deduced the sky-flipping seal. Second Fatty Jin raised the level of Chu Yang's inhuman stage again and began to attack Lu Howard. "Hypocrite, I'm so pure. Do you think I lied to you? I told you to meet an inhuman scum. Do you believe me now?" Lu Howard ignored Second Fatty Jin and thanked Chu Yang solemnly. "Thank you, Brother Chu. You must be feeling uncomfortable," Second Fatty Jin said before Chu Yang could. "Don't bother with this hypocrite. He'll feel uncomfortable if he doesn't do this. Moreover, he'll be able to wash away the shame of the Lu family." The shame of the Lu family was actually involved like this. Chu Yang touched his nose. "Second Fatty, there's a limit to your exaggeration." "Bullshit." Second Fatty Jin was furious. "Master Fatty, I'm telling the truth. That hypocrite sold his precious baby when his family's fortune fell. Although he managed to get it back in the end, he ended up in this state. His grandfather felt ashamed to face his ancestors, so he didn't dare to die. Now that the news has spread, I guarantee that he'll die immediately. Second Fatty is telling the truth." Lu Howard didn't mind Second Fatty Jin's words at all. He thanked him sincerely again. "Thank you, Brother Chu." He immediately ordered someone to send the complete sky-flipping seal back. Then, the news of the old man's return came, but Lu Howard didn't leave. Chu Yang was speechless. "Brother Lu, it's not appropriate for you not to go back and send the old man off. Filial piety is the most important virtue." Lu Howard didn't have any intention of moving. "I'm being filial to him by staying here. If I go back now, he'll probably jump out of his coffin." "Chu Farron, stop your bullshit. Master Fatty's friends are all top-notch." Second Fatty Jin was very proud and arrogant. Chu Yang couldn't accept this. Just as he was about to speak, a burst of laughter came from outside. "Ha ha ha!" The voice was loud and clear, echoing throughout the merry house. Hearing this laughter, Second Fatty Jin's face, which was originally proud, suddenly darkened. Second Fatty Jin. That sound rang out again. Every single private room could hear it clearly. Quite a few distinguished guests began to listen curiously. "Today, you wish to help your good friend, Chu Yang, obtain a light attribute treasure?" The speaker continued to laugh wildly. "Ha! I can tell you right now that it's impossible. You might as well tell that Chu Yang to come over and bow to me. Today, I'll give him this light and darkness attribute treasure." "Wu Guanqi!" Second Fatty Jin suddenly roared. "What?" That person sneered. "Are you angry? You useless thing." Second Fatty Jin was already stomping his feet. "Haha, I'm so angry." That person became even more proud. "Unfortunately, it's useless. Now, your Marquis Fu is already a pauper." "Oomph." Second Fatty Jin coldly snorted and no longer paid attention to the provocation outside. This person mocked Second Fatty Jin several times, but Second Fatty Jin didn't respond and didn't continue. Chu Yang's heart trembled. Could it be that the entire world knew that he was in urgent need of light-type treasures? That was impossible. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes and say, "What is this thing? Can you explain its functions and main uses?" Second Fatty Jin cursed loudly. "Didn't I just call out that bastard's name? Wu Guanqi, the young Marquis of Rongwa Marquis Fu." Chu Yang frowned slightly. "Fu of Rongwa Marquis? He didn't offend you." He narrowed his eyes and said lazily, "Everyone is a young Marquis. Why are you called a pauper?" Second Fatty Jin was furious. "Chu Farron, you're the pauper. What pig ears do you have? Can't you tell that this is an obvious slander? Fu of Rongwa Marquis, Fu of Rongwa Marquis, Fu of Rongwa Marquis, Fu has fallen out of favor. Chapter 589. Lu Haoran didn't say anything, and the room suddenly became quiet. Second Fatty Jean furiously chugged down a bottle of wine. After a while, the decadent atmosphere in the room suddenly changed, and the sound of a zither rang out. The sound of the zither was like spring water flowing through one's heart, cleansing one's soul. Chu Yang looked down at the huge hall and immediately saw a woman in purple sitting in front of a zither, playing. An extremely beautiful zither sound. An extremely beautiful person. For a moment, the entire hall seemed to become quiet, and only the sound of the zither could be heard. Especially the sound of the zither. It actually made Chu Yang's soul feel incomparably comfortable. Such a zither skill was simply pure. After the song ended, the hall was silent for a long time. It's actually Fairy Meng. Second Fatty Jean, who was originally unhappy, immediately changed his expression. He beamed with joy and shouted to the servant waiting outside, "Go, let Fairy Meng come here." Yes. The servant outside the door complied. Ha ha. But just as Second Fatty Jean finished speaking, Wu Guanqi spoke. Fairy Meng's zither skill is truly incomparable. How about I invite Fairy Meng to my room for a chat? His voice reverberated throughout the hall. Inside the hall, the attendant, who had just walked down the suspended corridor and arrived at the center of the hall under Second Fatty Jin's orders, was stunned when he heard the words, "How about inviting Fairy Meng to my, Wu Guanqi's, private room for a chat?" He quickly asked. Young Marquis Jean also wants Fairy Meng to come over. Beside Fairy Meng, Lady Yi laughed and said, "Young Marquis, Fairy Meng can't be split into two. What do you think she should do?" "Haha, Second Fatty Jean, you also want to invite Fairy Meng?" Wu Guanqi immediately became proud. "Second Fatty Jean, I don't want to criticize you, but if you want to invite her, you need to show sincerity. How can I be as uncourteous as you?" Second Fatty Jean stomped his feet again. The two of them spoke loudly in different rooms. In the other rooms, there were also young masters, nobles of Jinyuan City, and even geniuses of various sections. However, they were just happy to watch the show. After all, Second Fatty Jean and Wu Guanqi were the two young marquis of Jinyuan City. They didn't dare to mess around when the two young marquis were fighting. Wu Guanqi. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. This Wu Guanqi was really going against Second Fatty Jean. It was also equivalent to him showing off his strength. He was indirectly telling Second Fatty Jean that he could forget about getting what he wanted. "Missy," Wu Guanqi raised his voice again. "Second Fatty Jean didn't make an appointment with Fairy Meng beforehand, right?" "No. Since both Second Fatty Jean and I want to invite Fairy Meng, let's see who offers the highest price." Wu Guanqi's voice resounded throughout the hall. "I offer 3 items." Immediately, discussions broke out in all the elegant rooms in the hall. Chu Yang had some doubts in his heart. "3? 3 what?" Second Fatty Jean coldly and angrily said, "I bid 5. "Ha ha ha. Second Fatty Jean, you want to compete with me? You think you can beat me?" Wu Guanqi was very arrogant. "I'll give you 10. I'll offer 15. Second Fatty Jean clenched his teeth and called out the price. Lu Haoran, who was beside him, said, "Second Fatty Jean, if you want to invite Fairy Meng to accompany Brother Chu, you might as well bid as much as you can." "Hypocrite, are you sick in the head?" Second Fatty Jean directly said to Lu Haoran angrily, "Lord Fatty, I know you're a god of wealth, but it's just a bullshit Fairy Meng. You can only look at her but can't touch her. What's the use of having her?" "Lord Fatty, I don't want this grandson to spend so much money today. I'll call you Lord Thin from now on. I'll offer 30. Wu Guanqi called out again. This time, Second Fatty Jin's face was full of ridicule, and he didn't speak anymore. "Second Fatty Jin, why aren't you bidding?" Wu Guanqi shouted loudly, provoking him. "I congratulate you for spending 30 ascending soul tier weapons to invite Fairy Meng to accompany you." Second Fatty Jin's face was full of disdain, but his voice was full of anger, obviously misleading Wu Guanqi. 30 ascending soul tier weapons? Beside him, Chuyang was startled. So the 3, 5, and 10 they were talking about were all ascending soul tier weapons. They really knew how to play. When Chuyang was still playing with origin crystals and spirit crystals, they were already playing with these. And speaking of ascending soul tier weapons, he had only robbed a few from the Burning Sky Saint Sun and the 5 Elements Divine Sun. Crazy, this was too crazy. Chuyang was speechless. All right, he admitted that he wasn't up to standard, that he was a country bumpkin. He worked so hard to rob people, and the little bit of wealth he accumulated wasn't even enough for these 2 things to fight with. Chapter 590. Outside, Wu Guanqi's arrogant voice could be heard. Missy also announced that Fairy Meng was going to Wu Guanqi. Inside Wu Guanqi's room. Inside the room, Wu Guanqi was sitting with 3 men. As for their servants and followers, they were in a separate room. Second Fatty Jean must be mad right now. Wu Guanqi held the jade cup, licked the wine with his scarlet tongue, and laughed loudly. This is just the beginning. Recently, I've received a lot of treasures and some powerful hangers-on. After the auction, the treasure fight, and the gambling fight, I'll definitely make him vomit blood today. He'll never forget this for the rest of his life, and he'll have to lower his head when he sees me in the future. We will congratulate young Master Fox in advance. It's good to see second Fatty Jean lose face. Ha! The 3 people beside him raised their cups to celebrate in advance and laughed heartily. However, the 3 of them seemed to look at each other and couldn't help but smile. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire merry pavilion shook. It was as if a giant beast opened its mouth. A huge auction hall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. There were already many people sitting in the hall. The 4 people of the Sun family, the one-eyed middle-aged man, Sun Yangon, Sun Zishur, and Sun Lele were in the hall. The old man Chu Yang saw before, Zhou San, was standing on the auction stage with a smile on his face. Everyone, the Merry Pavilion's auction officially begins. As he spoke, he picked up a visualization diagram and said to the crowd, "This is the River Martial Spirit Visualization Diagram." River Martial Spirit Visualization Diagram. Chu Yang, who was in the private room, was shocked. He was in a very good position in the private room. He was looking down from a high vantage point. He could clearly see the situation in the auction house. It was as if he was looking at the fish in the fish tank from the outside. Wasn't this a little too extravagant? And this was just the beginning. It was just a warm-up. He had already taken out the River Martial Spirit Visualization Diagram. Such a priceless item. The River Martial Spirit was very precious. In the 5-element sex gambling fight, Chao Ju bet a lot to get the water element peak master Lu Tianrui's Lake Martial Spirit. Chuyan was really shocked. This meant that there were more amazing things than the River Martial Spirit waiting to be auctioned. Boom! In the entire auction house, all of the private rooms were shaken. Cries of surprise and roars filled the air. Oh my God! Even the River Martial Spirit Visualization Diagram is being auctioned. Is he crazy? The River Martial Spirit is a nature martial spirit. How could someone take out such a visualization diagram for auction? There are all kinds of people in this world. Auctioning this River Martial Spirit Visualization Diagram, I guarantee that he is definitely an idiot. Idiot is not enough to describe him. He is probably a prodigal son, just like how the Liu family took out the sky flipping seal to auction before. In the private room, second Fatty Jean and Liu Haoran were also extremely shocked, especially Liu Haoran, who couldn't help but bitterly smile. That was the shame of the Liu family, and it was also the reason why his grandfather refused to die before the heaven-flipping seal could be repaired. I have to get this River Martial Spirit no matter what. I have to get it at all costs. The River Martial Spirit visualization picture is a family treasure. As long as we have the River Martial Spirit visualization picture, generations of family disciples will be stronger than others, and the family will prosper. The value of the River Martial Spirit visualization picture was too great. Although it couldn't be compared with the River Martial Spirit, if a family got it, the strength of the whole family would increase by a level. The effect was immeasurable. Chapter 591. Dang, dang, dang. The auctioneer, Zhou San, rang the huge bell beside him. The leisurely sound of the bell soon calmed the crowd down. Everyone, Zhou San said, the auctioneer has a condition. Only Soul Wheel Realm artifacts are allowed to bid. Soul Wheel Realm artifacts. Boom. The entire auction house was once again in an uproar. That was because this request was truly too ridiculous. Who would auction off a soul reincarnation treasure in their hands? That would be a complete idiot. Ascending soul tier weapons, Chi soul tier martial artists could rely on them to withstand the soul pressure of an ascending soul tier martial artist. As for soul wheel tier treasured weapons, defensive weapons could form a domain, while offensive weapons could directly break through a soul wheel tier martial artist domain. It could be said that although a soul wheel realm artifact was an inanimate object, it was equivalent to a soul wheel realm martial artist. The value of a soul wheel realm martial artist was definitely immeasurable. This is crazy. Chuyang was shocked again. If he had a soul wheel realm artifact, he might be able to kill a soul wheel realm martial artist. This river martial spirit visualization diagram has nothing to do with me. Second Fatty Jean spread out his hands, indicating that he had been eliminated. Although the rich country's Marquis Manor had the mountain martial spirit visualization diagram, they wouldn't complain about having too many river martial spirit visualization diagrams. However, the price of the river martial spirit visualization diagram was too high. Even Second Fatty Jean couldn't afford it. Moreover, the rich country's Marquis Manor already had the mountain martial spirit visualization diagram. The mountain martial spirit visualization diagram and the river martial spirit visualization diagram were both natural martial spirits. In a certain sense, the effects of the mountain martial spirit visualization diagram and the river martial spirit visualization diagram overlapped. Second Fatty Jin's value decreased greatly. Therefore, it wasn't worth it to use a soul wheel realm artifact to exchange for it. In the short term, although this soul wheel realm artifact is an inanimate object, it can be said to be equivalent to a soul wheel realm martial artist. It has the ability to fight in a timely manner. The value of the river martial spirit visualization diagram is not as high. Liu Haoran was evaluating the value of the river martial spirit visualization diagram. However, in the long term, with the river martial spirit visualization diagram, the strength of the family's descendants would increase. If it fell into the hands of a genius, its value would be even higher, and it could even break through the soul wheel realm and become a true soul wheel realm martial artist. Therefore, in the long term, river martial spirit visualization diagram would be much more than a soul wheel realm artifact. What a pity! Liu Haoran felt very regretful. Although the Liu clan was wealthy, they didn't have any soul reincarnation realm artifacts. After all, the Liu clan had just recovered. In order to redeem the sky-flipping seal, they had paid a huge price. Clang! Clang! The bell rang once more, and when the crowd calmed down again, the old auctioneer spoke again. The auction starts now. The highest bidder wins. Along with his voice, the bell rang again, but the field was silent. After that, there was a lot of discussion in the auction house. Everyone was discussing and evaluating whether it was worth auctioning. However, in fact, there were very few people who had the ability to bid for the river martial spirit visualization painting. No one bid for a long time. At this time, Chuyang immediately understood why the river martial spirit visualization diagram was such an item and why the Merry Pavilion had started the auction. It was very likely that no one would bid for it. However, it was best to use the river martial spirit visualization diagram as an opening. The effect of the atmosphere reached its peak and shocked everyone. Clang! Clang! The bell rang again. The auctioneer waited for a long time, but no one spoke. He had no choice but to ask, "Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone who wants to bid?" No one answered. "Ladies and gentlemen, I will ask 3 times. After the 3rd time, the river martial spirit visualization diagram will be announced as no one will bid for it. We will proceed to the next round of bidding." Clang! Clang! If not, Chapter 592. A Soul Wheel Realm Artifact. Someone made a bid. Once this voice rang out, the entire auction house went into an uproar again, like a pot of boiling water. Oh my God, someone actually made a bid. What's so strange about that? The river martial spirit visualization diagram is also extraordinary. That's right. In the long run, the value of the river martial spirit visualization diagram is far greater than a soul wheel realm artifact, especially in the large clans where many disciples share it. Chuyang naturally wasn't unfamiliar with this voice. Ronghua House's young marquis, Wu Guanqi. Hearing this voice, second Fatty Jean seemed to have a bad premonition. The fat on his face couldn't help but twitch. His eyes completely narrowed, and even the slits disappeared. If his eyebrows were shaved off, there would be a piece of white meat. Dang, dang, dang. The auctioneer's face was brimming with a smile. Auctioning it was obviously better than not auctioning it. Everyone, Ronghua House's young marquis, Wu has made a bid for a soul wheel realm artifact. Any bidders? There was no sound. Everyone's gaze was focused on Chu Yang and second Fatty Jin's room, as if everyone was waiting for second Fatty Jin to make a bid. Young marquis against young marquis. Only with equal status would one dare to make a bid. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. However, what made everyone disappointed was that second Fatty Jin didn't make a sound. Dang, dang, dang. The auctioneer was clearly very disappointed, but he didn't give up. He opened his mouth again. Ronghua House's young marquis, Wu, has made a bid for a soul wheel realm artifact. Any bidders? Everyone's gaze once again focused on the room Chu Yang and second Fatty Jin were in. Second Fatty Jin's face was very ugly, no longer smiling. He seemed to already know what Wu Guanqi would do next, but he still didn't make a bid. Dang, dang, dang. After 3 inquiries, the auctioneer rang the large bell and announced on the spot. Ronghua House's young marquis, Wu, has made a bid for a soul wheel realm artifact and obtained the river martial spirit visualization diagram. Congratulations, young Marquis Wu. Immediately, he was about to order someone to send the river martial spirit visualization diagram over. But at this time, Wu Guanqi's voice rang out, "Wait." When Wu Guanqi spoke, everyone knew that there was a good show. Second Fatty Jin, why aren't you bidding? Don't you know that the river martial spirit's visualization diagram is worth more than a soul wheel realm artifact in the long run? Wu Guanqi's mocking voice resounded throughout the entire merry pavilion. I don't know if it's because you're stupid or if your wealthy country's marquee mansion is so poor that you can't even take out a soul reincarnation realm artifact. Wu Guanqi, you bastard. Second Fatty Jin was completely enraged. Stop your bullshit. Is the river martial spirit visualization diagram that rare? My marquee mansion has a lot of martial spirit visualization diagrams. Do we lack a nature martial spirit visualization diagram? He didn't think it wasn't enough and immediately added, "You idiot, you're so happy to get a river martial spirit visualization diagram. You really haven't seen the world. Low level. Am I low level, or are you so poor that you can't even compare?" Wu Guanqi didn't get angry and became even more playful. Second Fatty Jin, can I call you a pauper in the future? Is your marquee mansion going to be destroyed immediately? I don't talk to low-level things. Second Fatty Jin clearly lacked confidence. Huh. Wu Guanqi finally laughed out loud and sharply mocked. The wealthy country's marquee mansion is filled with people like you who don't have good eyesight. No wonder the wealthy country's marquee mansion has fallen out of favor. You. Second Fatty Jin's expression couldn't help but change. Such a thing was said in front of everyone. The wealthy country's marquee mansion's prestige would definitely plummet. If they couldn't fight back, the marquee mansion of Rome country would definitely follow their lead in the future. Chapter 593. Did I say something wrong? Wu Guanqi's voice resounded through the hall again, and this time it was even more mocking. In the private room, Fatty Jin's face was extremely dark, but Wu Guanqi wasn't done yet. Can I trouble you to let Fatty Jin see the river martial spirit visualization diagram? This was a slap to Fatty Jin's face. The entire hall fell silent. Young Marquis, The auctioneer hesitated. Chu Yang was in Fatty Jin's private room. If Chu Yang saw the river martial spirit visualization diagram, he couldn't bear the responsibility. Wu Guanqi sneered. You think Fatty Jin can learn the river martial spirit visualization diagram with just one look? Don't worry, just do as I say. At worst, I'll just give the image of the river martial spirit to that poor guy. The river martial spirit visualization diagram was extremely powerful. How could it be memorized with just one look? Being able to grasp the image of the river martial spirit was already heaven-defying. So Wu Guanqi's words weren't wrong. Yes, young Marquis. The auctioneer, Zhou San, immediately showed the river martial spirit visualization diagram to Chu Yang and the others. Fatty Jin gritted his teeth, and Lu Haoran's face was also sullen. However, they found that Chu Yang and Xiao Guai had their eyes wide open, especially Chu Yang, who looked as if he was looking at a beauty taking a bath. It would be a waste not to look at it. Fatty Jin was speechless, then horrified. This isn't human. Is he planning to memorize the river martial spirit with just one look and visualize it? He must be crazy. Whoosh! At this moment, the auctioneer, Zhou San, opened the river martial spirit visualization diagram, but only for a moment. Rumble! Chu Yang's forehead emitted the sound of a surging river. The genius martial spirit, the universal reflector, and himself all tried to capture the image on the river martial spirit visualization diagram. Although it was only for a moment, he instantly captured the image of the river martial spirit. On the universal reflector, a large river came out of a deep valley and surged. Second Fatty Jin and Lu Haoran were both flabbergasted. This was simply too shocking. Then, they recalled how Chu Yang had only used a short amount of time to decipher the heaven-flipping seal. Only then did they recover from their shock. Immediately, both of them had a thought at the same time. Perhaps Chu Yang could visualize the river martial spirit just by looking at it. Don't be so fast. When can you tell if it's that fast? I say, old thing, aren't you thinking too highly of second Fatty Jin? Wu Guanqi's voice rang out again. Don't worry. If anything happens, I definitely won't hold you accountable. Open up the river martial spirit visualization diagram again and fix it there for a while. Let that poor bastard second Fatty Jin take a good look at it. In the future, he probably won't be able to come into contact with something of this level. We need to sympathize with him and mourn for him. The river martial spirit visualization diagram was unfurled, but it still had to stay there for a while. Second Fatty Jin's expression was extremely interesting. Right now, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he was extremely shocked. What was courting death? This was it. If he didn't court death, he wouldn't have died. Why did he have to fix it there for a while? Chu Farron seemed to be about to visualize the river martial spirit. This clearly meant that he was giving the river martial spirit visualization diagram to Chu Yang. Lu Haoran was also stunned. Right now, he couldn't imagine how stupid Wu Guanqi was. He actually did such a stupid thing. He spent a soul reincarnation realm item to obtain the river martial spirit visualization diagram, and now he was giving it to Chu Yang for free. What a strange brain structure. What a miraculous person. Second Fatty Jin and Lu Haoran no longer had the energy to criticize Wu Guanqi. Yes, young Marquis. The auctioneer, Zhou San, slowly unfolded the river martial spirit visualization diagram in front of Chu Yang and the others. Then he stopped. Buzz. Buzz. The universal reflector was activated to its maximum. Chu Yang also activated his genius martial spirit to its maximum. He crazily memorized the river martial spirit visualization diagrams, form, and spirit. Chapter 594. Rumble. The sound of the river was even more deafening. Originally, only Fatty Jin and Lu Haoran could hear it. However, at this moment, it was as if there really was a huge river surging in the happy pavilion. The rumbling sound of the raging river came out from the elegant room and resounded throughout the happy pavilion. Impossible! This is impossible! Wu Guanxi's shocked voice immediately mixed with the sound of the raging river and resounded in everyone's ears. However, it was soon drowned out by the sound of the raging river. This monster! The auctioneer, Zhou San, staggered and almost fell to the ground. In his panic, he hurriedly tried to keep the river martial spirit visualization diagram and almost tore it in half. Previously, he thought that Chuyang might be able to completely capture the river martial spirit. However, he immediately denied it because it was impossible. Therefore, when everything happened, he almost collapsed. Is he still a human? The entire auction house was in an uproar and clamor. Shocking, it was really too shocking. Just by looking at it for a short while, he was able to capture the entire river martial spirit. Was this possible? Could it be that the young marquis of the rich country is faking it? Some people were already suspicious. That's right. Although the young marquis of the rich country has a good comprehension ability, he definitely does not have such a peerless talent. If he has such a peerless talent and is a peerless monster with his character, how could he keep quiet all this time? We have seen the young marquis of the rich country before. It should be said that he does not have such ability. In Jinyuan City, there were many people who were familiar with Fatty Jean. When someone raised this suspicion, many people immediately agreed. Naturally, many people did not know that this was related to Chuyang. They did not even know about Chu Yang's existence. Rumble. Just when many people were guessing, the sound of the raging river became even more deafening and resounded through everyone's eardrums. Then, everyone saw a gap suddenly appear in the elegant room above. A river surged out and appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the entire area was deathly silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone's eyes were glued to the huge river formed by Zhen Yuan. At this moment, this large river wasn't as blurry as what second Fatty Jean and Lu Haoran had seen before, nor was it as simple as a large river flowing out of a deep valley. Now, the great river that appeared in front of everyone was strange, majestic, June grand. The heavenly gate was cut off and the Chu River opened. The jade water flowed eastward. The green hills on both sides of the river face each other, and the sun is setting. The two mountain-like rocks faced each other from east to west, sandwiching the great river. They faced each other like a gate. The great river was like a giant axe that split open the gate of heaven. It rushed out with a rumble. The vast and boundless water opened up a narrow passage between the two mountains. The river water reverberated and surged violently. What was most surprising was that in the torrential current of the great river, there was a lone boat riding the great river, leisurely coming from the horizon. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched. The majestic and vast, the mountains and rivers were steep and unstoppable, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. In everyone's perception, the mighty great river seemed like a heavenly river that had broken through the gate of heaven and appeared in the world. That kind of scene was really like a giant spirit roaring and splitting the two mountains and the flood shooting toward the eastern sea. This great river seemed to be a creature with a huge life force and had the power to break through all obstacles. Chapter 595. So vigorous, so majestic, such a steep river. It really broke through the gate of heaven, split the mountains, and appeared in front of me. Many people had forgotten that this was a secret battle between the two young marquises. When they exclaimed, it was as if they were talking in a dream. Is this true? He only took a look at the river martial spirit visualization picture and then looked at it for a short while. Moreover, he looked at it from afar through the transparent shield. How could he completely visualize the river martial spirit? The giant spirit roared and split the two mountains, and the flood shot towards the East Sea. Such a river is so powerful. Who can stop it? Once it is displayed, it will break through the gate of heaven, split the mountains. My God, he has completely captured the spirit and shape of the river martial spirit in the visualization picture. It is really incredible. Not only that, this big river created by the true essence not only has the general momentum, but also many small details are clear, vivid, and very real. The cries of apes and the roars of tigers, the lush, ancient trees and flowers on both sides of the river, the spring swallows that build their nests with mud, the mandarin ducks on the beach, the white water birds. The more the person looked, the more shocked he was. Looking at this big river in front of me, I feel as if I am on the bank of a big river in spring. Not only do I hear the cries of apes and the roars of tigers, but I also feel the river breeze and smell the fragrance of flowers. Yes, it seems that the young marquis of the rich country has completely imprinted the spirit of the river martial spirit in his mind. In the midst of the hubbub, the elder Zhou San, who was in the center of the auction house, was trembling and turning blue and purple, as if he was frozen. It was he who showed the river martial spirit visualization picture to Chu Yang, so he knew how long Chu Yang had spent looking at it. That short period of time was only 2 or 3 farts, but Chu Yang had completely captured the spirit of the river martial spirit. The third princess of Wei Country and Miss Yi, who were in the dark, looked at the scene in front of them and were dumbfounded. They were speechless for a long time. To them, the upper limit of Chu Yang's evaluation was like the gate of heaven being broken through by the river, or like a divine mountain being split open. Chu Yang's upper limit was not something they could imagine. This Chu Yang must die, he must die, he must die. The third princess of the Wei Country was extremely shocked. At this moment, her killing intent was incomparably thick. Chu Yang was too shocking. She couldn't imagine how shocking he was and couldn't accept it at all. He is indeed going to die. If he doesn't die, we will be sitting on pins and needles. The cold light in Miss Yi's pretty eyes abruptly froze. She was also frightened. Of course, they didn't need to investigate or guess. They knew that this person must be Chu Yang. It was impossible for Second Fatty Jean and Lu Haoran to have such talent in the VIP room. Huh. Second Fatty Jin's proud and arrogant laughter resounded throughout the entire auction house and the entire merry pavilion. Everyone, I'm sorry to have frightened you. Second Fatty Jean continued to boast, but I can't help it. I can't take any provocation. Once provoked, I will flip out. I just want to provoke you. Yes, that's right. I am that shocking. I hope you can accept it. Ha ha. His laughter made Wu Guanqi's face turn ashen and black. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This fat pig can't have such talent. Absolutely impossible. Hey, I forgot a very important thing. Chapter 596. Second Fatty Jean. Wu Guanqi's furious voice resounded through the entire merry pavilion. From his voice, everyone could smell the fragrance of meat and see the smell of blood. They could see Wu Guanqi being roasted by his anger and exploding into pieces, filling the air with his flesh and blood. Smart and wise, the smartest person in the world, the young marquis of Rongbao Marquis House, the famous Wu Guanqi. What do you want? Chu Yang looked at the smug Second Fatty Jean and only laughed. This guy's ability to mock and make sarcastic remarks was definitely not below his own. Lu Haoran also laughed. This fatty was so irritated just now that he was stomping his feet. Now this fatty was really going to return all of his anger. Second Fatty Jean, don't be too smug. Wu Guanqi gnashed his teeth. Smug. Second Fatty Jean sneered again, once again emphasizing Wu Guanqi's intelligence. Smart and wise, the smartest person in the world, the young marquis of Rongbao Marquis House, the famous Wu Guanqi. Where did you see me being smug? And why did I only see your intelligence? You are really too smart. You. Although Second Fatty Jean didn't see Wu Guanqi's expression, he could imagine how angry he was and felt incomparably happy. However, when he looked at Chu Yang again, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, the fat on his body visibly rippling. This pervert, he really wants to scare people to death. Dang, dang, dang. The auctioneer rang the large bell on Wednesday. The long sound of the bell pulled everyone back into the auction, and the auction continued. There were a lot of things being auctioned. Pills, artifacts, all kinds of rare herbs, strange fruits, cultivation methods, etc. Almost everything that Chu Yang could think of was being auctioned. Second Fatty Jean didn't participate in the bidding, and neither did Wu Guanqi. The two of them were surprisingly calm. On the other hand, the nobles and cultivators of Jinyuan City were crazily bidding, and the price was extremely high. Chuyang was already frowning. The calmer Wu Guanqi was now, the fiercer he would be later. Finally, the items that Chuyang wanted were being auctioned. The noisy auction house couldn't help but fall silent. Everyone, the old auctioneer, Zhou San, had a brilliant smile on his face. The fiercest bidding war was about to begin. The attendant had been waiting respectfully with a tray in hand for a long time. Zhou San lifted the cloth on the tray, and the item on it instantly appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a grain of white and black rice with dragon patterns on it. At first glance, there seemed to be a large dragon swimming in it. Rather than calling it a grain of rice, it would be better to call it a grain of rice. This grain of rice was very large, at least 2 feet long. In order to prevent the essence from leaking out, it was sealed in a transparent jade artifact. Everyone, the smile on the auctioneer's face became even brighter. As you can see, this rice is black and white, and there are dragon patterns on it. Looking at it, one can see the essence energy moving like a dragon, so this rice is called dragon rice. Dragon rice. The auction house burst into an uproar. When the auctioneer heard this, he was very satisfied with this reaction. Just as you think, the dragon rice is indeed something that the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness ordered people to cultivate. The great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness wants everyone to be like a dragon, and the dragon rice is one of them, called the black and white dragon rice. The auctioneer, Zhou San, spoke frankly with assurance and introduced the dragon rice one by one. In the private room, Second Fatty Jean and Lu Haoran had already cried out in surprise, because this was related to the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. This was the first time Chuyang had heard of this so-called great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. When he asked the two, they only gave him a rough explanation, but they also mentioned Emperor Island. After that, there was no more time, and the auction officially began. Chapter 597. 10,000 high-grade spiritual crystals was neither too much nor too little. According to Chu Yang's calculations, this was roughly equivalent to 1 million yuan in his previous life. When the auction started, Chu Yang didn't say anything. Second Fatty Jean didn't say anything. Lu Haoran also didn't say anything. On the other side, Wu Guanqi did not make a sound. In the auction house, no one made a bid. The atmosphere was a little strange. The smile of the auctioneer, Zhou San, suddenly froze on his face. The crazy bidding and the battle of wealth between Second Fatty Jean and Wu Guanqi did not appear. The entire auction house was terrifyingly quiet. The starting price of the black-white dragon rice is 10,000 high-grade spiritual crystals. Are there any bidders? Zhou Wei's hoarse voice rang out, echoing in the silent auction house, causing the atmosphere in the auction house to become even stranger. Monster Chu, you seem to be the target of their anger. I was just implicated. Don't you think so? Second Fatty Jean suddenly spoke in the room. It was very sudden. At least, that was what Chu Yang felt. It seems so. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. He had just arrived in Jinyuan City, but someone already knew that he urgently needed a treasure like the black-white dragon rice. Just this point alone was very mysterious. There must be a demon behind the abnormal. There must be something strange amidst the mysterious. In fact, he had already smelled a trace of something unusual. Brother Chu, you have to be careful. There are many people who want to kill you. Lu Haoran suddenly opened his mouth, and a cold light suddenly flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. Before I came, I heard that the Soul Devourer clan wants to kill you. They hired assassins from the Merry Pavilion. The person in charge of this matter is the third princess of Wei Kingdom. Wei Kingdom also wants to kill Brother Chu. Lu Haoran knew the details. At this moment, Chu Yang finally understood why Second Fatty Jean had invited Lu Haoran. It was not without reason. Second Fatty, thank you. Chu Yang sincerely thanked him. He also said the same to Lu Haoran. Brother Lu, thank you. At this moment, he also understood why Lu Haoran did not leave. It turned out that he had not said the most important thing or was hesitating to say it. I don't know anything. Second Fatty Jean suddenly giggled. I don't know anything either. Lu Haoran also smiled. Brother Chu, of all virtues, filial piety is the most important. When I was young, my grandfather loved me very much. I have to go back and observe filial piety. The most important thing was done, so he naturally had to leave. Brother Lu, help me burn a stick of incense and apologize to him on my behalf. I've taken up too much of your time. Chu Yang felt a little apologetic. Brother Chu, actually, I hope that Brother Chu didn't hear anything just now. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for me. Chu Yang understood that although Lu Haoran had the means to obtain information, he was also exposed. If Chu Yang were to explode, Lu Haoran and the Lu family would have to bear the consequences. It could be said that when Lu Haoran said those words just now, he was actually taking a huge risk. He also sincerely regarded Chu Yang as a friend. Brother Lu, don't worry. Chu Yang solemnly promised. Brother Chu, I'm truly sorry. Lu Haoran said apologetically. Brother Lu, I'm already very grateful. Chu Yang was not only grateful, he was even a little touched. They had only met by chance and had only interacted for a short while, but Lu Haoran had already become close friends. What more could he ask for? Where else could he find such a friend? He felt that his luck was very good, very, very good. Not only did he meet Second Fatty Jean, but he also met Lu Haoran. These two were not bad friends. There were not many good things like this in life, so he was very happy. He smiled happily. Crazy. Seeing Chu Yang's happy smile, Second Fatty Jean couldn't help but throw out these words. If he knew that he was going to be cut down and die soon, he definitely wouldn't be able to smile. Chapter 598. After Lu Haoran left, the auctioneer, Zhou San, started his second inquiry to see if anyone wanted to bid. Second Fatty, why do they want to kill me? Lu Haoran had already revealed a lot of information, so Chu Yang couldn't ask further. Now he could only ask Second Fatty Jean. Emperor Island. Second Fatty Jean rolled his eyes and said, this time, only those below the soul reincarnation realm can enter Emperor Island. How can they be at ease with a demon like you entering Emperor Island? Chu Yang finally knew the reason. In other words, they have already figured out my background. He had caused a huge commotion in the Five Elements sect. It wouldn't be difficult for them to find out about him. I'm not sure. However, in the battle later, they will definitely try their best to get you to fight so that they can confirm your strength more accurately. Second Fatty, I'm a little angry now. Chu Yang said with anger in his heart. He was afraid that he would have to follow their script. Otherwise, Lu Haoran would be in trouble. It's time for you to bid? Second Fatty Jean rolled his eyes again. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. At this moment, the auctioneer was already sweating in the auction below. He started his third inquiry, black and white dragon rice. Starting price is 10,000 upper spiritual crystals. Anyone want to bid? Chu Yang looked at the auction house below, and then looked at the elegant room where Wu Guanxi was. Murderous intent surged in his heart. This Wu Guanxi should be their vanguard. Soul Devourer clan. Wei Kingdom. Every one of them was a huge figure and had the ability to take Chu Yang's life. At this moment, he was under immense pressure. Just as the black and white dragon rice was about to be sold, he finally said lazily, 10,000 upper spiritual crystals. It wasn't Second Fatty Jin's voice. Instantly, many people in the auction hall looked at the elegant room where Chu Yang was. Great! Zhou San, Miss E, and the third princess of Wei Kingdom were all delighted. Wu Guanxi couldn't help but sneer. Finally, you can't sit still anymore. 100,000 Shang Ping high-grade spiritual crystals. He also began to bid. Chu Yang knew in his heart that he would not be able to obtain the black and white dragon rice no matter what. Otherwise, how could they let him off the stage during the battle? 100,001 spirit crystals. 200,000 spirit crystals. 200,001 spirit crystals. 300,000 spirit crystals. 301 spiritual crystals. Chuyang always gave Wu Guanqi one more spirit crystal. Second Fatty Jin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He really knew how to play. Boom. The auction house was in an uproar. Who is this? He's so bold. Every time, there's only one more spirit crystal. Is he trying to slap the face of the Marquis mansion? It should be Second Fatty Jin's friend. He's just a friend of Second Fatty Jin. He thinks that he's also a young Marquis like Second Fatty Jin. He actually dares to offend the young Marquis of Rongwa's house. He already offended him. When he became Second Fatty Jin's friend, he already offended young Marquis Wu. Damn it. In the room, Wu Guanqi was extremely furious. Second Fatty Jin didn't stand up at all, and this Chuyang dared to not give him face. He was also extremely excessive. Every time, there was only one more spirit crystal. 1,000,000 upper spiritual crystals. After Wu Guanqi bid, he sneered, "Damn thing, I want to see how long you can keep up. I also want to see Second Fatty Jin how long you can endure." Hee hee. Second Fatty Jin laughed evilly and replied, "Young Marquis Wu, you found the wrong person. This matter has nothing to do with me. This is Chuyang's matter. You'd better not hate the wrong person." Chapter 599. 3 Soul Wheel Realm Artifacts. Boom! Instantly, the entire auction house was in an uproar. A single Soul Wheel Realm artifact was worth more than the black and white dragon rice. Now, the price had reached 3 Soul Wheel Realm artifacts. You're crazy. Second Fatty Jin was also scared half to death by Chuyang. He immediately jumped up. His fat body was like a ball that bounced 3 feet high. That comical appearance made Chuyang almost burst out laughing. Second Fatty, your reaction of being shocked is really lively. Lively, you bastard. You still have the mood to joke at this time. However, Second Fatty Jin wasn't an idiot. He only needed to think for a bit before he understood. The black and white dragon rice was the bait that the other party prepared for Chuyang. To the other party, whether it was 3 Soul Wheel Realm artifacts or 300 Soul Wheel Realm artifacts, it was all the same. It was just a matter of using the left hand and using the right hand. Aren't you afraid that they'll see through it? If the other party gave up on the auction and the Merry Pavilion asked Chuyang for 3 Soul Wheel Realm artifacts, what should he do? Chuyang asked, "Second Fatty, are you 100% sure that I won't be able to take out 3 Soul Reincarnation treasures?" Second Fatty Jin couldn't be sure, so the other party couldn't be sure either. Therefore, they definitely wouldn't bet. Oomph. But suddenly, Fatty Jin sneered. "Monster Chew, have you ever thought that if the other party suspects that you have a Soul Reincarnation Realm artifact on you, the lineup they send to kill you will be incomparably powerful? At that time, I'll see how you die." Chuyang froze. He really didn't think about this problem. Lifting a rock and smashing one's own foot. How stupid. After a moment of silence, Wu Guanqi's angry voice rang out. "Second Fatty Jin, you want to compete with me in terms of wealth? Fine, I'll compete with you. Today, I'll let everyone see whether your rich country marquis residence is stronger or my Roan country marquis residence is stronger. I'll take out 5 Soul Wheel Realm artifacts." Amidst the uproar, Fatty Jin gritted his teeth. "Monster Chew, my rich country marquis mansion has a grudge against you. Once you open your mouth, my rich country marquis mansion's prestige will drop like a river." Chuyang felt apologetic in his heart. He had really invisibly raised the prestige of the marquis mansion of Rong Nation and ruthlessly cheated the marquis mansion of Fu Nation. The other two remained silent. The auctioneer asked 3 times on Wednesday, but no one else made a bid. He announced on the spot that Wu Guanqi of the Marquis residence had won the black and white dragon rice with a sky-high price of 5 Soul Reincarnation artifacts. However, the black-white dragon rice did not reach Wu Guanqi. Instead, it remained where it was. Gambling fight. Wu Guanqi applied for a gambling fight. Gambling fights were allowed during the auction. This was a special feature of the Merry Pavilion. In the gambling fight, those who lost the bid had the hope of winning back what they needed from the gambling fight, and those who successfully won the bid could also win back their losses through the gambling fight. This was a game between the two sides. Fatty Jin, didn't you want the black and white dragon rice? I'll use the black and white dragon rice to gamble with you. If you win, I'll give you the black and white dragon rice. If you lose, I won't ask for much. You just have to bark like a dog. Do you dare? It's here. The other party had done so much to prepare for this moment. Fatty Jean couldn't help but look at Chu Yang. Except, Chu Yang's reply was very short. You have to think carefully. Fatty Jean no longer had his usual frivolous attitude. He said seriously, life and death in gambling fights are predestined. This is not a test. You might be killed on the stage. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Actually, you don't have to worry about me and my hypocrisy. I can tell you the truth. The Marquis Mansion of Fu Nation is standing on both sides. The news of your arrival and other things were leaked by me. This time, I came to the Merry Pavilion because of the mission they gave me. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. Everything was easy to explain now. Chapter 600. If it wasn't for Second Fatty Jean revealing his whereabouts, none of this would have happened. It could be said that it was all because of Second Fatty Jean. Chu Yang was furious, but he couldn't let his emotions affect his decisions. This was a complicated friend. Violence wouldn't solve the problem. It would only make things more complicated. Second Fatty Jean didn't have to say what he said just now. He had gained his trust, so he could stab him in the back. Even if Second Fatty Jean didn't reveal my whereabouts, I'll be targeted as soon as I show my face in Jinyuan City. It's just a matter of time. Chu Yang lowered his eyes. Who is your superior? Phew. Finally, he passed. Second Fatty Jean let out a long sigh. His friend in front of him was really hard to get along with. Wei Kingdom's crown prince. I don't interact with the Merry Pavilion, so they don't know my identity. However, it's not hard for me to pass on information to them. Second Fatty Jean answered 3 questions. Is Brother Lu the same as you? Yes. Even the Merry Pavilion doesn't know his identity. The sky-flipping seal was used by you guys to test my abilities, right? Yes. It was obvious that Chu Yang's luck wasn't that good to meet someone who could become bosom buddies. Is there really such a thing as the sky-flipping seal? Yes. So, it's true that Brother Lu's grandfather died just now. It's true. He didn't lie at all. He did it perfectly. Chu Yang definitely wasn't praising him. Instead, he was filled with killing intent. Second Fatty Jean started to sweat. He told the truth, but Lu Howren didn't. What was Lu Howren compared to him? Second Fatty Jean was the good guy, but he pushed Lu Howren into the fire pit. Thus, Second Fatty Jean felt that he had to explain for Lu Howren. I was pretending to be serious because I wanted to tell you the truth, but the decision was in my hands. So you're saying that my luck isn't too good or too bad, right? Chu Yang said indifferently. However, you two have moved me for nothing. What else could Second Fatty Jean say? Can I trouble Brother Jean to arrange my battle to become famous? The battle to become famous? Second Fatty Jean narrowed his eyes. Are you sure? Why not? Chu Yang sneered. It's important to become famous early. Do you understand? There are people who wanted to kill him all day long, whether it was in the Five Elements sect or outside the Five Elements sect. All kinds of schemes, and conspiracies were now shrouding him. There was no end to it, and there was no moment of peace. The matter of Second Fatty Jean and Lu Howren made Chu Yang's hair stand on end. If these two gained his trust and stabbed him in the back, then he wouldn't even know how he died. The human heart was unpredictable. His patience had reached its limit, and he was furious. If not for the fact that his current cultivation level was too low, Chu Yang would have killed his way out and killed all his enemies. Be it the Five Elements sect, the Soul Devourer clan, or the Wei Nation, he would have wiped them all out. He could kill one person in 10 steps, but he couldn't do it even if he was 1,000 miles away. From now on, his name should be known by many people in the Eastern Wilderness continent. When his name resounded throughout this continent, he could tear apart and destroy everything. When he was angry, the heavens and earth would change color. Let's see who would dare to kill him. Today was his first stop to become famous, and Emperor Island would be his second stop. Second Fatty Jean felt Chu Yang's killing intent at this moment. and he couldn't help but shiver. For a moment, he felt as if a killing god had awakened in Chu Yang's body. The entire room seemed to have frozen, and he could sense that his surroundings were covered in the color of blood. It was as if the killing god was slaughtering all living things, dyeing the heavens and earth red. Such a terrifying killing intent. Second Fatty Jean couldn't help but have this feeling. Perhaps telling the truth today and choosing to treat Chu Yang as a friend was the best and most important decision he had made in his life. Good. Chapter 601. Outside the room, Wu Guanxi continued to yell, Second Fatty Jean, are you a coward? You coward. Wu Guanxi, who are you calling a coward? Who are you calling coward? Second Fatty Jin's fat body walked out from the hole in the room and appeared in front of the crowd. Wu Guanxi, I'll bet with you. Show me your moves. Second Fatty Jean, you can't hold it in anymore, can you? Wu Guanxi laughed coldly. Simple, those below the soul reincarnation realm will win 2 out of 3 rounds. Life and death is up to fate. Second Fatty Jean snorted coldly as a mocking smile appeared on his fat and round face. It's just a mere black and white dragon rice, and you want to win 2 out of 3 rounds? Are you a beggar, or am I a beggar? Haha, you're right. Wu Guanxi laughed wildly. Second Fatty Jean, since you said so, I'll satisfy you. I'll bet a soul reincarnation realm artifact for the next 2 rounds. Boom! The room that Wu Guanxi was in was also destroyed. A bronze bell and a blood-red longsword appeared in the air above the auction house, emitting a shocking energy wave. Ring. 9 dragons appeared on the bell and coiled around it. The roar of the 9 dragons resounded through the 9 heavens, and as the sound waves rippled out, a light barrier appeared from the bell and enveloped the area, forming a domain. The 9 dragons swam within the domain, and they could both attack and defend. Clang! 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 The blood-red sword vibrated as it emitted a terrifying killing intent. With the blood-red sword as the center, the surroundings were dyed in a scarlet-red color. The scarlet-red color was so thick that it seemed like blood could drip from it. Kill, 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 kill. As the blood sword vibrated, everyone present could only hear the word kill in their ears. In their perception, they could see heads rolling, limbs shattering, and blood flowing like a river. A river of blood flowing like a river. Some of the people with lower cultivations were frightened by the blood-red sword and screamed. Second Fatty Jean. Wu Guanxi's voice sounded again. This is the 9-dragon bell and the 7-kill sword. If you win all 3 rounds, not only will the black and white dragon rice be yours, but the 9-dragon bell and the 7-kill sword will also be yours. However, if you lose, not only do you have to bark like a dog, you also have to crawl to me like a dog and crawl under my crotch. Do you dare to bet? The entire crowd was silent. This gamble was not small at all. It was obvious that the 9 dragons bell and 7 slaughtering sword were extremely powerful objects. They were not ordinary soul reincarnation realm artifacts. This should be a high-grade soul reincarnation artifact, and not a mid-grade or low-grade one. Second Fatty Jin's pupils involuntarily shrank. Such a precious treasure made him realize that the other party was planning to kill Chu Yang in the battle. They seemed to have changed their plans. While Second Fatty Jin was hesitating, Chu Yang's voice sounded in his mind. Such a generous offer. It's like he's giving you a treasure. Accept him. He no longer hesitated and roared. Fine, I accept. Wu Guanxi, I'll make you swallow all your arrogance back. Oomph. Do you have the ability? You'll soon know if I have the ability or not. As the two bickered, Lady Yi opened her mouth and said, Young Marquises, since you've decided to bet, then I'll start preparing. In the end, she didn't forget to tease them. Also, young Marquises, please remember to compensate for the damage you've done to the Merry Pavilion. The Merry Pavilion is a small business and can't afford to be tormented by the two young Marquises. She was abnormally relaxed. Her slender, jade-like hand pointed at the air. Instantly, the formation there shone, as if a huge sun had risen. It was extremely dazzling, and almost everyone present couldn't see anything. Amidst the rumbling, a huge stage covered by a light barrier rose from the ground and appeared in front of everyone. There were bloodstains on the stage, and there seemed to be traces of black gas within. It was as if vengeful spirits were wandering within. It was filled with resentment and ferocity, as if it was a small version of hell. Chapter 602. Whoosh! As soon as the fighting ring appeared, a golden light cut through the void. With a loud bang, it landed heavily on the fighting ring. Immediately, the life and death arena began to tremble, as if it was about to be trampled into pieces. With a buzzing sound, the light of the formation shone brightly, stabilizing the arena. Many people present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The fighting ring was extremely sturdy. Who knew how many life and death battles had been held on it? But they had never seen anyone who could shake the fighting ring so easily. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a head of golden hair landed in the center of the arena. His pupils were vertical and golden. They were extremely sharp and filled with wildness. When his gaze swept out, it was like a golden storm of swords and sabers, slashing over to kill. He was more than 2 meters tall and had golden muscles all over his body that glowed with a metallic luster. There seemed to be horned dragons swimming inside his body, full of explosive power. His muscular and powerful body made many people feel a great sense of oppression just by standing there. They even felt that a barbaric world was unfolding before their eyes. Screech! The middle-aged man suddenly let out a high-pitched screech. The sound wave formed a visible shock wave that rushed out. It was as if the sound split the 9 heavens and poured into people's ears. Their eardrums hurt as if they were about to be torn apart. In the midst of such a high-pitched cry, the golden middle-aged man's head shockingly turned into the head of a rock. Immediately, the demonic aura around his body surged, and the wildness of his body became even more explosive, impacting everyone present. His golden pupils also became sharper, and a golden vortex appeared in them. Anyone who looked at it would immediately feel dizzy, as if their souls were about to leave their bodies and be sucked in. Big-winged gold rock bird. This middle-aged man was actually a big-winged gold rock bird. It's over. Second Fatty Gene will lose for sure. At this moment, many people were certain that Second Fatty Gene would lose for sure. His opponent's attack was too terrifying. It was actually a big-winged gold rock bird. The big-winged gold rock bird had the speed of a rock and was extremely fast. It was a demonic beast. Not only did it have an extremely strong physical body, its strength was also extremely terrifying. In other words, no matter if it was speed or strength, humans could not compare to the big-winged gold rock bird. This is a duel for those below the soul wheel realm. Please take the test. Although Miss E's calm voice was not loud, it resounded throughout the entire place. At the same time, it was as if he had saved everyone from the claws of a big-winged gold rock. Many people couldn't help but let out a long breath of cold air. Some even broke out in cold sweat and almost collapsed. Powerful, too powerful. This big-winged gold rock was so powerful. Who could be its opponent? Second Fatty Jin's pupils couldn't help but tremble as he looked at the rock-headed, human-bodied, large-winged gold rock on the stage. He had never imagined that Wu Guanxi would be able to send out a great demon like this gold rock. A demonic beast like the golden winged rock, especially one so powerful, was definitely not something that Wu Guanxi could control. Especially when Second Fatty Gene felt that this golden winged rock could clearly devour a person's soul. Thus, he immediately thought of the Soul Devourer clan. The Soul Devourer clan and the Merry Pavilion have formed an alliance after scheming against each other. Second Fatty Jin's heart shrunk and sank. The Soul Devourer clan and the Merry Pavilion had formed an alliance. This meant that they were planning to kill Chu Yang in the duel. This way, even if the Five Elements sect investigated, they would be able to wash their hands clean. After all, What else could you say if you died in the duel? You could only blame yourself for not knowing your place and being too arrogant. Chapter 603. 1. The gigantic golden hand of the great winged golden rock landed on the stone monument, causing it to tremble violently. From the top of the monument, a surge of golden light shot up into the skies, reaching the top of the monument in an instant, stopping right below the soul wheel realm indicator, as though it was about to surpass it. Ninth level of the ascending soul realm, a great demon that was about to step into the soul wheel realm. Everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, the sound of footsteps could be heard amidst the silence. Everyone couldn't help but look over immediately. They saw a slender young man with a little beast with 5-colored fur on his shoulder. He stepped into the void and walked towards the battle arena. This is second Fatty Jin's friend. Who else could it be? He's walking leisurely, so leisurely. His opponent is the big winged gold rock, the peak of the 9th level of the ascending soul realm. He dares to look down on him like this. Everyone was shocked. Chuyang was too calm. He walked slowly in the air like a floating cloud. Ignorant. Even at this time, he still doesn't forget to pretend. These words came from the Sun family's Sun Yangon. Naturally, his voice was very soft, and only those close to him could hear it. Sun Zi sure couldn't help but frown. Brother Chu, you might not lose. Sun Lele didn't agree. Won't lose? He's dead for sure. Their third uncle, the one-eyed middle-aged man, made a judgment. They weren't the only ones sizing up Chuyang. Miss Yi, the Wei Kingdom's third princess, and the others were also sizing up Chuyang. At this moment, there was a white-clothed youth beside the Wei Kingdom's third princess. He held a wine gourd in his hand and took a sip from time to time. His expression was calm as he looked at Chuyang indifferently. Gold Rock Holy Sun, what do you think of this Chuyang? The Wei Kingdom's third princess was wearing a mask. Looking at the calm Chuyang, she couldn't help but frown. Being able to kill someone at the 9th level of the Ascending Soul Realm, while at the 7th level of the Chi Soul Realm, of course, he's extraordinary. The young man in white took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "However, this is as far as he can go. He should be honored to be able to make both of us join hands." Gold Rock Holy Sun, are you so sure? Of course I'm sure, because I'm the Gold Rock Saint. In that case, my people don't need to prepare, right? The third princess of Wei Kingdom laughed. Yes, the young man in white answered with certainty. In the field, all eyes fell on Chuyang. Due to Chuyang's calmness, everyone was very curious and speculated. They felt that if Chuyang didn't have the slightest ability, he definitely wouldn't dare to face such a ferocious big-winged gold rock bird. Chuyang finally landed on the battle arena. Immediately, Miss Yi's voice rang out. "Young Master Chu, would you please check your cultivation? Are they trying to determine my cultivation level? It's logical. As expected, it's a good method. I really can't refuse." Chuyang was well aware of all this. He sneered in his heart, "Since you want to understand, I'll let you understand properly. I hope you won't be too shocked later." He wasn't afraid. After obtaining the black and white dragon rice, he could immediately break through to the 9th level of the Chi Soul Realm and then directly enter the Ascending Soul Realm. As an array formation master, he had gained great enlightenment from the sensual pleasures of the merry house, and his state of mind had improved. In addition, he had already obtained the mental cultivation method of the gold lineage. He felt that breaking through the barrier of heaven and stepping into the 4th level array formation was just around the corner. His realm was changing so quickly. How could it be that they could guess and grasp? Chuyang's hand landed directly on the testing stone tablet. Chapter 604. Pop. Chuyang's hand landed on the testing stone tablet. Immediately, circles and circles of ripples spread out from the tablet. A ray of light shot up rapidly, but when it reached the 7th level of the Chi Soul Realm on the tablet, it stopped abruptly. 7th level of the Chi Soul Realm. only the 7th level of the Chi Soul Realm. This Chuyang was only at the 7th level of the Chi Soul Realm. Facing someone at the peak of the 9th level of the Ascending Soul Realm, there was a difference of 1 level and 11 levels. With such a huge gap, how could he dare to stand out? How could he be so calm? The crowd didn't immediately go into an uproar. Instead, they all looked at the testing stone tablet. They felt that they might have seen wrongly, or that there was a problem with the testing stone tablet. Second Fatty Jin's gaze also landed on the testing stone tablet. His eyes were filled with shock. He had heard about Chu Yang's achievements from Big Fatty Jin, but when he saw it with his own eyes, the impact he felt was completely different. Lady Yi, the auctioneer Zhou San, the third princess of Wei Kingdom, and the Gold Rock Holy Sun all looked at the testing stone tablet. Everyone was waiting for the final result. However, there was no change on the testing stone tablet. The ray of light remained at the 7th level of the Chi Soul Realm. It couldn't go up, and it definitely couldn't go down. It was as steady as a dog. This testing stone tablet is really accurate. Chu Yang praised the testing stone tablet. He admitted that he was only at the 7th level of the Chi Soul Realm. Boom! The entire auction house, the entire merry house, was turned upside down. Everyone was completely shocked. Their shock, astonishment, shock, disbelief, and all kinds of doubts exploded out in an instant. This Chu Yang is really only at the 7th level of the Chi Soul Realm. He's only at the 7th level of the Chi Soul Realm. Facing a 9th level of the Ascending Soul Realm, he's still so arrogant and calm. As if he's mature? Is he crazy? Even if he's crazy, Second Fatty Jin shouldn't be crazy, right? Second Fatty Jin was actually a little crazy right now. Chu Yang was actually only at the 7th level of the Chi Soul Realm. I think this Chu Yang knows that he's going to die, so he's putting on an act. If one's heart is like dead ashes, one can be at peace like this if one throws caution to the wind. But looking at him, do you think he has the slightest bit of despair? At this moment, Chu Yang's face curved into an evil smile as he faced the audience with a smile. No matter how one looked at it, he did not look like he had lost all hope. Everyone could see his arrogance and unscrupulousness. Is he really only at the 7th tier of the Chi Soul stage, the 7th star of the Yuan realm? Miss Yi and the Wei Kingdom's third princess were both indescribably shocked. Seeing it once was better than hearing about it 100 times. They were really shocked. Seeing Chu Yang's indifferent expression, the Gold Rock Holy Sun couldn't help but snort coldly. He was extremely displeased. He really looks down on everyone in the world. Does he think that he's the only genius in the world? How foolish. I'm only at the 7th tier of the Chi Soul Realm. Chu Yang smiled at Miss Yi and said, Miss Yi, do you still have any questions? I see that you're very shocked. Did I scare you? Young Master Chu, you really know how to joke. Miss Yi's smile was very forced. If it was like the new information that Chu Yang could kill someone at the 9th tier of the Ascending Soul Realm with his current cultivation, then this Chu Yang would really scare people to death. Miss Yi, you're very beautiful. How about cheering for me later? Miss Yi's expression froze again. Chu Yang still had the mood to take advantage of her at this time. What was his heart made of? Chapter 605. Bang! A loud noise resounded in the arena, attracting everyone's attention. That rock-headed, human-bodied golden-winged Peng was furious because of Chu Yang's disdain. Its golden pupils were filled with wildness. It looked at Chu Yang with its golden gaze, and immediately, countless golden feathers formed a rain of swords and pierced towards him. At the same time, it said in a low voice, "Since the test is over, come and die. I don't have time to waste with a piece of trash at the 7th layer of the Chi Soul Realm." Bang! The golden-winged gold rockbird attack was blocked by Chu Yang's hand and crushed it. He then sneered, "Feathered beast. Who are you calling a piece of trash?" Feathered beast. Everyone was shocked. Chu Yang didn't take the golden-winged gold rockbird seriously at all. "Piece of trash. I'm going to eat you raw." Screech. The rock roared angrily. The golden-winged gold rockbird was about to attack, but E intervened. "Please control yourself." Then, she said, In a life-and-death battle, life and death are up to fate. Do you understand? I already know, the golden-winged gold rockbird said coldly, but Chu Yang was too lazy to say anything. Since you already know, please sign the life and death agreement. Chu Yang couldn't help but feel relieved. She was really thoughtful. If he signed the life and death agreement, even if he died, the Five Elements sect wouldn't be able to pursue the matter. The two signed the life and death agreement. You two, your battle can start now. That Miss E immediately retreated from the battle arena. Piece of trash. How do you want to die? Chu Yang sneered. Feathered beast, you still need to learn etiquette. Remember the importance of seniority. You are too disrespectful. I'm going to eat you raw. The golden-winged gold rockbird was enraged by the words feathered beast. At the same time, it roared, piece of trash. I'll let you see how I'm going to eat you bite by bite. I'll let you be scared to death when you see me as a ghost. Whoosh! The big-winged gold rock immediately made its move. It turned into a streak of golden light and tore through the void, immediately pouncing towards Chu Yang like an eagle trying to catch a chick. Oof! Chu Yang let out a cold snort. He used his innate earth physique to control the profound meaning of weight, and the gravity changed abruptly. Bang! The big-winged gold rockbird was caught off guard and was pulled down by the sudden increase in gravity. It fell down and smashed into the ring. Wong! Then it saw Chu Yang looking down at it from above and punching it. Shockingly, when Chu Yang punched out, his true essence formed a mountain, wrapped in arcs of light, and smashed down. Trash. So what if you can visualize the mountain martial spirit? I can split the heavens. What can a mere mountain do to me? The big-winged gold rock bird let out a long cry. Its human hand transformed into a rock's claw. Its 4 claws were like 4 heavenly blades. They fiercely slashed down. Suddenly, 4 heavenly motes appeared on the mountain. At this moment, a strange change occurred. Rumble. The sound of the great river reverberated. Immediately, everyone saw the 4 heavenly motes on the mountain. The 4 great rivers were like 4 huge dragons, roaring and bursting out. The gate of heaven was broken, and the river was opened. The blue water flowed to the east. The river martial spirit from before appeared in front of everyone again. The great river rushed through the gate of heaven and split the mountain. The roar of a giant spirit shook the 2 mountains, and the flood gushed out of the East Sea. No, the big-winged gold rockbird had never expected that its rock claw would have such a change. It was caught off guard and was bombarded by the 4 great rivers. In an instant, it felt that the 4 river gods had pierced through its body. Then a slender hand reached out and grabbed its inner core. Chu Yang. Crack, crack, crack. Chu Yang directly ate the inner core of the big-winged gold rockbird. The true essence in his body formed the all-creation great millstone and crushed the inner core, making cracking sounds. Feathered beast, who did you say you were going to eat bit by bit? Bang! The big-winged gold rockbird fell down heavily with shock, fear, and disbelief. It could no longer answer. The whole place was dead silent. Chapter 606. Next, Chu Yang's cold and indifferent voice echoed in the auction hall and in the merry pavilion. The whole audience was so quiet that even though his voice wasn't loud, it could still be heard very clearly. It could also be heard very far. It was as if the cicadas were chirping in the forest and the birds were chirping in the mountain. Are you shocked? Then I'll give you time to be shocked. Chu Yang sneered in his heart as he stood on the stage with his arms crossed. The reaction of the whole place was very lively. Among the 4 members of the Sun family, Sun Yangon, who thought that Chu Yang was definitely going to die, repeatedly belittled Chu Yang in his heart. Every time he opened his mouth, he would speak unfavorably of Chu Yang. At this moment, his mouth, which was full of contempt for Chu Yang, was like the mouth of a prehistoric giant beast. It was as if he was going to swallow the world. His eyes, which were full of contempt for Chu Yang, were also protruding like the eyes of a dead fish. His expression was extremely comical. The one-eyed middle-aged man, who had concluded that Chu Yang was definitely going to die, suddenly opened his blind eye in anger. It was as if he could not stand the fact that his other eye was blind. Therefore, even if he was blind, he had to stand out at this moment. Sun Lele and Sun Shirshir were also extremely shocked. Miss Yi and the auctioneer, Zhou San, were also like stone sculptures at this moment, vivid and lifelike. In the dark, the gold rock Holy Sun's playful smile froze on his face. The curve of his mouth was very obvious. He was originally drinking from the gourd in his hand, but the wine gourd stopped at the edge of his mouth. From the wine gourd, the fine wine poured down like the Milky Way from the ninth heaven. It hit his chest, soaking his clothes, and the fragrance of the wine permeated the air. The third princess of the Wei Kingdom had already exposed her identity as a girl. Although she was wearing a mask, her perfect curves were exposed. Just by looking at her curves, she was definitely an extremely beautiful woman. She was so shocked that she even stopped using her body transformation technique. Crash! After a moment of dead silence, the entire place suddenly exploded like a mirror. It was as if a world gate had opened, and creatures from another world poured out and entered this world. The auction house, the merry house in front of them, and everything that they saw, they had never heard of or seen before. They cried out in shock. The clamor of the whole place was like the raging waves in the ocean, rising and falling one after another. The big-winged gold rock bird has the upper hand in terms of strength and speed. It's even just like that. The big-winged gold rock bird said it was going to eat Chu Yang, but in the end, Chu Yang dug out its nidin and swallowed it. This Chu Yang is too cruel. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? It completely defies common sense. Chu Yang and the big-winged gold rock were 11 minor realms apart. So it was like a 6-year-old child killing a 17-year-old boy with a raise of his hand. The mountain was split open and the river suddenly jumped out. How could such a transformation be done? It's simply unbelievable. That's right. The big-winged gold rock bird was probably caught off guard, so it was directly killed by Chu Yang. Even if the big-winged gold rock bird was prepared, it was still beaten to death. There was no lack of people with good eyesight in the auction house. They said, "This is not a simple river suddenly bursting out, but a mountain suddenly transforming into a river. I have never seen such a method, such a transformation of true Yuan skill. Especially since these two are natural martial spirits. They are incomparably vigorous and vast. The transformation of the two is extremely difficult. It should be impossible to do. This is definitely not the most shocking thing." Someone added, "The transformation of the mountain and the river did not happen all of a sudden. The mountain did not disappear. It was just constantly transforming into the river. The two seamlessly connected and merged into one. This means that the mountain martial spirit and the river martial spirit merged together. The two true Yuan skills merged together. How could the big-winged gold rock bird not die? The transformation of true Yuan skill was very difficult. For example, the transformation of true Yuan into a tiger, and then halfway through, it suddenly transformed into a lion. This might be possible, but it was very difficult. There were not many people who could do it because it involved many things. First of all, in the visualization, the tiger had to suddenly become a lion. Second, if the tiger was formed by true Yuan, the true Yuan had to be readjusted and even reconstructed to transform into a lion. This was like throwing out a stone and suddenly turning the stone into a throwing knife. It was impossible. In particular, it wasn't as simple as turning a mere stone into a flying dagger. Instead, it was turning a huge mountain into a mighty river. Chapter 607. How on earth did he do it? In the dark, the Wei Kingdom's third princess spoke. She found it hard to imagine, and this was not only her confusion, but also everyone else's confusion. At this moment, she only realized that her voice was female when she spoke. She also realized that she had exposed her female figure, and all her concealment had collapsed. I don't know. The gold rock saint was in a daze. He really didn't know. He had already picked up the wine gourd in his hand, and the wine no longer poured on his chest. However, his clothes were soaked, making him look extremely miserable. Just a moment ago, he was still very confident that Chu Yang would definitely die. The gold rock saint was very confident in himself and his companion, the big-winged gold rock. However, when his confident big-winged gold rock turned into a dead bird, his confidence made him feel extremely miserable. How could a mountain suddenly turn into a river when using a true essence skill? Such a transformation required too much true essence and spiritual power. It was impossible to achieve. How could a visualized mountain martial spirit be instantly switched to a river martial spirit? How could a mountain constructed with true essence be instantly switched to a river? The switching of visualized martial spirits and true essence had to be synchronized. If the synchronization was not good, the connection would be sluggish and the power would be greatly reduced. If the synchronization was not good, it would directly collapse. This was already beyond the gold rock saint's imagination, but Chu Yang actually went one step further and perfectly fused the mountain martial spirit and the river martial spirit, and perfectly fused the two true essence skills. Between the two, both the mountain martial spirit and the river martial spirit were natural martial spirits, and they were incomparably vast. How could such a huge volume be switched? How could it be seamlessly linked and perfectly fused? Therefore, the gold rock saint really didn't know. How could they know that Chu Yang's spirit, soul, third revolution? Not to mention that the mountain had turned into a river. This was only the second revolution. Chu Yang could still perform the third revolution. This was the power of the spirit, soul, third revolution. Are you guys done being shocked? Chu Yang waited for a while before opening his mouth again. His tone was incomparably savage. Just now, he seemed to be overlooking everyone like a god, watching everyone make a fuss about nothing, watching everyone make a fool of themselves. Have you reacted yet? Another sentence was uttered. This time, the tone was even more mocking, even sharper, and even more disdainful. The only thing Chu Yang didn't do was point at the crowd and say, "Everyone here, you are all trash." Everyone was speechless, as if they had been choked. They were unable to refute. Chu Yang was just so godly just now. Can you guys hurry up? Don't waste my time. I don't have time to see your shocked expressions. This provocation was too extreme, directly stabbing into one's heart, almost able to directly stab one to death. The crowd didn't know what Wu Guanqi's reaction would be, but it definitely wouldn't be good. Not only was it bad, it was simply terrible. Wu Guanqi was the most trembling. His entire body was trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear. He was crazily screaming in his heart. What kind of monster is this? What kind of person did my father offend? On the surface, he came to the Merry Pavilion specifically to insult Second Fatty Jean, but in reality, it was his father who asked him to come. He didn't know the specifics, but he knew that he had to insult Second Fatty Jean and Chu Yang. He had to insult them until they couldn't hide or retreat. Wu Guanqi did as he was told, but the result was very shocking. Wu Guanqi, are you done being shocked? Second Fatty Jin's mocking voice also resounded through the crowd, but in reality, he was also incomparably shocked. He knew that Chu Yang's strength was shocking, but he never imagined that it would be so shocking. With a raise of his hand, he killed the 9th level ascending soul tier big-winged gold rock bird. Wu Guanqi, are you done? Wu Guanqi, I don't have time to see your shocked expression. Chapter 608. Second Fatty Jean, you've only won one match. Don't be too arrogant. Wu Guanqi appeared fierce, but everyone could tell that his voice was trembling. That Miss E, the third princess of the Wei Kingdom, and the Golden Rock Saint's son couldn't help but frown. Wouldn't they be exposed? Wu Guanqi's unbearable behavior made them unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. They still needed Wu Guanqi to support them. However, they still interfered in the end. Without Wu Guanqi's order, they directly sent people out. The big-winged gold rock bird was the method of the gold rock holy sun. This time, it was the method of the Wei Kingdom's third princess. I'll take you on. Boom. There was an explosion in the air, accompanied by a gust of wind. A tall and burly young man landed heavily on the arena with a thud. Chu Yang immediately glanced at him and judged his strength. He immediately felt the aura of a formation seal from the other party. At the same time, the tall and burly young man was also judging Chu Yang's strength. He also felt the aura of a formation seal from Chu Yang. Although Chu Yang hid it very well, how could he hide it as a formation master? He couldn't help but frown. The requirements for the battle must be below the soul wheel realm. Please come over for the test. Misty carried out every procedure meticulously, afraid that the slightest mistake would cause the outcome of the battle to be questioned. The tall and burly young man's large hand immediately landed on the testing stone tablet. Instantly, a purple ray of light shot down from the stone tablet. It was like a great rock rising with the wind, shooting straight up into the sky. It instantly reached the peak of the 9th level of the ascending soul realm, but it didn't rush up and reach the soul wheel realm. The peak of the 9th level of the ascending soul realm. Another peak of the 9th level of the ascending soul realm. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but stare at the arena without blinking. Previously, Chu Yang had used his miraculous methods to kill the big-winged gold rockbird. But no matter what, the big-winged gold rockbird was caught off guard and was unable to display its abilities. Now, this person was also in the 9th layer of the ascending soul realm. With the precedent of the big-winged gold rockbird, he would definitely be extremely cautious. He should be able to display the strength of the 9th layer of the ascending soul realm. This could test Chu Yang completely. In a head-on clash, they would see if Chu Yang's true battle prowess could crush a 9th level ascending soul realm cultivator. Do you know that life and death is up to fate? Miss E spoke again, and the tall and burly young man responded with his actions, directly writing his name on the life and death contract. All right, you may begin. As soon as she left, the giant of the merry pavilion seemed to have tensed up. The entire crowd suddenly fell silent once more. Every single pair of eyes stared fixedly at the arena, afraid that they would miss the slightest detail. Wang, the tall and burly young man, didn't wait for Chu Yang to make any moves, and took the initiative to attack. He took out an item, and it immediately emitted a powerful fluctuation. Amidst the dazzling light, a light barrier suddenly emerged from him, and immediately enveloped the entire arena. At this moment, everyone could clearly see the item in his hand. It was a formation diagram. Formation diagrams were portable formations. Formation masters would set up various kinds of formations within them. Once taken out, there was no need to set up a formation seal. Just by relying on the formation diagram, one could immediately form a formation. However, it wasn't easy to refine a formation diagram. Formation masters who could refine a formation diagram had to be at least a 6-stage formation master. The tall and burly young man actually had a formation diagram in his hand. The formation formed by the formation diagram was almost equivalent to a domain. Within the formation, the tall and burly young man occupied an unparalleled advantage. This was equivalent to his cultivation directly rising to the soul wheel realm. Chapter 609. Array Diagram. It's actually an array diagram. With an array diagram, it's a battle between a soul reincarnation realm and a 7th level Chi soul realm. No matter how amazing Chu Yang is, there's no doubt about the outcome. This is a battle between soul reincarnation realm cultivators. Isn't it a little despicable to use an array diagram? Since it's a battle, then let's use our own abilities and methods. There's only a matter of victory and defeat, a matter of stupidity. There's no such thing as despicable. That's right. Life and death is up to fate. You should have known before the battle. The crowd, who were holding their breaths in anticipation of the battle, instantly went into an uproar. They were all shocked by the array diagram. Some felt that it was unfair to use the array diagram, but more felt that it was a battle. Since it was a battle, there was nothing that couldn't be done. The entire battle was in an uproar. At the same time, almost everyone thought that Chu Yang was bound to lose the moment the formation came out. This Chu Yang is dead meat. Let's see how he can be so arrogant. In the crowd, Sun Yangon shouted excitedly. Sun Sunshire's face was gloomy, and he immediately cut ties with Sun Yangon. Sun Lele was also extremely dissatisfied. After all, Chu Yang was their savior. Third princess, you're really something. You actually have such a rare item like an array diagram. The Gold Rock Saint, Eugene too, was also a little surprised. Then he laughed. He couldn't help but have a higher opinion of the Wei Kingdom's third princess. Gold Rock Saint, you're overpraising me. This array diagram might not be able to deal with a demon like Chu Yang. Although she said so, the joy in her voice revealed her true feelings. This is bad. How can a soul reincarnation realm cultivator be a match for a 7th level Chi soul realm cultivator? Second Fatty Jin's expression changed drastically. Ha! Wu Guanxi's unbridled laughter resounded throughout the entire audience. He had been too repressed before. He was so scared that he wanted to die. He had actually offended such a monstrous genius like Chu Yang. Now that the tables had turned, all kinds of emotions were released. Second Fatty Jean, are you dumbfounded? He sneered. It's too early for you to be happy just now. Let's see how you can still be so rampant now. Just wait to collect the corpse of this bullshit Chu Yang, then act like a dog and wag your tail at me. Ha ha. His laughter was filled with delight, not to mention the reactions of the others. Chu Yang, who was covered by the array, immediately felt as if he had been locked in a prison. With the sound of the iron door being closed, he was completely isolated from the outside world. He was trapped in a small prison, almost suffocating. Then, the suppression of the formation became even more intense. He felt as if someone had covered his head and face with a sack and stuffed him into the sack. After a round of punches and kicks, he was about to sink to the bottom of the river. Helpless, powerless, and helpless, he could only allow himself to be slaughtered. At this moment, he was a little panicked. Origin, martial, third revolution. Third circulation of Chi soul. Chu Yang burst out with his full strength. It was as if he had torn apart the sack and escaped from the prison. But he found that he had fallen into a quagmire. It was extremely strenuous to even move a little. Heavenly power. Terrain. At this moment, his mental power also completely erupted. He controlled the heavenly power and terrain of the array to resist the suppression of the array. Suddenly, the feeling of being trapped in a swamp completely disappeared. It was as if he had successfully escaped from the prison and temporarily regained his freedom. However, although he had successfully escaped from the prison, he was still caught in the net of the law. His nerves were tense at every moment. He was like a snake in a cup of water, and every bush and tree was an enemy. Chapter 610. Chu Yang, can you break free? The tall and burly young man's expression changed when he realized that Chu Yang had actually broken free from the shackles of the array. However, he immediately became fierce and roared, "Freeze for me! Buzz! Buzz! Buzz!" In the formation, the void suddenly buzzed. Immediately, Chu Yang felt as if he was suddenly placed in the deep sea. A great pressure like water pressure squeezed him from all directions, trying to squeeze him alive. Boom! He struggled violently, and the heavenly momentum and terrain in the formation were completely released by him. In an instant, he seemed to have become a creature in the deep sea. The pressure that was squeezing him from all directions was suddenly reduced greatly. They were both formation masters, but the tall young man had the formation map. It was as if he was in charge of the law, and Chu Yang was a lawyer who was proficient in the law. He defended himself in the court, using law against law. His voice was loud, and his mouth was flowing like a river. He had a glib tongue. The two began to fight fiercely. In a confrontation of spirit and formation, Chu Yang was not at a disadvantage at all. The battle between them was like a battle of words in the court. For a while, the tall young man was unable to do anything to Chu Yang. The two were locked in a stalemate. So what if you're a formation master? In this formation, I am the heavens, the earth, and the supreme ruler. You're nothing. If I want you to freeze, you'll freeze. If I want you to die, you'll die. The tall young man was not only the judge in the court, but also the supreme ruler of the country where the judge was from. Since the law could not severely punish Chu Yang, he directly used the army and the violent organization to completely erase Chu Yang. He activated the formation map to the extreme. The formation map buzzed and burst out with endless light. At this time, all of Chu Yang's array formations had lost their effectiveness. Just as the tall and sturdy youth had said, he was a genius in array formations. However, he did not panic. The inheritance of the golden origin appeared in his mind one by one. Sky-flipping seal, sky-crushing seal, heaven-patching seal. In his eyes, the formation formed by the formation diagram seemed to be the beginning of the world, and he was the first living creature of the world. He was incomparably powerful, overturning the heavens for joy, destroying the world, and looking at the chaos. Therefore, if you are the heavens, then I will break the heavens. If you are this land, I will break it. Sky-flipping seal. Rumble. When Chu Yang used the overturning heaven seal, everyone suddenly felt as if the array diagram was about to flip over. The array formation was about to flip over, the arena was about to flip over, and even the entire world was about to flip over. They felt as if the world was turning upside down, as if the end of the world had arrived. They couldn't help but be horrified. What kind of technique was this? It was actually so terrifying. Rumble. Half of the entire fighting ring suddenly flipped over. The light shield formed by the array formation directly flipped over. The array formation also flipped over. The tall and burly young man was also flipped over. Caught off guard, his head directly hit the fighting ring. Bang! A large hand slapped down, and his entire body directly exploded into pieces. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and he couldn't be more dead. After that, the scene disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Everyone looked at the pool of blood on the fighting ring, and all of them were speechless. The tall and burly young man, whose cultivation was comparable to the soul wheel realm, actually fought against Chu Yang, who was merely at the 7th layer of the Chi Soul realm. The final result was actually, he died, and Chu Yang lived. Chapter 6:11. The world was silent, as if everything had been destroyed after the apocalypse. Everything returned to chaos, and only chaos was surging, waiting for the birth of a new order and the opening of a new world. Chi, Chi. In the silence, rays of light and shadow shot out from Chu Yang's body. His palm first released a suction force, sucking the black and white dragon rice into his hand. At the same time, the rays of light and shadow wrapped around the 9 dragons' bell and the 7 kills sword, taking them in as well. Crack! Crack! The true essence formed a millstone, and it made cracking sounds as it spun. Chu Yang immediately erased the marks on the 9 dragons' bell and the 7 kills sword, and then inserted his own mark. Boom! The 9 dragon bell hung upside down and suspended itself above Chu Yang's head. Streams of dragon-shaped airflow fell down from the bell, firmly protecting him. Clang! 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 At the same time, the 7 kill sword was also completely under his control. As if a treasure sword had met a wise master, it trembled and made sounds of joy. At this moment, the whole place was still silent, and no one even noticed his series of actions. They all stared blankly at the battle arena. There was no reaction at all, which made Chu Yang feel like he had punched the air with all his strength. He won 2 out of 3, he won. He was still worried that the Merry Pavilion would go back on their words or make things difficult for him, but it seemed unnecessary. How is this possible? This seemed to be the first intelligence born in chaos. The Wei Kingdom's third princess, who was hiding in the dark, no longer sounded complacent. Instead, there was chaos and chaos, as if she had just woken up and her mind was not clear. She had gone through many twists and turns to obtain this diagram, hoping to use it to kill the monster Chu Yang. However, the result was cruel. The gold rock, Saint, was also stunned. His mouth was half closed, and the wine gourd in his hand froze in midair, maintaining his drinking posture. Sky flipping seal. This is the sky flipping seal. It's so terrifying. This was second Fatty Jin's voice. Chu Yang defied the heavens again. The overturning heaven seal displayed by Chu Yang. No matter how he felt, Chu Yang's overturning heaven seal was far superior to the overturning heaven seal of that hypocrite Lu Haoran. As for Chu Yang's actions, he naturally noticed them, but he pretended not to notice. With the 9 Dragons Bell and 7 Kill Sword in hand, Chu Yang's battle prowess would soar, but he didn't know to what extent. With the 9 Dragons Bell and the 7 Kill Sword in hand, the Soul Devourer clan and the Wei Kingdom's third princess would have to be wary if they wanted to kill Chu Yang. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't ruin Chu Yang's plans. Boom! As soon as Chu Yang claimed the 9 Dragons Bell and the 7 deadly swords as his own, it was as if the world that had come to a standstill began to move again. The entire place burst into an uproar. How is this possible? How is this possible? Doesn't this mean that Chu Yang, who is only at the 7th level of the Chi Soul realm, is able to kill someone at the Soul Wheel realm? Someone at the Chi Soul realm killing someone at the Soul Wheel realm? This is simply a fantasy, but it really happened. The formation diagram could form a domain, and that tall youth was already at the peak of the ascending soul realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was at the Soul Wheel realm, but Chu Yang killed him. This was like an ant killing an elephant, and the shock of the crowd could be imagined. Different people focused on different things, and there were already people discussing the overturning heaven seal. What kind of technique did that Chu Yang use? It's actually so terrifying, as if the sky has turned upside down. To be able to break the domain formed by the formation diagram, this kind of technique is simply unheard of. Formation diagram. When Chu Yang heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He only remembered the black and white dragon rice, 9 Dragons Bell, and 7 Kill Sword. Now that he heard this, he suddenly claimed the formation diagram that fell on the battle stage. His action caused the entire crowd to go silent. Chu Yang looked at the crowd disdainfully. Please call me Chu Nitian. As for the formation diagram, I want it. Do any of you have any objections? Fuck. Why are you showing off in front of a bunch of dumbfounded geese? Is there any use? They definitely can't feel anything now, and their nerves have long been numbed by you. Chapter 612. I'm actually surprised that none of you have any objections. Didn't we agree that one of you wanted to kill me? Chu Yang's words made second Fatty Jin's eyelids twitch. If Chu Yang was number 2, who would dare to say they were number 1 in the world? The third princess of Wei Kingdom and the Golden Rock Saint's son, who were hiding in the dark, couldn't help but feel shocked. They were a little surprised. Chu Yang had actually discovered their actions. However, the two of them thought for a while and understood. The problem was that they had targeted Chu Yang too much during the bet. Whether it was the big-winged gold rock bird or the formation diagram, both of them were not ordinary items. They must have made Chu Yang suspicious. This could also be a test from him. We don't need to pay attention to him. Wei Kingdom's third princess was very decisive. I don't think so. Gold Rock's holy son shook his head. I'm afraid it's not as simple as being suspicious. Martial artists have a natural instinct for danger. While the two of them were hesitating, Chu Yang floated in the air and smiled. Nothing happened. This means that my heavenly martial prowess has deeply impressed you. If that's the case, he cupped his fist towards the crowd and said, Everyone, today I used a certain admirer as a stepping stone to fiercely make a name for myself. I hope that everyone can help spread my name. Finally, we'll meet again in the future. Chu Yang walked in the air with his hands behind his back. He slowly walked away and started to chant. I'm Chu Kuangren, Phoenix Song's laugh at Kong Chiu. With a green jade staff in hand, I walked towards the happy pavilion. Seeking immortality in the 5 mountains, I'll travel to the famous mountains. After a pause, he suddenly turned back. Don't ask me who Chu Kuangren is. Will you say it's me? If so, you're very uncultured. The crowd was speechless. Who else could it be? Your surname is Chu. You're crazy. Also, are you showing your shamelessness, or are you showing your arrogance? Don't ask me who Kong Chiu is either. He's amazing. You won't understand, even if I tell you. Chu Yang once again ridiculed the entire audience. Everyone present, it's not that I want to criticize you, but when it comes to poetry, all of you are trash. I should have been a gifted scholar descended from the literary star. Fighting and killing with all of you is simply a disgrace to the educated. Sigh. This is the misfortune of my generation. Who asked me to be so talented? His sighing appearance made everyone's mouth twitch. This was the Chu Shibao who had just eaten the big-winged gold rockbird's inner core. This was the Chu Nitian who could overturn the heavens with one palm. Many people felt a little confused. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't compare the Chu Yang of a moment ago with the Chu Yang of this moment. At this time, Chu Yang had already left everyone's line of sight. Only the poem he recited could be heard. Jiang was obsessed with fame. How would he know the truth of the muddy wine? Turning back to call, the clouds flew and the wind rose. If I don't hate the ancients, I won't see them. If I hate the ancients, I won't see them. Those who know me well, I feel that all of you are even more trash now. But there's no other way. I am a scholar. That's why all of you are envious and jealous of me. Everyone really didn't understand. Previously, they still thought that Chu Yang was provoking them. Now, they really didn't understand. It seemed like Chu Yang was really showing off his so-called talent. At the same time, there were immediately voices. They didn't care whether Chu Yang was provoking them or not. Their focus was completely different. Why is this person so despicable? I really want to beat him up. This smile is too despicable. It makes people gnash their teeth in hatred. Suddenly, Chu Yang's voice was heard again, and it gave everyone a big fright. Are you saying that I'm despicable? Many people were shocked to find that Chu Yang had actually stopped outside. Hee. Chu Yang's despicable laughter was heard again. There's no other way. I hope all of you can understand. A cultured person like me really has no place to show off. So I can only wrong all of you. This time, everyone was really speechless. Even if you want to argue, you shouldn't be arguing with trash like us. Fortunately, although I'm a loner, I'm a true scholar who is naturally outstanding. Chapter 613. Chu Yang's voice had completely disappeared. Everyone's impression of him changed drastically. They no longer felt that he was cruel, inhuman, or unreachable. Instead, they felt that he was a rascal on the streets or a mischievous child at home. His prestige was greatly reduced. Second Fatty Jean was extremely envious of Chu Yang's carefree and willful behavior. This was what it meant to be carefree. After Chu Yang left, he also began to think about his own matters. His small eyes, which were covered by his fat, were rolling around. He immediately came up with an idea. He found the third princess of the Wei Kingdom and immediately jumped out. He immediately questioned, "Third princess, why did you change the plan from probing to a direct battle?" The third princess of the Wei Kingdom was stunned. The gold rock Same was also shocked. He was about to kill, but after hearing Second Fatty Jin's question, he stopped. "Are you questioning me?" The third princess of the Wei Kingdom was very dissatisfied with Second Fatty Jin's question. "Third princess, what do you think?" Second Fatty Jin said fearlessly. And third princess, have you heard of Jean de Pang's saying? Jean de Pang. The third princess of the Wei Kingdom knew who this fatty in front of her was. Naturally, she also knew about Jean de Pang. Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate. Second Fatty Jin's gaze fell on the third princess as he spoke. It was obvious who he was targeting. As for Big Fatty Jin's words, Big Fatty Jin always remembered them. That was because he had been provoked, and he had become a pig teammate. At this moment, Seeing how the third princess was so angry that she was trembling all over, he felt that this sentence was extremely accurate, and the person who said such a sentence was definitely a talent. Genie Shan, how dare you? Genie Shan was second Fatty Jin's real name, and Jean Depang was Jean Duo Duo. As for why it was so, it was unknown how their father's brain worked. Third princess, I'm really going to be impudent today. Second Fatty Jean didn't give up. Third princess, Lu Howren and I did everything we could to get close to Chu Yang. If the plan hadn't changed, we would have already gained Chu Yang's trust. At that time, I would have stabbed him in the back. Third princess, don't you think it's simple? Stabbing a friend in the back, it was really impossible to guard against. You wouldn't even know how you died. Third princess was speechless. Chu Yang is a monster. I stabbed him once, and he didn't die. I stabbed him twice, 3 times, 100 times. Do you think he'll die? Second Fatty Jean continued to question her. Although his words made sense, the third princess was still embarrassed, especially in front of an outsider like the Gold Rock Holy Sun. Genie Shan, are you lecturing me? I don't dare. Second Fatty Jin's voice was filled with anger as he said, Third princess, I will report to the Crown Prince about everything that happened at the Merry Pavilion today. What was the meaning of this? Shirking responsibility? Second Fatty Jin's plan had failed because of her, this stupid teammate. Second Fatty Jin, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Wei Kingdom's third princess was completely enraged by Second Fatty Jin's disrespect. Her voice was extremely cold. Third princess, you naturally have the right to kill me. However, honest words are unpleasant to the ear. I still have to say what I have to say. Second Fatty Jin's expression became serious. His fat body bowed towards her. Third princess, with your precious body, please don't interfere with Chu Yang's matters. Also, Chu Yang just got 2 Soul Will Realm artifacts. Third princess, even if you don't listen to me, you shouldn't act rashly. Otherwise, a fatal disaster will be right in front of you. Finished. Chapter 614. Rumble. As soon as Second Fatty Jean left, the place where the Wei Kingdom's third princess and the Gold Rock Saint were at collapsed. Second Fatty Jean fled even faster. Damn it! The Wei Kingdom's third princess was furious after being humiliated by Second Fatty Jean repeatedly. Just now, Second Fatty Jean was practically pointing at her nose and calling her a pig. The Gold Rock Saint's expression was also extremely ugly. He had already put away his wine gourd and was no longer in the mood to drink. He was not afraid of a godlike opponent, but a pig-like opponent. Second Fatty Jin's disrespect and humiliation to the third princess were also disrespect and humiliation to him. All his previous actions were the result of his discussion with the Wei Kingdom's third princess. This Chu Yang must die. Otherwise, we will really be looked down upon by that damn fatty. The Gold Rock Saint looked in the direction where Chu Yang left and said leisurely, Chu Yang indeed deserved to die, but Second Fatty Jin's words also made sense. Although the third princess was flustered and exasperated, she still said, although Second Fatty Jin was disrespectful to me, what he said is indeed somewhat understandable. This Chu Yang is really too monstrous and too heaven-defying. It will not be easy to kill him. It was not just not easy. In the third princess' mind, Chu Yang had killed the big-winged gold rock bird and killed the person with the array diagram. That kind of method was stunning and even more shocking. How could such a person be killed so easily? It is precisely because this Chu Yang is too monstrous and heaven-defying that we must kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, when he grows up, I'm afraid no one will be able to stop him. The Gold Rock Saint said coldly, he must die immediately. Otherwise, I will not be at ease. But we can't figure out his strength. Not necessarily. The Gold Rock Saint Child said, he's an array master. That's why the domains formed by the array diagrams are weakened by at least 30%. That's why he can treat the domains formed by the array diagrams as if they were the sky, and then overturn the sky to kill people. The third princess agreed. Array masters were all too familiar with the domains of array diagrams and had their own ways to deal with them. That was why Chu Yang was able to flip the sky with a wave of his hand within the domain formed by the array diagram. As for the mountain transforming into a great river, the perfect fusion of the two is indeed extremely shocking. However, against the domain of a soul wheel realm martial artist, it can only be futile. The third princess nodded. Because cultivators at the soul circulation realm had their own domains, they were absolutely supreme existences to those below the soul circulation realm. They were invincible and unshakable. The limit of this Chu Yang's battle prowess is to kill cultivators at the 9th level of the ascending soul realm. He is definitely not a match for cultivators at the soul circulation realm. The Gold Rock Saint Child concluded. Thinking of how Chu Yang had obtained 2 soul circulation realm artifacts and array diagrams, he said, "Third princess, I have 3 cultivators at the soul circulation realm on my side, and you have 3 on your side as well. Can't 6 cultivators at the soul circulation realm kill this monstrous genius?" The only problem was how to kill Chu Yang so that the 5-element sect wouldn't be able to find any evidence against them. However, the Gold Rock Saint Child didn't care about that anymore. Chu Yang was too monstrous, and he definitely wouldn't allow Chu Yang to grow. Saint Child, an air-piercing sound rang out. Suddenly, a person rushed in while panting heavily with a panicked expression on his face. He immediately said, "The person who followed Chu Yang has been killed." What? The Gold Rock Saint Child was shocked. The person he had sent to follow Chu Yang was a cultivator at the soul circulation realm. Otherwise, how could he let Chu Yang leave the Merry Pavilion? Regardless of whether it was in the Soul Devourer clan or the 5-element sect, a cultivator at the soul circulation realm could at least be an elder or even a peak master. The impact of being killed was huge. In any case, the Gold Rock Saint Child was feeling the pinch. Saint Child, this is what he left behind. I have escaped without a trace. Seeing the words left behind, the Gold Rock Saint Child and the 3rd Princess of Wei Kingdom's expressions couldn't help but turn ugly. If they lost Chu Yang's trail, wanting to kill him would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Rumble. Suddenly, the Gold Rock Saint Child and the 3rd Princess of Wei Kingdom heard a loud sound coming from Jinyuan City. The ground beneath their feet also shook. Not long after, another person rushed in and reported to the 3rd Princess of Wei Kingdom. "Princess, we followed Chu Yang. After Chu Yang discovered us, he used the 9 Dragons Bell and the 7 Kills sword to kill us. This is what he left behind. If I am safe, you'll have a cloudy sky." Chapter 615. If I am safe and sound, you will have a cloudy day. When the Wei Nation's 3rd princess and the Gold Rock Saints saw these words, Chu Yang had already left Gold Origin City and was flying towards the nearest mountain range. This 9 Dragons Bell, 7 Slaughtering Sword, and the array diagram are really good treasures. Chu Yang loved them so much that he couldn't put them down. Using the 9 Dragons Bell to form a protective domain and the array diagram to connect the two, he used the 7 Slaughtering Sword to break through the Soul Wheel Realm's domain and charged in. The domain formed by the 9 Dragons Bell and the array diagram suddenly burst out and enveloped the Soul Wheel Realm cultivators. When their domain was split open and they couldn't withdraw in time to defend, the domain formed by the 9 Dragons Bell and the array diagram was actually able to crush the Soul Wheel Realm cultivators like they were eggs. The high and mighty Soul Wheel Realm cultivators were killed by him, just like that. Clean and efficient, to his heart's content. After a while, Chu Yang found a place where the terrain was suitable for setting up arrays. He immediately spent a lot of effort to set up various arrays. Among them, the array that was set up according to the Great Adjudication Array was the main array. After that, he started to cultivate. Yeah. At this moment, Lil Guai cried out. It had endured for a long time and pointed out all the things that it didn't like about Chu Yang. Little thing, you haven't seen enough. It is too early to judge. After being severely injured by the Judgment Elder, Lil Guai had changed a lot. Now, Chu Yang only allowed it to see and not comment. After Chu Yang dealt with Lil Guai, he said, Lil Guai, Lil Wu, Lil Black, protect me. If there is any danger, wake me up immediately. Immediately after, he took out the black and white dragon rice and swallowed it. The black and white dragon rice was a little long, but it melted in his mouth. After swallowing the entire black and white dragon rice, Chu Yang immediately let out a series of dragon roars. A light dragon and a dark dragon appeared and rushed around him. Idiot martial spirit. Chu Yang directly used the idiot martial spirit. Although he relied on the 9 dragons bell, 7 slaughtering sword, and the array diagram to kill 2 soul wheel realm cultivators, the consumption was huge. Using 3 artifacts at the same time could almost drain him. In addition, he had set up many arrays, be it essence, chi, or spirit, and so he directly used the idiot martial spirit. Everything in his body under the guidance of the idiot martial spirit. How carefree! Little 5 was extremely envious. Who could cultivate like this? It was extremely envious. Seeing this scene, Little 6 was also envious. He's carefree, so he's the boss. Lil martial spirit was speechless. Lil ya. Little Guai was still joining in on the fun. The 3 things were in full swing, and at this moment, light and darkness were already fighting in Chu Yang's body. Suddenly, Chu Yang's entire body emitted a bright radiance. It illuminated the entire world. The radiance was boundless, but it immediately dimmed down. His entire body turned pitch black like ink. It seemed as if he had turned into a black hole and was devouring the surrounding light. Light and dark alternated with each other. After a day had passed, the alternation of light and darkness became regular. It was like the cycle of day and night. The big sun and the bright moon appeared in Chu Yang's body. They rose and fell along with the alternation of day and night. He cultivated the innate light physique and dark physique so quickly. It is really infuriating. Lil 5 was just complaining. To Chu Yang, this was not something to be surprised about. 5th brother, look on the bright side. He is the boss. Nothing can be done. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.